Read by Joanne. For Ryan. Prologue. Dreams and Awakenings. Why is it forbidden to write down specific knowledge of the magics? Perhaps because we all fear that such knowledge would fall into the hands of one not worthy to use it. Certainly there has always been a system of apprenticeship to ensure that the understanding of magic is passed only to those trained and judged worthy of such knowledge. While this seems a laudable attempt to protect us from unworthy practitioners of arcane lore, it ignores the fact that the magics are not derived from this specific knowledge. The predilection for a certain type of magic is either inborn or lacking. For instance, the ability for the magics known as the skill is tied closely to blood relationship to the royal Farseer line, though it may also occur as a wild strain amongst folk whose ancestors came from both the inland tribes and the out-islanders. One trained in the skill is able to reach out to another's mind, no matter how distant, and know what he is thinking. Those who are strongly skilled can influence that thinking, or have converse with that person. For the conducting of a battle or the gathering of information, it is a most useful tool. Folklore tells us of an even older magic, much despised now, known as the wit. Few will admit a talent for this magic. Hence it is always said to be the province of the folk in the next valley, or the ones who live on the other side of the far ridge. I suspect it was once the natural magic of those who lived on the land as hunters rather than as settled folk, a magic for those who felt kinship with the wild beasts of the woods. The wit, it is said, gave one the ability to speak the tongues of the beasts. It was also warned that those who practiced the wit too long or too well became whatever beast they had bonded to. But this may be only legend. There are the hedge magics, though I have never been able to determine the source of this name, which are both verified and suspect, including palm reading, water gazing, the interpretation of crystal reflections, and a host of other skills that attempt to predict the future. In a separate, unnamed category are the magics that cause physical effects, such as invisibility, levitation, giving motion or life to inanimate objects, all the magics of the old legends, from the flying chair of the widow's son to the north wind's bewitched tablecloth. I know of no people who claim these magics as their own. They seem to be solely the stuff of legend, ascribed to folk living in ancient times or distant places, or beings of mythical or near-mythical reputation. Dragons, giants, the elderlings, the others, Pixies. I pause to clean my pen. My writing wanders from spidery to blobbish on this poor paper. But I will not use good parchment for these words, not yet. I am not sure they should be written. I ask myself why put this to paper at all? Will not this knowledge be passed down by word of mouth to those who are worthy? Perhaps, but perhaps not. What we take for granted now, the knowing of these things, may be a wonder and a mystery some day to our descendants. There is very little in any of the libraries on magic. I work laboriously, tracing a thread of knowledge through a patchwork quilt of information. I find scattered references, passing allusions, but that is all. I have gathered it over these last few years and stored it in my head, always intending to commit my knowledge to paper. I will put down what I know from my own experience, as well as what I have ferreted out. Perhaps to provide answers for some other poor fool, in times to come, who might find himself as battered by the warring of the magics within him as I have been. But when I sit down to the task I hesitate. Who am I to set my will against the wisdom of those who have gone before me? Shall I set down in plain lettering the methods by which a wit-gifted one can expand his range, or can bond a creature to himself, Shall I detail the training one must undergo before being recognized as a skilled one? The hedge wizardries and legendary magics have never been mine. Have I any right to dig out their secrets and pin them to paper like so many butterflies or leaves collected for study? I try to consider what one might do with such knowledge unjustly gained. It leads me to consider what this knowledge has gained for me. Power, wealth, the love of a woman, I mock myself. Neither the skill nor the wit has ever offered any such to me. Or if they did, I had not the sense nor ambition to seize them when offered. Power. I do not think I ever wanted it for its own sake. I thirsted for it sometimes when I was ground down, or when those close to me suffered beneath ones who abused their powers. Wealth. I never really considered it. From the moment that I, his bastard grandson, pledged myself to King Shrewd, he always saw to it that all my needs were fulfilled. I had plenty to eat, more education than I sometimes cared for, clothes both simple and annoyingly fashionable, and often enough a coin or two of my own to spend. Growing up in Buckkeep, that was wealth enough, and more than most boys in Buckkeep town could claim. Love. Well, my horse Sooty was fond of me, in her own placid way. I had the true-hearted loyalty of a hound named Nosy, and that took him to his grave. I was given the fiercest of loves by a terrier pup, and it was likewise the death of him. I wince to think of the price willingly paid for loving me. Always, I have possessed the loneliness of one raised amidst intrigues and clustering secrets, the isolation of a boy who cannot trust the completeness of his heart to anyone. I could not go to Fedron, the court scribe who praised me for my neat lettering and well-inked illustrations, and confide that I was already apprenticed to the royal assassin, and thus could not follow his writing trade. Nor could I divulge to Shade, my master in the diplomacy of the knife, the frustrating brutality I endured trying to learn the ways of the skill from Galen the skillmaster. And to no one did I dare speak openly of my emerging proclivity for the wit, the ancient beast magic, said to be a perversion and a taint to any who used it. Not even to Molly. Molly was that most cherished of items a genuine refuge. She had absolutely nothing to do with my day-to-day life. It was not just that she was female, though that was mystery enough to me. I was raised almost entirely in the company of men, bereft not only of my natural mother and father, but of any blood relations who would openly acknowledge me. As a child, my care was entrusted to Burrick, the gruff stable-master who had once been my father's right-hand man. The stable hands and the guards were my daily companions. Then, as now, there were women in the guard companies, though not so many then as now. But like their male comrades, they had duties to perform, and lives and families of their own when they were not on watch. I could not claim their time. I had no mother, nor sisters or aunts of my own. There were no women who offered me the special tenderness said to be the province of women. None, save Molly. She was but a year or two older than myself, and growing the same way a sprig of greenery forces its way up through a gap in the cobblestones. Neither her father's near constant drunkenness and frequent brutality, nor the grinding chores of a child trying to maintain the pretense of both home and family business could crush her. When I first met her, she was as wild and wary as a fox cub. Molly Nosebleed, she was called among the street children. She often bore the marks of the beatings her father gave her. Despite his cruelty, she cared for him. I never understood that. He would grumble and berate her, even as she tottered him home after one of his binges and put him to bed. And when he awoke, He never had any remorse for his drunkenness and harsh words. There were only more criticisms. Why hadn't the chandlery been swept and fresh strewing herbs put on the floor? Why hadn't she tended the beehives when they were nearly out of honey to sell? Why had she let the fire go out under the tallow pot? I was mute witness more times than I care to remember. But through it all, Molly grew. She flowered one sudden summer into a young woman who left me in awe of her capable ways and womanly charms. For her part, she seemed totally unaware of how her eyes could meet mine and turn my tongue to leather in my mouth. No magic I possessed, no skill, no wit, was proof against the accidental touch of her hand against mine, nor could defend me against the awkwardness that overwhelmed me at the quirk of her smile. Should I catalogue her hair flowing with the wind, or detail how the colour of her eyes shifted from dark amber to rich brown, depending on her mood and the hue of her gown? I would catch a glimpse of her scarlet skirts and red shawl amongst the market throng, and suddenly be aware of no one else. These are magics I witnessed, and though I must set them down on paper, no other could ever work them with such skill. How did I court her? With a boy's clumsy gallantries, gaping after her like a simpleton, watching the whirling discs of a juggler. She knew I loved her before I did. And she let me court her, although I was a few years younger than she, and not one of the town boys and possessed of small prospects as far as she knew. She thought I was the scribe's errand boy, a part-time helper in the stables, a keep runner. She never suspected I was the bastard, the unacknowledged son who had toppled Prince Chivalry from his place in the line of succession. That alone was a big enough secret. Of my magics and my other profession, she knew nothing. Maybe that was why I could love her. It was certainly why I lost her. I let the secrets and failures and pains of my other lives keep me too busy. There were magics to learn, secrets to ferret out, men to kill, intrigues to survive. Surrounded by them, it never occurred to me that I could turn to Molly for a measure of the hope and understanding that eluded me everywhere else. She was apart from these things, unsullied by them. I carefully kept preserved from her any touch of them. I never tried to draw her into my world. Instead, I went to hers, to the fishing and shipping port town, where she sold candles and honey in her shop, and shopped in the market and sometimes walked on the beaches with me. To me, it was enough that she existed for me to love. I did not even dare to hope she might return that feeling. There came a time when my training in the skill ground me into a misery so deep I did not think I could survive it. I could not forgive myself for being unable to learn it. I could not imagine that my failure might not matter to others. I cloaked my despair in surly withdrawal. I let the long weeks pass, and never saw her or even sent her word that I thought of her. Finally, when there was no one else that I could turn to, I sought her. Too late. I arrived at the bee-balm chandlery in Buckkeep Town one afternoon, gifts in hand, in time to see her leaving. Not alone. With Jade, a fine, broad-chested seaman, with a bold earring in one ear and the sure masculinity of his superior years. Unnoticed, defeated, I slunk away and watched them walk off arm in arm. I let her go, and in the months that followed, I tried to convince myself that my heart had let her go as well. I wonder what would have happened if I had run after them that afternoon, if I had begged one last word of her. Odd to think of so many events turning upon a boy's misplaced pride and his schooled acceptance of defeats. I set her out of my thoughts and spoke of her to no one. I got on with my life. King Shrewd sent me as his assassin with a great caravan of folk going to witness the pledging of the mountain princess Kettrican as Prince Verity's bride. My mission was quietly to cause the death of her older brother, Prince Rurisk, subtly, of course, so that she would be left the sole heir to the mountain throne. But what I found when I arrived there was a web of deceit and lies engineered by my youngest uncle, Prince Regal, who hoped to topple Verity from the line of succession and claim the princess as his own bride. I was the pawn he would sacrifice for this goal. And I was the pawn who instead toppled the game pieces around him, bringing his wrath and vengeance down on myself, but saving the crown and the princess for Prince Verity. I do not think this was heroism. Nor do I think it was petty spite, wreaked on one who had always bullied and belittled me. It was the act of a boy becoming a man, and doing what I had sworn to do years before I knew the cost of such an oath. The price was my healthy young body, so long taken for granted. Long after I had defeated Regal's plot, I lingered in a sickbed in the mountain kingdom. But finally a morning came when I awoke and believed that my long illness was finally over. Burrick had decided I was recovered enough to begin the long journey back home to the Six Duchies. Princess Kettrican and her entourage had left for Buckkeep weeks before, when the weather was still fine. Now, winter snows already smothered the higher parts of the mountain kingdom. If we did not leave Jampé soon, we would be forced to winter there. I was up early that morning, doing my final packing, when the first small tremors began. Resolutely I ignored them. I was just shaky, I told myself, with not yet having eaten breakfast and the excitement of the journey home. I donned the garments that Jonqui had furnished for our winter journey through the mountains and across the plains. For me, there was a long red shirt, padded with wool. The quilted trousers were green, but embroidered with red at the waist and cuffs. The boots were sacks of soft leather, almost shapeless until my feet were laced inside them, padded with sheared wool and trimmed with fur. They fastened to the feet with long wrappings of leather strips. My trembling fingers made tying them a difficult task. Jonqui had told us they were wonderful for the dry snow of the mountains, but to beware of getting them wet. There was a looking-glass in the room. At first I smiled at my reflection. Not even King Shrewd's fool dressed as gaily as this. But above the bright garments, my face was thin and pale, making my dark eyes too large, while my fever-shorn hair, black and bristly, stood up like a dog's hackles. My illness had ravaged me. But I told myself I was finally on my way home. I turned aside from the mirror. As I packed the few small gifts I had selected to take home to my friends, the unsteadiness grew in my hands. For the last time, Burrick, Hans, and I sat down to break fast with Jonqui. I thanked her once again for all she had done towards healing me. I picked up a spoon for the porridge, and my hand gave a twitch. I dropped it. I watched the silvery shape fall and fell after it. The next thing I remember is the shadowy corners of the bedroom. I lay for a long time, not moving or speaking. I went from a state of emptiness to knowing I had had another seizure. It had passed. Both body and mind were mine to command once more. But I no longer wanted them. At 15 years old, an age when most were coming into their full strength, I could no longer trust my body to perform the simplest task. It was damaged, and I rejected it fiercely. I felt savagely vindictive toward the flesh and bone that enclosed me, and wished for some way to express my raging disappointment. Why couldn't I heal? Why hadn't I recovered? It's going to take time, that's all. Wait until half a year has passed since the day you were damaged. Then assess yourself. It was Jonqui, the healer. She was sitting near the fireplace, but her chair was drawn back into the shadows. I hadn't noticed her until she spoke. She rose slowly, as if the winter made her bones ache, and came to stand beside my bed. "I don't want to live like an old man." She pursed her lips. "Sooner or later you will have to. At least I so wish that you will survive that many years. I am old, and so is my brother, King Aod. We do not find it so great a burden. I should not mind an old man's body, if the years had earned it for me. But I can't go on like this." She shook her head, puzzled. "Of course you can. Healing is tedious sometimes, but to say that you cannot go on, I do not understand. It is perhaps a difference in our languages?" I took a breath to speak, but at that moment Burke came in. "Awake? Feeling better?" "Awake, not feeling better," I grumbled. Even to myself I sounded like a fretful child. Burke and Jonqui exchanged glances over me. She came to the bedside, patted my shoulder, and then left the room silently. Their obvious tolerance was galling, and my impotent anger rose like a tide. "Why can't you heal me?" I demanded of Burke. He was taken aback by the accusation in my question. "It's not that simple," he began. "Why not?" I hauled myself up straight in the bed. "I've seen you cure all manner of ailments in beasts. Sickness, broken bones, worms, mange. You're stable master, and I've seen you treat them all. Why can't you cure me?" "You're not a dog, Fitz," Burke said quietly. "It's simpler with a beast when it's seriously ill. I've taken drastic measures sometimes, telling myself, well, if the animal dies, at least it's not suffering anymore, and this may heal it. I can't do that with you. You're not a beast." "That's no answer. Half the time the guards come to you instead of the healer. You took the head of an arrow out of Den. You laid his whole arm open to do it. When the healer said that Graydon's foot was too infected and she'd have to lose it, she came to you, and you saved it. And all the time the healer was saying the infection would spread and she'd die and it would be your fault." Burke folded his lips, quelling his temper. If I'd been healthy, I'd have been wary of his wrath. But his restraint with me during my convalescence had made me bold. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and controlled. "Those were risky healings, yes. But the folk who wanted them done knew the risks. And," he said, raising his voice to cover the objection I'd been about to voice, "they were simple things. I knew the cause. Take out the arrowhead and haft from his arm, and clean it up. Poultice and draw the infection from Graydon's foot. But your sickness isn't that simple. Neither Jonqui nor I really know what's wrong with you. Is it the aftermath of the poison Kettrican fed you, when she thought you had come to kill her brother? Is this the effect of the poisoned wine that Regal arranged for you? Or is it from the beating you took afterward, from being near drowned? Or did all those things combine to do this to you? We don't know. And so we don't know how to cure you. We just don't know." His voice clenched on his last words, and I suddenly saw how his sympathy for me overlay his frustration. He paced a few steps, then halted to stare into the fire. "We've talked long about it. Jonqui has much in her mountain lore that I have never heard of before. And I've told her of cures I know, but we both agreed the best thing to do was give you time to heal. You're in no danger of dying that we can see. Possibly, in time, your own body can cast out the last vestiges of the poison, or heal whatever damage was done inside you. Or," I added quietly, "it's possible that I'll be this way the rest of my life. That the poison or the beating damaged something permanently. Damn Regal to kick me like that when I was trussed already." Burrick stood as if turned to ice. Then he sagged into the chair in the shadows. Defeat was in his voice. Yes, that is just as possible as the other. But don't you see we have no choice? I could physic you to try to force the poison out of your body. But if it's damage, not poison, all I would do was weaken you so that your body's own healing would take that much longer. He stared into the flames and lifted a hand to touch a streak of white at his temple. I was not the only one who'd fallen to Rigo's treachery. Burrick himself was but newly recovered from a skull blow that would have killed anyone less thick-headed than he. I knew he had endured long days of dizziness and blurred vision. I did not recall he had complained at all. I had the decency to feel a bit of shame. So, what do I do? Burrick started, as if roused from dozing. What we've been doing. Wait, eat, rest, be easy on yourself, and see what happens. Is that so terrible? I ignored his question. And if I don't get better, if I just stay like this, whether tremors or fits can come over me at any time. His answer was slow in coming. Live with it. Many folk have to live with worse. Most of the time you're fine. You're not blind, you're not paralyzed. You've your wits still. Stop defining yourself by what you can't do. Why don't you consider what you didn't lose? What I didn't lose? What I didn't lose! My anger rose like a covey of birds taking flight, and likewise driven by panic. I'm helpless, Burrick. I can't go back to Buckkeep like this. I'm useless. I'm worse than useless. I'm a waiting victim. If I could go back and batter Regal into a pulp, that might be worth it. Instead, I will have to sit at table with Prince Regal to be civil and deferential to a man who plotted to overthrow Verity and kill me as an added spice. I can't endure him seeing me tremble with weakness or suddenly fall in a seizure. I don't want to see him smile at what he has made me. I don't want to watch him savor his triumph. He will try to kill me again, we both know that. Perhaps he has learned he is no match for Verity. Perhaps he will respect his older brother's reign and new wife. But I doubt he will extend that to me. It'll be one more way he can strike at Verity. And when he comes, what shall I be doing? Sitting by the fire like a palsied old man, doing nothing. Nothing! All I've been trained for. All Hod's weaponry instruction. All Fedron's careful teachings about lettering. Even all you've taught me about taking care of beasts. All a waste! I can do none of it. I'm just a bastard again, Burrick. And someone once told me that a royal bastard is kept alive only so long as he is useful. I was practically shouting, but even in my fury and despair, I did not speak aloud of shade and my training as an assassin. At that too, I was useless now. All my stealth and sleight of hand, all the precise ways to kill a man by touch, the painstaking mixing of poisons, all were denied me by my own rattling body. Burrick sat quietly, hearing me out. When my breath and my anger ran out, and I sat, gasping in my bed, clasping my traitorously trembling hands together, he spoke calmly. So, are you saying we don't go back to Buckkeep? That put me off balance. We? My life is pledged to the man who wears that earring. There's a long story behind that, one that perhaps I'll tell you some day. Patience had no right to give it to you. I thought it had gone with Prince Chivalry to his grave. She probably thought it just a simple piece of jewellery her husband had worn, hers to keep or to give. In any ways, you wear it now. Where you go, I follow. I lifted my hand to the bauble. It was a tiny blue stone caught up in a web of silver net. I started to unfasten it. Don't do that, Burrick said. The words were quiet, deeper than a dog's growl. but his voice held both threat and command. I dropped my hand away, unable to question him on this at least. I felt strange that the man who had watched over me since I was an abandoned child now put his future into my hands. Yet there he sat before the fire and waited for my words. I studied what I could see of him in the dance of the firelight. He had once seemed a surly giant to me, dark and threatening, but also a savage protector. Now, for perhaps the first time, I studied him as a man. The dark hair and eyes were prevalent in those who carried Out-Islander blood, and in this we resembled each other. But his eyes were brown, not black, and the wind brought a redness to his cheeks above his curling beard that bespoke a fairer ancestor somewhere. When he walked, he limped, very noticeably on cold days, the legacy of turning aside a boar that had been trying to kill chivalry. He was not as big as he had once seemed to me. If I kept on growing, I would probably be taller than he was before another year was out. Nor was he massively muscled, but instead had a compactness to him that was a readiness of both muscle and mind. It was not his size that had made him both feared and respected at Buckkeep, but his black temper and his tenacity. Once, when I was very young, I had asked him if he had ever lost a fight. He had just subdued a willful young stallion and was in the stall with him, calming him. Burrick had grinned, teeth showing white as a wolf's. The sweat had stood out in droplets on his forehead and was running down his cheeks into his dark beard. He spoke to me over the side of the stall. "Lost the fight?" he'd asked, still out of breath. "The fight isn't over until you win it, Fitz. That's all you have to remember. No matter what the other man thinks, or the horse." I wondered if I were a fight he had to win. He'd often told me that I was the last task chivalry had given him. My father had abdicated the throne, shamed by my existence. Yet he'd given me over to this man and told him to raise me well. Maybe Burrick thought he hadn't finished that task yet. "What do you think I should do?" I asked humbly. Neither the words nor the humility came easily. "Heal," he said after a few moments. "Take the time to heal. It can't be forced." He glanced down at his own leg stretched towards the fire. Something not a smile twisted his lips. "Do you think we should go back?" I pressed. He leaned back into the chair. He crossed his booted feet at the ankle and stared into the fire. He took a long time answering. But finally he said, almost reluctantly, "If we don't, Regal will think he has won, and he will try to kill Verity. Or at least do whatever he thinks he must to make a grab for his brother's crown. I am sworn to my king, Fitz, as are you. Right now, that is King Shrewd, but Verity is king in waiting. I don't think it right that he should have waited in vain." "He has other soldiers more capable than I." "Does that free you from your promise?" "You argue like a priest." "I don't argue at all. I merely asked you a question. And one other. What do you forsake if you leave Buckkeep behind?" It was my turn to fall silent. I did think of my king and all I had sworn to him. I thought of Prince Verity and his bluff heartiness and open ways with me. I recalled Old Shade and his slow smile when I had finally mastered some arcane bit of lore. Lady Patience and her maid Lacey, Vedran and Hod, even Cook and Mistress Hasty, the seamstress. There were not so many folk that had cared for me, but that made them more significant, not less. I would miss all of them if I never went back to Buckkeep. But what leapt up in me like an ember rekindled was my memory of Molly, and somehow I found myself speaking of her to Burrick, and him just nodding as I spilled out the whole story. When he did speak, he told me only that he had heard that the bee-balm chandlery had closed when the old drunkard that owned it had died in debt. His daughter had been forced to go to relatives in another town. He did not know what town, but he was certain I could find it out if I were determined. "Know your heart before you do, Fitz," he added. "If you've nothing to offer her, let her go. Are you crippled? Only if you decide so. But if you're determined that you're a cripple now, then perhaps you've no right to go and seek her out. I don't think you'd want her pity. It's a poor substitute for love." And then he rose and left me to stare into the fire and think. Was I a cripple? Had I lost? My body jangled like badly tuned harp strings, that was true. But my will, not Regal's, had prevailed. My Prince Verity was still in line for the Six Duchies throne, and the Mountain Princess was his wife now. Did I dread him, smirking over my trembling hands? Could I not smirk back at he who would never be king? A savage satisfaction welled up in me. Berwick was right. I had not lost, but I could make sure that Regal knew I had won. If I had won against Regal, could I not win Molly as well? What stood between her and me? Jade? But Berwick had heard she had left Buckkeep Town, not wed. Gone penniless to live with relatives. Shame upon him, had Jade let her do so. I would seek her out. I would find her and win her. Molly, with her hair loose and blowing. Molly, with her bright red skirts and cloak, bold as a red robber bird, and eyes as bright. The thought of her sent a shiver down my spine. I smiled to myself, and then felt my lips set like a rictus, and the shiver became a shuddering. My body spasmed, and the back of my head rebounded sharply off the bedstead. I cried out involuntarily, a gargling, wordless cry. In an instant, Jonqui was there, calling Berwick back, and then they were both holding down my flailing limbs. Berwick's body weight was flung on top of me as he strove to restrain my thrashing. And then I was gone. I came out of blackness into light, like surfacing from a deep dive into warm waters. The down of the feather bed cradled me. The blankets were soft and warm. I felt safe. For a moment, all was peaceful. I lay quiescent, almost feeling good. "Fitz?" Berwick asked, leaning over me. The world came back. I knew myself a mangled, pitiful thing. A puppet with half its strings tangled, or a horse with a severed tendon. I would never be as I was before. There was no place left for me in the world I had once inhabited. Berwick had said pity is a poor substitute for love. I wanted pity from none of them. "Berwick." He leaned closer over me. "It wasn't that bad," he lied. "Just rest now. Tomorrow, you leave for Buckkeep," I told him. He frowned. "Let's take it slowly. Give yourself a few days to recover, and then we'll—" "No." I dragged myself up to a sitting position. I put every bit of strength I had into the words. "I've made a decision. Tomorrow you will go back to Buckkeep. There are people and animals waiting for you there. You're needed. It's your home and your world. But it's not mine. Not anymore." He was silent for a long moment. "And what will you do?" I shook my head. "That's no longer your concern, or anyone's, save mine." "The girl?" I shook my head again, more violently. "She's taken care of one cripple already, and spent her youth doing so, only to find that he left her a debtor. Shall I go back and seek her out like this? Shall I ask her to love me, so I can be a burden to her like her father was? No. Alone or wed to another. She's better off now as she is. The silence stretched long between us. Jonqui was busy in a corner of the room, concocting yet another herbal draught that would do nothing for me. Burrick stood over me, black and lowering as a thundercloud. I knew how badly he wanted to shake me, how he longed to cuff the stubbornness from me. But he did not. Burrick did not hit cripples. So, he said at last, that leaves only your king. Or do you forget you were sworn as a king's man? I do not forget, I said quietly. And did I believe myself a man still, I would go back, but I am not, Burrick. I am a liability. On the game board, I have become but one of those tokens that must be protected. A hostage for the taking, powerless to defend myself or anyone else, no. The last act I can make as a king's man is to remove myself, before someone else does, and injures my king in the doing. Burrick turned aside from me. He was a silhouette in the dim room, his face unreadable by the firelight. Tomorrow we will talk, he began. Only to say farewell, I interrupted. My heart is firm on this, Burrick. I reached up to touch the earring in my ear. If you stay, then so must I. There was a fierceness in his low voice. That isn't how it works, I told him. Once, my father told you to stay behind and raise a bastard for him. Now I tell you to leave. To go to serve a king who still needs you. Fitz chivalry, I don't... Please! I don't know what he heard in my voice. Only that he was suddenly still. I am so tired. So damnably tired. The only thing I know is that I can't live up to what everyone else thinks I should do. I just can't do it. My voice quavered like an old man's. No matter what I ought to do, no matter what I am pledged to do, there isn't enough of me left to keep my word. Maybe that's not right, but that's how it is. Everyone else's plans, everyone else's goals, never mine. I tried, but... The room rocked around me as if someone else was speaking, and I was shocked at what he was saying. But I couldn't deny the truth of his words. I need to be alone now. To rest, I said simply. Both of them just looked at me. Neither one of them spoke. They left the room slowly, as if hoping I would relent and call them back. I did not. But after they had gone and I was alone, I permitted myself to breathe out. I felt dizzy with the decision I had made. I wasn't going back to Buckkeep. What I was going to do I had no idea. I had swept my broken bits of life from the game table. Now there was room to set out anew what pieces I still had, to plot a new strategy for living. Slowly I realized I had no doubts. Regrets warred with relief, but I had no doubts. Somehow it was much more bearable to move forward into a life where no one would recall who I had once been. A life not pledged to someone else's will, not even my king's. It was done. I lay back in my bed, and for the first time in weeks, I relaxed completely. Farewell, I thought wearily. I would have liked to wish them all farewell, to stand one last time before Verity, and see his brief nod that I had done well. Perhaps I could have made him understand why I did not wish to go back. It was not to be. It was done now. All done. I am sorry, my king, I muttered. I stared into the dancing flames in the hearth until sleep claimed me. Chapter 1. Silt Bay. To be the king-in-waiting or the queen-in-waiting is to straddle firmly the fence between responsibility and authority. It is said that the position was created to satisfy the ambitions of an heir for power while schooling him in the exercising of it. The eldest child in the royal family assumes this position upon its 16th birthday. From that day on, the king or queen in waiting assumes a full share of responsibility for the running of the 6 duchies. Generally, he immediately assumes such duties as the ruling monarch cares for least, and these have varied greatly from reign to reign. Under King Shrewd, Prince Chivalry first became king in waiting. To him, King Shrewd ceded over all that had to do with the borders and frontiers, warfare, negotiations and diplomacy, the discomforts of extended travel and the miserable conditions often encountered on the campaigns. When Chivalry abdicated and Prince Verity became king-in-waiting, he inherited all the uncertainties of the war with the Out-Islanders, and the civil unrest this situation created between the inland and coastal duchies. All of these tasks were rendered more difficult in that at any time his decisions could be overridden by the king. Often he was left to cope with a situation not of his creating, armed only with options not of his choosing. Even less tenable, perhaps, was the position of Queen-in-Waiting Kettrican. Her mountain ways marked her as a foreigner in the 6 duchies' court. In peaceful times, perhaps she would have been received with more tolerance, but the court at Buckkeep seethed with the general unrest of the 6 duchies. The red ships from the out-islands harried our shoreline as they had not for generations, destroying far more than they stole. The first winter of Kettrican's reign as Queen-in-Waiting saw also the first winter raiding we had ever experienced. The constant threat of raids and the lingering torment of forged ones in our midst rocked the foundations of the 6 duchies. Confidence in the monarchy was low, and Kettrican had the unenviable position of being an unadmired king-in-waiting's outlandish queen. Civil unrest divided the court, as the inland duchies voiced their resentment at taxes to protect a coastline they did not share. The coastal duchies cried out for warships and soldiers and an effective way to battle the raiders that always struck where we were least prepared. Inland-bred Prince Regal sought to gather power to himself by courting the inland dukes with gifts and social attentions. King-in-waiting Verity, convinced that his skill was no longer sufficient to hold the raiders at bay, put his attentions to building warships to guard the coastal duchies, with little time for his new queen. Overall, King Shrewd crouched like a great spider, endeavouring to keep power spread amongst himself and his sons, to keep all in balance and the 6 duchies intact. I awakened to someone touching my forehead. With an annoyed grunt, I turned my head aside from the touch. My blankets were weltered around me. I fought my way clear of their restraint and then sat up to see who had dared disturb me. King Shrewd's fool perched anxiously on a chair beside my bed. I stared at him wildly, and he drew back from my look. Uneasiness assailed me. The fool should have been back in Buckkeep with the king many miles and days from here. I had never known him to leave the king's side for more than a few hours or a night's rest. That he was here boded no good. The fool was my friend, as much as his strangeness allowed him to be friends with anyone. But a visit from him always had a purpose, and such purposes were seldom trivial or pleasant. He looked as weary as I had ever seen him. He wore an unfamiliar motley of greens and reds, and carried a fool's sceptre with a rat's head on it. The gay garments contrasted too strongly with his colourless skin, making him a translucent candle wreathed in holly. His clothing seemed more substantial than he did. His fine, pale hair floated from the confines of his cap like a drowned man's hair in sea-water, while the dancing flames of the fireplace shone in his eyes. I rubbed my gritty eyes and pushed some of the hair back from my face. It was damp. I had been sweating in my sleep. "Hello," I managed. "I didn't expect to see you here." My mouth felt dry, my tongue thick and sour. I'd been sick, I recalled. The details seemed hazy. "Where else?" He looked at me woefully. "For every hour you've slept, the less rested you seem. Lie back, my lord. Let me make you comfortable." He plucked at my pillows fussily, but I waved him away. Something was wrong here. Never had he spoken me so fair. Friends we were, but the fool's words to me were always as pithy and sour as half-ripened fruit. If this sudden kindness was a show of pity, I wanted none of it. I glanced down at my embroidered nightshirt, at the rich bed covers. Something seemed odd about them. I was too tired and weak to puzzle it out. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. He took a breath and sighed. "I am tending you, watching over you while you sleep. I know you think it foolish, but then, I am the fool. You know then that I must be foolish. Yet you ask me this same thing every time you awake. Let me then propose something wiser. I beg you, my lord. Let me send for another healer." I leaned back against my pillows. They were sweat-damp and smelled sour to me. I knew I could ask the fool to change them, and he would, but I would just sweat anew if he did. It was useless. I clutched at my covers with gnarled fingers and asked him bluntly, "Why have you come here?" He took my hand in his and patted it. "My lord, I mistrust this sudden weakness. You seem to take no good from this healer's ministrations. I fear that his knowledge is much smaller than his opinion of it." "Burrick?" I asked incredulously. "Burrick? Would that he were here, my lord. He may be the stable-master, but for all that, I warrant he is more of a healer than this Wallace who doses and sweats you." "Wallace? Burrick is not here?" The fool's face grew graver. "No, my king. He remained in the mountains, as well you know." "Your king?" I said, and attempted to laugh. Such mockery. "Never, my lord," he said gently. "Never." His tenderness confused me. This was not the fool I knew, full of twisting words and riddles, of sly jabs and puns and cunning insults. I felt suddenly stretched, thin as old rope and as frayed. Still, I tried to piece things together. "Then I am in Buckkeep." He nodded slowly. "Of course you are." Worry pinched his mouth. I was silent, plumbing the full depth of my betrayal. Somehow I had been returned to Buckkeep, against my will. Burrick had not even seen fit to accompany me. "Let me get you some food," the fool begged me. "You always feel better after you have eaten." He rose. "I brought it up hours ago. I've kept it warm by the hearth." My eyes followed him wearily. At the big hearth he crouched to coax a covered tureen away from the edge of the fire. He lifted the lid and I smelled the rich beef stew. He began to ladle it into a bowl. It had been months since I'd had beef. In the mountains it was all venison and mutton and goat's flesh. My eyes wandered wearily about the room. The heavy tapestries, the massive wooden chairs, the heavy stones of the fireplace, the richly worked bed hangings. I knew this place. This was the king's bedchamber at Buckkeep. Why was I here, in the king's own bed? I tried to ask the fool, but another spoke with my lips. "I know too many things, fool. I can no longer stop myself from knowing them. Sometimes it is as if another controlled my will, and pushed my mind where I would rather it did not go. My walls are breached. It all pours in like a tide." I drew a deep breath, but I could not stave it off. First a chill tingling, then as if I were immersed in a swift flowing of cold water. "A rising tide," I gasped, "bearing ships. Red-keeled ships." The fool's eyes widened in alarm. "In this season, your majesty? Surely not in winter?" My breath was pressed tight in my chest. I struggled to speak. "The winter has crept in too softly. She has spared us both her storms and her protection. Look out there, across the water. See, they come. They come from the fog." I lifted my arm to point. The fool came hastily to stand beside me. He crouched to peer where I pointed, but I knew he could not see. Still, he loyally placed a hesitant hand on my thin shoulder, and stared as if he could will away the walls and the miles that stood between him and my vision. I longed to be as blind as he. I clasped the long-fingered, pale hand that rested on my shoulder. For a moment I looked down at my withered hand, at the royal signet ring that clung to a bony finger behind a swollen knuckle. Then my reluctant gaze was drawn up and my vision taken afar. My pointing hand indicated the quiet harbour. I struggled to sit up taller, to see more. The darkened town spread out before me like a patchwork of houses and roads. Fog lay in hollows and was thick upon the bay. Weather change coming, I thought to myself. Something stirred in the air that chilled me, cooling the old sweat on my skin so that I shivered. Despite the blackness of the night and the fog, I had no difficulty in seeing everything perfectly. Skill watching, I told myself, and then wondered. I could not skill, not predictably, not usefully. But as I watched, 2 ships broke out of the mists and emerged into the sleeping harbour. I forgot what I could or could not do. They were sleek and trim, those ships, and though they were black under the moonlight, I knew their keels were red. Red ship raiders from the out islands. The ships moved like knives through the wavelets, cutting their way clear of the fog, slicing into the protected water of the harbour like a thin blade slicing into a pig's belly. The oars moved silently, in perfect unison, oarlocks muffled with rags. They came alongside the docks as boldly as honest merchants come to trade. From the first boat, a sailor leapt lightly, carrying a line to make fast to a piling. An oarsman fended her off the dock until the aft line was thrown and made fast as well, all so calmly, so blatantly. The second ship was following their example. The dreaded red ships had come into town bold as gulls, and tied up at their victim's home dock. No sentry cried out. No watchman blew a horn or threw a torch onto a waiting heap of pitch pine to kindle a signal fire. I looked for them and instantly found them. Heads on chests, they were idling at their posts. Good woolen homespun had gone from grey to red, sopping up the blood of their slit throats. Their killers had come quietly overland, sure of each sentry post to silence every watcher. No one would warn the sleeping town. There had not been that many sentries. There was not much to this little town, scarce enough to deserve a dot on the map. The town had counted on the humbleness of its possessions to shelter it from raids such as this. Good wool they grew there, and they spun a fine yarn, it was true. They harvested and smoked the salmon that came right up their river, and the apples here were tiny but sweet, and they made a good wine. There was a fine clam beach to the west of town. These were the riches of Silt Bay, and if they were not great, they were enough to make life treasured by those who lived here. Surely, though, they were not worth coming after with a torch and a blade. What sane man would think a keg of apple wine or a rack of smoked salmon worth a raider's time? But these were red ships, and they did not come to raid for wealth or treasures. They were not after prize-breeding cattle, or even women for wives or boys for galley slaves. The wool-fat sheep would be mutilated and slaughtered, the smoked salmon trampled underfoot, the warehouses of fleeces and wines torched. They would take hostages, yes, but only to forge them. The forge magic would leave them less than human, bereft of all emotions and any but the most basic thoughts. The raiders would not keep these hostages, but would abandon them here, to work their debilitating anguish upon those who had loved them and called them kin. Stripped of every human sensitivity, forged ones would scour their homeland as pitilessly as wolverines. This setting of our own kin to prey upon us as forged ones was the Out-Islanders' cruelest weapon. This I already knew as I watched. I had seen the aftermath of other raids. I watched the tide of death rise to inundate the little town. The out-islander pirates leapt from the ship to the docks and flowed up into the village. They trickled silently up the streets in bands of 2s and 3s, as deadly as poison unfurling in wine. Some few paused to search the other vessels tied to the dock. Most of the boats were small open dories, but there were 2 larger fishing vessels and 1 trader. Their crews met swift death. Their frantic struggles were as pathetic as fowl flapping and squawking when a weasel gets into the chicken house. They called out to me, with voices full of blood. The thick fog gulped their cries greedily. It made the death of a sailor no more than the keening of a seabird. Afterwards, the boats were torched, carelessly, with no thought to their value as spoils. These raiders took no real booty, perhaps a handful of coins if easily found, or a necklace from the body of one they had raped and killed, but little more than that. I could do nothing except watch. I coughed heavily, then found a breath to speak. "If only I could understand them," I said to the fool. "If only I knew what they wanted. There is no sense to these red ships. How can we fight those who war for a reason they will not divulge? But if I could understand them—" The fool pursed his pale lips and considered. "They partake of the madness of he who drives them. They can only be understood if you share that madness. I myself have no wish to understand them. Understanding them will not stop them." No. I did not want to watch the village. I had seen this nightmare too often. But only a heartless man could have turned away as if it were a poorly staged puppet show. The least I could do for my people was to watch them die. It also was the most I could do for them. I was sick and a cripple, an old man far away. No more could be expected from me. So I watched. I watched the little town awaken from soft sleep to the rough grip of a strange hand on the throat or breast, to a knife over a cradle, or the sudden cry of a child dragged from sleep. Lights began to flicker and glow throughout the village. Some were candles kindled on hearing a neighbour's outcry. Others were torches or burning houses. Although the red ships had terrorised the 6 duchies for over a year, for these folk it became completely real tonight. They had thought they were prepared. They had heard the horror stories, and resolved never to let it happen to them. But still the houses burned, and the screams rose to the night sky as if borne on the smoke. "Speak, fool," I commanded hoarsely. "Remember forward for me. What did they say about Silt Bay? A raid on Silt Bay in winter?" He took a shuddering breath. "It is not easy, nor clear," he hesitated. "All wavers, all is changed still. Too much is in flux, your majesty. The future spills out in all directions there." "Speak any you can see," I commanded. "They made a song about this town," the fool observed hollowly. He gripped my shoulder still. Through my nightshirt the clutch of his long, strong fingers was cold. A trembling passed between us, and I felt how he laboured to continue standing beside me. "When it is sung in a tavern, with the refrain hammered out to the beat of ale mugs upon a table, none of this seems so bad. One can imagine the brave stand these folks made, going down fighting rather than surrendering. Not one single person was taken alive and forged. Not one." The fool paused, a hysterical note mingled with the levity he forced into his voice. "Of course, when you're drinking and singing, you don't see the blood, or smell the burning flesh, or hear the screams, but that's understandable. Have you ever tried to find a rhyme for dismembered child? Someone once tried remembered wild, but the verse still didn't quite scan." There was no merriment in his banter. His bitter jests could shield neither him nor me. He fell silent once more, my prisoner doomed to share his painful knowledge with me. I witnessed in silence. No verse would tell of a parent pushing a poison pellet into a child's mouth to keep him from the raiders. No one could sing of children crying out with the cramps of the swift, harsh poison, or the women who were raped as they lay dying. No rhyme nor melody could bear the weight of telling of archers whose truest arrows slew captured kinfolk before they could be dragged away. I peered into the interior of a burning house. Through the flames, I watched a 10-year-old boy bare his throat for the slash of his mother's knife. He held the body of his baby sister, strangled already, for the red ships had come, and no loving brother would give her to either the raiders or the voracious flames. I saw the mother's eyes as she lifted her children's bodies and carried them into the flames with her. Such things are better not remembered. But I was not spared the knowledge. It was my duty to know these things and to recall them. Not all died. Some fled into the surrounding fields and forests. I saw one young man take 4 children under the docks with him to cling in the chill water to the barnacled pilings until the raiders left. Others tried to flee and were slain as they ran. I saw a woman in a nightgown slip from a house. Flames were already running up the side of the building. She carried one child in her arms and another clung to her skirts and followed her. Even in the darkness, the light from the fired huts awoke burnished highlights in her hair. She glanced about fearfully, but the long knife she carried in her free hand was up and at the ready. I caught a glimpse of a small mouth set grimly, eyes narrowed fiercely. Then, for an instant, I saw that proud profile limned against firelight. "Molly," I gasped. I reached a clawed hand to her. She lifted a door and shooed the children down into a root cellar behind the blazing home. She lowered the door silently over them all. Safe? No. They came around the corner, 2 of them. One carried an axe. They were walking slowly, swaggering and laughing aloud. The soot that smeared their faces made their teeth and the whites of their eyes stand out. One was a woman. She was very beautiful, laughing as she strode, fearless. Her hair was braided back with silver wire. The flames winked red in it. The raiders advanced to the door of the root cellar, and the one swung his axe in a great arcing blow. The axe bit deep into the wood. I heard the terrified cry of a child. "Molly!" I shrieked. I scrabbled from my bed, but had no strength to stand. I crawled toward her. The door gave way, and the raiders laughed. One died laughing, as Molly came leaping through the shattered remnants of the door to put her long knife into his throat. But the beautiful woman with the shining silver in her hair had a sword. And as Molly struggled to pull her knife clear of the dying man, that sword was falling, falling, falling. At that instant, something gave way in the burning house with a sharp crack. The structure swayed and then fell in a shower of sparks and an upburst of roaring flames. A curtain of fire soared up between me and the root cellar. I could see nothing through that inferno. Had it fallen across the door of the root cellar and the raiders attacking it? I could not see. I lunged forth, reaching out for Molly. But in an instant all was gone. There was no burning house, no pillaged town, no violated harbour, no red ships. Only myself, crouching by the hearth. I had thrust my hand into the fire, and my fingers clutched a coal. The fool cried out and seized my wrist to pull my hand from the fire. I shook him off, then looked at my blistered fingers dully. "My king," the fool said woefully. He knelt beside me, carefully moved the tureen of soup by my knee. He moistened a napkin in the wine he had poured for my meal and folded it over my fingers. I let him. I could not feel the burned skin for the great wound inside me. His worried eyes stared into mine, I could scarcely see him. He seemed an insubstantial thing, with the faltering flames of the fireplace showing in his colourless eyes, a shadow, like all the other shadows that came to torment me. My burned fingers throbbed suddenly. I clutched them in my other hand. What had I been doing? What had I been thinking? The skill had come on me like a fit and then departed, leaving me as drained as an empty glass. Weariness flowed in to fill me, and pain rode it like a horse. I struggled to retain what I had seen. What woman was that? Is she important? Ah, the fool seemed even wearier, but struggled to gather himself. A woman at Silt Bay? He paused as if racking his brains. No, I have nothing. It is all a muddle, my king, so hard to know. Molly has no children, I told him. It could not have been her. Molly? Her name is Molly? I demanded. My head throbbed. Anger suddenly possessed me. Why do you torment me like this? My lord, I know of no Molly. Come back to your bed, and I will bring you some food. He helped me to my feet, and I tolerated his touch. I found my voice. I floated, the focus of my eyes coming and going. One moment I could feel his hand on my arm. The next, it seemed as if I dreamed the room and the men who spoke there. I managed to speak. I have to know if that was Molly. I have to know if she is dying. Fool, I have to know. The fool sighed heavily. It is not a thing I can command, my king, you know that. Like your visions, mine rule me, not the reverse. I cannot pluck a thread from the tapestry, but must look where my eyes are pointed. The future, my king, is like a current in a channel. I cannot tell you where one drop of water goes, but I can tell you where the flow is strongest. A woman at Silt Bay, I insisted. Part of me pitied my poor fool, but another part insisted. I would not have seen her so clearly if she were not important. Try. Who was she? She is significant? Yes, I am sure of it. Oh, yes. The fool sat cross-legged on the floor. He put his long fingers to his temples and pressed as if trying to open a door. I know not. I don't understand. All is a muddle. All is a crossroads. The tracks are trampled. The scent's gone awry. He looked up at me. Somehow I had stood, but he sat on the floor at my feet looking up at me. His pale eyes goggled in his eggshell face. He swayed from the strain, smiled foolishly. He considered his rat sceptre, went nose to nose with it. Did you know any such Molly, Ratsy? No? I didn't think you would. Perhaps you should ask someone more in a position to know. The worms, perhaps. A silly giggling seized him. Useless creature. Silly, riddling soothsayer. Well, he could not help what he was. I left him and walked slowly back to my bed. I sat on the edge of it. I found I was shaking as if with an ague. A seizure, I told myself. I must calm myself or risk a seizure. Did I want the fool to see me twitching and gasping? I didn't care. Nothing mattered except finding out if that was my Molly. And if so, had she perished? I had to know. I had to know if she had died. And if she had died, how she had died. Never had the knowing of something been so essential to me. The fool crouched on the rug like a pale toad. He wet his lips and smiled at me. Pain sometimes can wring such a smile from a man. It's a very glad song, the one they sing about Silt Bay, he observed. A triumphant song. The villagers won, you see. Didn't win life for themselves, no, but clean death. Well, death anyway. Death not forging. At least that's something. Something to make a song about and hold on to these days. That's how it is in 6 duchies now. We kill our own so the raiders can't, and then we make victory songs about it. Amazing What folk will take comfort in, when there's nothing else to hold on to. My vision softened. I knew suddenly that I dreamed. I'm not even here, I said faintly. This is a dream. I dream that I am King Shrewd. He held his pale hand up to the firelight, considered the bones limned so plainly in the thin flesh. If you say so, my liege, it must be so. I too, then, dream you are King Shrewd. If I pinch you, perhaps, shall I awaken myself? I looked down at my hands. They were old and scarred. I closed them, watched veins and tendons bulge beneath the papery surface, felt the sandy resistance of my own swollen knuckles. I'm an old man now, I thought to myself. This is what it really feels like to be old. Not sick, where one might get better. Old. When each day can only be more difficult. Each month is another burden to the body. Everything was slipping sideways. I had thought briefly that I was 15. From somewhere came the scent of scorching flesh and burning hair. No, rich beef stew. No, Jonqui's healing incense. The mingling scents made me nauseous. I had lost track of who I was, of what was important. I scrabbled at the slippery logic, trying to surmount it. It was hopeless. I don't know, I whispered. I don't understand any of this. Ah, said the fool, as I told you, you can only understand a thing when you become it. Is this what it means to be King Shrewd, then? I demanded. It shook me to my core. I had never seen him like this, racked by the pains of age, but still relentlessly confronted by the pains of his subjects. Is this what he must endure, day after day? I fear it is, my liege, the fool replied gently. Come, let me help you back to your bed. Surely tomorrow you will feel better. No, we both know I will not. I did not speak those terrible words. They came from King Shrewd's lips, and I heard them, and knew that this was the debilitating truth King Shrewd bore every day. I was so terribly tired. Every part of me ached. I had not known that flesh could be so heavy, that the mere bending of a finger could demand a painful effort. I wanted to rest, to sleep again. Was it I or Shrewd? I should let the fool put me to bed, let my king have his rest. But the fool kept holding that one key morsel of information just above my snapping jaws. He juggled away the one mote of knowledge I must possess to be whole. Did she die there? I demanded. He looked at me sadly. He stood abruptly, picked up his rat scepter again. A tiny pearl of a tear trickled down Ratsy's cheek. He focused on it, and his eyes went afar again, wandering across a tundra of pain. He spoke in a whisper. A woman in Silt Bay. A drop of water in the current of all the women of Silt Bay. What might have befallen her? Did she die? Yes. No. Badly burned, but alive. Her arm severed at the shoulder. Cornered and raped while they killed her children but left alive. Sort of. The fool's eyes became even emptier. It was as if he read aloud from a roster. His voice had no inflection. Roasted alive with the children when the burning structure fell on them. Took poison as soon as her husband awoke her. Choked to death on smoke. And died of an infection in a sword wound only a few days later. Died of a sword thrust. Strangled on her own blood as she was raped. Cut her own throat after she had killed the children while raiders were hacking her door down. Survived and gave birth to a raider's child the next summer. Was found wandering days later, badly burned but recalling nothing. Had her face burned and her hands hacked off, but lived a short— Stop! I commanded him. Stop it! I beg you, stop! He paused and drew a breath. His eyes came back to me, focused on me. "Stop it," he sighed. He put his face into his hands, spoke through muffling fingers. "Stop it." So shrieked the women of Silt Bay. But it is done already, my liege. We cannot stop what's already happening. Once it's come to pass, it's too late. He lifted his face from his hands. He looked very weary. "Please," I begged him. "Cannot you tell me of the one woman I saw?" I suddenly could not recall her name, only that she was very important to me. He shook his head, and the small silver bells on his cap jingled wearily. "The only way to find out would be to go there." He looked up at me. "If you command it, I shall do so." "Summon Verity," I told him instead. "I have instructions for him." "Our soldiers cannot arrive in time to stop this raid," he reminded me. "Only to help to douse the fires and assist the folk there in picking from the ruins what is left to them." "Then so they shall do," I said heavily. "First, let me help you return to your bed, my king, before you take a chill, and let me bring you food." "No, fool," I told him sadly. "Shall I eat and be warm, while the bodies of children are cooling in the mud? Fetch me instead my robe and buskins, and then be off to find Verity." The fool stood his ground boldly. "Do you think the discomfort you inflict on yourself will give even one child another breath, my liege? What happened at Silt Bay is done. Why must you suffer?" "Why must I suffer?" I found a smile for the fool. "Surely that is the same question that every inhabitant of Silt Bay asked tonight of the fog. I suffer, my fool, because they did. Because I am king. But more, because I am a man, and I saw what happened there. Consider it, fool. What if every man in the 6 duchies said to himself, well, the worst that can befall them has already happened. Why should I give up my meal and warm bed to concern myself with it? Fool, by the blood that is in me, these are my folk. Do I suffer more tonight than any one of them did? What is the pain and trembling of one man compared to what happened at Silt Bay? Why should I shelter myself, while my folk are slaughtered like cattle? But 2 words are all I need to say to Prince Verity. The fool vexed me with more words. Raiders and Silt Bay, and he knows as much as any man needs to. Let me rest you in your bed, my lord, and then I shall race to him with those words. No! A fresh cloud of pain blossomed in the back of my skull. It tried to push the sense from my thoughts, but I held firm. I forced my body to walk to the chair beside the hearth. I managed to lower myself into it. I spent my youth defining the borders of the 6 duchies to any who challenged them. Should my life be too valuable to risk now when there is so little left of it, and all of that riddled with pain? No, fool. Fetch my son to me at once. He shall skill for me, since my own strength for it is at an end this night. Together we shall consider what we see, and make our decisions as to what must be done. Now go! Go! The fool's feet pattered on the stone floor as he fled. I was left alone with myself. Myselves. I put my hands to my temples. I felt a painful smile crease my face as I found myself. So, boy, there you are. My king slowly turned his attention to me. He was weary, but he reached his skill towards me to touch my mind as softly as blowing spiderweb. I reached clumsily, attempting to complete the skill bond, and it all went awry. Our contact tattered, frayed apart like rotten cloth, and then he was gone. I hunkered alone on the floor of my bedchamber in the mountain kingdom, uncomfortably close to the hearth fire. I was 15, and my night clothes were soft and clean. The fire in the hearth had burned low, My blistered fingers throbbed angrily. The beginnings of a skill headache pulsed in my temples. I moved slowly, cautiously as I rose. Like an old man? No. Like a young man whose health was still mending. I knew the difference now. My soft, clean bed beckoned, like a soft, clean tomorrow. I refused them both. I took the chair by the hearth and stared into the flames, pondering. When Burrick came at first light to bid me farewell, I was ready to ride with him. Chapter 2. The Homecoming. Buckkeep Hold overlooks the finest deep-water harbour in the Six Duchies. To the north, the Buck River spills into the sea, and with its waters carries most of the goods exported from the interior duchies of Tilth and Farrow. Steep, black cliffs provide the seat for the castle, which overlooks the river mouth, the harbour, and the waters beyond. The town of Buckkeep clings precariously to those cliffs, well away from the great river's floodplain, with a good portion of it built on docks and quays. The original stronghold was a log structure built by the inhabitants of the area as a defence against out-islander raids. It was seized in ancient time by a raider named Taker, who, with the seizing of the fort, became a resident. He replaced the timber structure with walls and towers of black stone quarried from the cliffs themselves, and in the process sank the foundations of Buckkeep deep into the stone. With each succeeding generation of the Farseer line, the walls are fortified, and the towers built taller and stouter. Since Taker, the founder of the Farseer line, Buckkeep has never fallen to enemy hands. Snow kissed my face, wind pushed the hair back from my forehead. I stirred from a dark dream to a darker one, to a winterscape in forest land. I was cold, save where the rising heat of my toiling horse warmed me. Beneath me, Sooty was plodding stolidly along through wind-banked snow. I thought I had been riding long. Hans, the stable boy, was riding before me. He turned in his saddle and shouted something back to me. Sooty stopped, not abruptly, but I was not expecting it, and I nearly slid from the saddle. I caught at her mane and steadied myself. Falling flakes veiled the forest around us. The spruce trees were heavy with accumulated snow, while the interspersed birches were bare black silhouettes in the clouded winter moonlight. There was no sign of a trail. The woods were thick around us. Hans had reined in his black gelding in front of us, and that was why Sooty halted. Behind me, Burrick sat his roan mare with the practised ease of the lifelong horseman. I was cold and shaky with weakness. I looked round dully, wondering why we had stopped. The wind gusted sharply, snapping my damp cloak against Sooty's flank. Hans pointed suddenly. "There!" He looked back at me. "Surely you saw that?" I leaned forward to peer through snow that fell like fluttering lace curtains. "I think so," I said, the wind and snow swallowing my words. For an instant I had glimpsed tiny lights, yellow and stationary, unlike the pale blue will-o'-the-wisps that still occasionally plagued my vision. "Do you think it's Buckkeep?" Hans shouted through the rising wind. "It is," Burrick asserted quietly, his deep voice carrying effortlessly. "I know where we are now. This is where Prince Verity killed that big doe about 6 years ago. I remember because she leapt when the arrow went in and tumbled down that gully. It took us the rest of the day to get down there and pack the meat out." The gully he gestured to was no more than a line of brush glimpsed through the falling snow, but suddenly it all snapped into place for me. The lie of this hillside, the types of trees, the gully there, and so Buckkeep was that way, just a brief ride before we could clearly see the fortress on the sea cliffs overlooking the bay and Buckkeep town below. For the first time in days I knew with absolute certainty where we were. The heavy overcast had kept us from checking our course by the stars, and the unusually deep snowfall had altered the lay of the land until even Burrick had seemed unsure. But now I knew that home was but a brief ride away. In summer. But I picked up what was left of my determination. "Not much farther," I told Beric. Hans had already started his horse. The stocky little gelding surged ahead bravely, breaking trail through the banked snow. I nudged Sooty, and the tall mare reluctantly stepped out. As she leaned into the hill, I slid to one side. As I scrabbled futilely at my saddle, Beric nudged his horse abreast of mine. He reached out, seized me by the back of my collar, and dragged me upright again. "It's not much farther," he agreed. "You'll make it." I managed to nod. It was only the second time he'd had to steady me in the last hour or so. One of my better evenings, I told myself bitterly. I pulled myself up straighter in the saddle, resolutely squared my shoulders. Nearly home. The journey had been long and arduous. The weather had been foul, and the constant hardships had not improved my health. Much of it I remembered like a dark dream, days of jolting along in the saddle, barely cognizant of our path, nights when I lay between Hans and Beric in our small tent and trembled with a weariness so great I could not even sleep. As we had drawn closer to Buck Duchy, I had thought our travel would become easier. I had not reckoned on Beric's caution. At Turlake, we had stopped a night at an inn. I had thought that we'd take passage on a river barge the next day, for though ice might line the banks of the Buck River, its strong current kept the channel clear year-round. I went straight to our room, for I had not much stamina. Beric and Hans were both anticipating hot food and companionship, to say nothing of ale. I had not expected them to come soon to the room, but scarcely 2 hours had passed before they both came up to ready themselves for bed. Beric was grim and silent, but after he had gone to bed, Hans whispered to me from his bed how poorly the king was spoken of in this town. Had they known we were from Buckkeep, I doubt they would have spoken so freely. But, clad as we are in mountain garments, they thought us traders or merchants. A dozen times I thought Beric would challenge one of them. In truth, I do not know how he contained himself. All complain about the taxes for defending the coast. They sneer, saying that for all the taxes they bleed, the raiders still came unlooked for in autumn, when the weather lasted fine, and burned 2 more towns. Hans had paused, and uncertainly added, "But they speak uncommonly well of Prince Regal. He passed through here escorting Kettrican back to Buckkeep. One man at the table called her a great white fish of a wife, fit for the coast king, and another spoke up, saying that at least Prince Regal bore himself well despite his hardships, and looked ever as a prince should. Then they drank to the prince's health and long life." A cold settled in me. I whispered back, "The 2 forged villages. Did you hear which ones they were?" "Whalejaw up in Bairns, and Silk Bay in Buck itself." The darkness settled darker around me, and I lay watching it all night. The next morning we left Turlake, on horseback, overland. Beric would not even let us keep to the road. I had protested in vain. He had listened to me complain, then taken me aside to demand fiercely, "Do you want to die?" I looked at him blankly. He snorted in disgust. "Fitz, nothing has changed. You're still a royal bastard, and Prince Regal still regards you as an obstacle. He's tried to be rid of you not once but thrice. Do you think he's going to welcome you back to Buckkeep? No. Even better for him if we never make it back at all. So let's not make easy targets of ourselves. We go overland. If he or his hirelings wants us, they'll have to hunt us through the woods, and he's never been much of a hunter." "Wouldn't Verity protect us?" I asked weakly. "You're a king's man, and Verity is king in waiting," Beric had pointed out shortly. "You protect your king, Fitz, not the reverse. Not that he doesn't think well of you, and would do all he could to protect you. But he has weightier matters to attend. Red ships, a new bride, and a younger brother who thinks the crown would sit better on his own head. No. Don't expect the king in waiting to watch over you. Do that for yourself." All I could think of was the extra days he was putting between me and my search for Molly. but I did not give that reason. I had not told him of my dream. Instead, I said, Regal would have to be crazy to try to kill us again. Everyone would know he was the murderer.
Not crazy, Fitz. Just ruthless. Regal is that. Let's not ever suppose that Regal abides by the rules we observe, or even thinks as we do. If Regal sees an opportunity to kill us, he'll take it. He won't care who suspects so long as no one can prove it. Verity is our king-in-waiting, not our king, not yet. While King Shrewd is alive and on the throne, Regal will find ways around his father. He will get away with many things, even murder.
Beric had reined his horse aside from the well-travelled road, plunged off through drifts and up the unmarked snowy hillside beyond, to strike a straight course for Buckkeep. Hans had looked at me as if he felt ill, but we had followed. And every night when we had slept, bundled all together in a single tent for warmth instead of in beds at a cosy inn, I had thought of Regal. Every floundering step up each hillside, leading our horses more often than not, and during every cautious descent, I had thought of the youngest prince. I tallied every extra hour between Molly and me. The only times I felt strength surge through me were during my daydreams of battering Regal into ruin. I could not promise myself revenge. Revenge was the property of the crown. But if I could not have revenge, Regal would not have satisfaction. I would return to Buckkeep, and I would stand tall before him, and when his black eye fell upon me, I would not flinch, nor, I vowed, would Regal ever see me tremble, or catch at a wall for support, or pass a hand before my blurry eyes. He would never know how close he had come to winning it all. So at last we rode to Buckkeep, not up the winding seacoast road, but from the forested hills behind her. The snow dwindled, then ceased. The night winds blew the clouds aside, and a fine moon made Buckkeep's stone walls shine black as jet against the sea. Light shimmered yellow in her turrets and at the side gate.
"We're home,"
Beric said quietly. We rode down one last hill, struck the road at last, and rode around to the great gate of Buckkeep. A young soldier stood night guard. He lowered his pike to block our way and demanded our names. Beric pushed his hood back from his face, but the lad didn't move.
"I'm Beric, the stable master,"
Beric informed him incredulously.
"The stable master here for longer than you've been alive, most likely. I feel I should be asking you what your business is here at my gate."
Before the flustered lad could reply, there was a tumble and rush of soldiers from the guardhouse.
"It is Beric,"
the watch sergeant exclaimed. Beric was instantly the centre of a cluster of men, all shouting greetings and talking at once, while Hans and I sat on our weary horses at the edge of the hubbub. The sergeant, one Blade, finally shouted them to silence, mostly so he could speak his own comments easily.
"We hadn't looked for you until spring, man," the burly old soldier declared. "And even then, we was told you might not be the man that left here. But you look good, you do. A bit cold and outlandishly dressed, and another scar or two, but yourself for all that. Word was that you was hurt bad, and the bastard like to die. Plague or poison, the rumours was."
Beric laughed and held out his arms that all might admire his mountain garb. For a moment I saw Beric as they must have seen him, his purple and yellow quilted trousers and smock and buskins. I no longer wondered at how we had been challenged at the gate, but I did wonder at the rumours. "Who said the bastard would die?" I demanded curiously.
"Who's asking?"
Blade demanded in return. He glanced over my garments, looked me in the eye, and knew me not. But as I sat up straighter on my horse, he gave a start. To this day I believe he knew Sooty, and that was how he recognized me. He did not cover his shock.
"Fitz, there's hardly half of you left. You look like you've had the blood plague."
It was my first inkling of just how bad I looked to those who knew me. "Who said I had been poisoned, or afflicted with plague?" I repeated the question quietly. Blade flinched and glanced back over his shoulder.
Oh, no one. Well, no one in particular. You know how it is. When you didn't come back with the others, well, some suppose this and some that. And pretty soon it was almost like we knew it. Rumours, guardroom talk, soldiers' gossip. We wondered why you didn't come back, that was all. No one believed anything that was said. We spread too many rumours ourselves to give gossip any credence. We just wondered why you and Burrick and Hans hadn't come back. He finally realised he was repeating himself and fell silent before my stare. I let the silence stretch long enough to make it plain that I didn't intend to answer this question. Then I shrugged it away. No harm done, Blade. But you can tell them all the bastard isn't done for yet. Plagues or poisons, you should have known Burrick would physic me through it. I'm alive and well, I just look like a corpse. Oh, Fitz, lad, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I said no harm done, Blade, let it go. Good enough, sir, he replied. I nodded and looked at Burrick to find him regarding me strangely. When I turned to exchange a puzzled glance with Hans, I met the same startlement on his face. I could not guess the reason. Well, good night to you, Sergeant. Don't chide your man with the pike. He did well to stop strangers at Buckkeep's gate. Oh, yes, sir. Good night, sir. Blade gave me a rusty salute, and the great wooden gates swung wide before us as we entered the keep. Sooty lifted her head, and some of the weariness fell from her. Behind me, Hans' horse whinnied softly, and Burrick snorted. Never before had the road from the keep wall to the stables seemed so long. As Hans dismounted, Burrick caught me by the sleeve and held me back. Hans greeted the drowsy stable boy who appeared to light our way. We've been some time in the Mountain Kingdom, Fitz, Burrick cautioned me in a low voice. Up there, no one cares what side of the sheets you were born on. But we're home now. Here, chivalry's son is not a prince, but a bastard. I know that. I was stung by his directness. I've known it all my life. Lived it all my life. You have, he conceded. A strange look stole over his face, a smile half incredulous and half proud. So why are you demanding reports of the sergeant and giving out commendations as briskly as if you were chivalry himself? I scarce believed it how you spoke, and how those men came to heel. You didn't even take notice of how they responded to you. You didn't even realize you'd stepped up and taken command away from me. I felt a slow flush creep up my face. All in the Mountain Kingdom had treated me as if I were a prince in fact, instead of a prince's bastard. Had I so quickly accustomed myself to that higher station? Burrick chuckled at my expression, then quickly grew sober. Fitz, you need to find your caution again. Keep your eyes down, and don't carry your head like a young stallion. Regal will take it as a challenge, and that's something we aren't ready to face. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I nodded grimly, my eyes on the churned snow of the stable yard. I had become careless. When I reported to Shade, the old assassin would not be pleased with his apprentice. I would have to answer for it. I had no doubt that he would know all about the incident at the gate before he next summoned me. Don't be a sluggard. Get down, boy. Burrick interrupted my musings abruptly. I jumped to his tone and realized that he too was having to readjust to our comparative positions at Buckkeep. How many years had I been his stable boy and ward? Best that we resume those roles as closely as possible. It would save kitchen gossip. I dismounted and, leading Sooty, followed Burrick into his stables. Inside, it was warm and close. The blackness and cold of the winter night was shut outside the thick stone walk. Here was home. The lanterns shone yellow and the stalled horses breathed slow and deep. But as Burrick passed, the stables came to life. Not a horse or a dog in the whole place didn't catch his scent and rouse to give greeting. The stable master was home, and he was greeted warmly by those who knew him best. 2 stable boys soon trailed after us, rattling off simultaneously every bit of news concerning hawk or hound or horse. Burrick was in full command here,
nodding sagely and asking a terse question or two as he absorbed every detail. His reserve only broke when his old bitch-hound Vixen came walking stiff to greet him. He went down on one knee to hug and thump her, and she wiggled puppyishly and tried to lick his face.
"Now, here's a real dog," he greeted her.
Then he stood again to continue his round. She followed him, hindquarters wobbling with every wag of her tail. I lagged behind, the warmth robbing the strength from my limbs. One boy came hurrying back to leave a lamp with me, and then hastened away to pay court to Burrick. I came to Sooty's stall and unlatched the door. She entered eagerly, snorting her appreciation. I set my light on its shelf and looked about me. Home. This was home. More than my chamber up in the castle, more than anywhere else in the world. A stall in Burrick's stable, safe in his domain, one of his creatures. If only I could turn back the days, and burrow into the deep straw and drag a horse blanket over my head. Sooty snorted again, this time rebukingly. She'd carried me all those days and ways and deserved every comfort I could give her. But every buckle resisted my numbed and weary fingers. I dragged the saddle down from her back and very nearly dropped it. I fumbled at her bridle endlessly, the bright metal of the buckles dancing before my eyes. Finally, I closed them and let my fingers work alone to take her bridle off. When I opened my eyes, Hans was at my elbow. I nodded at him, and the bridle dropped from my lifeless fingers. He glanced at it, but said nothing. Instead, he poured for Sooty the bucket of fresh water he had brought, and shook out oats for her, and fetched an armful of sweet hay with much green still to it. I had taken down Sooty's brushes when he reached past me, and took them from my feeble grip. "I'll do this," he said quietly. "And take care of your own horse first," I chided him. "I already did, Fitz. Look, you can't do a good job on her. Let me do it. You can barely stand up. Go get some rest," he added almost kindly. "Another time, when we ride, you can do stout art for me." "Burrick will have my hide off if I leave my animal's care for someone else."
"No, he won't. He wouldn't leave an animal in the care of someone who can barely stand," Burrick observed from outside the stall. "Leave Sooty to Hans, boy. He knows his job. Hans, take charge of things here for a bit. When you've done with Sooty, check on that spotted mare at the south end of the stables. I don't know who owns her or where she came from, but she looks sick. If you find it so, have the boys move her away from the other horses and scrub out the stall with vinegar. I'll be back in a bit after I see Fitz chivalry to his quarters. I'll bring you food, and we'll eat in my room. Oh, tell a boy to start us a fire. Probably cold as a cave up there."
Hans nodded, already busy with my horse. Sooty's nose was in her oats. Burrick took my arm.
"Come along,"
he said, just as he spoke to a horse. I found myself unwillingly leaning on him as he walked the long row of stalls. At the door he picked up a lantern. The night seemed colder and darker after the warmth of the stables. As we walked up the frozen path to the kitchens, the snow began to fall again. My mind went swirling and drifting with the flakes. I wasn't sure where my feet were. "It's all changed forever now," I observed to the night. My words whirled away with the snowflakes.
"What has?"
Burrick asked cautiously. His tone bespoke his worry that I might be getting feverish again. "Everything. How you treat me, when you aren't thinking about it. How Hans treats me. 2 years ago, he and I were friends. Just two boys working in the stables. He'd never have offered to brush down my horse for me. But tonight, he treated me like some sickly weakling. Not even someone he can insult about it. As if I should just expect him to do things like that for me. The men at the gate didn't even know me. Even you, Burrick. 6 months or a year ago, if I took sick, you'd have dragged me up to your loft and dosed me like a hound. And if I'd complained, you'd have had no tolerance for it. Now you walk me up to the kitchen doors and—"
"Stop whining," Burrick said gruffly. "Stop complaining and stop pitying yourself. If Hans looked like you do the same for him.
Almost unwillingly, he added, "Things change because time passes. Hans hasn't stopped being your friend, but you are not the same boy who left Buckkeep at harvest time. That Fitz was an errand boy for Verity, and had been my stable boy, but wasn't much more than that. A royal bastard, yes, but that seemed of small importance to any save me. But up at Champay, in the Mountain Kingdom, you showed yourself more than that. It doesn't matter if your face is pale, or if you can barely walk after a day in the saddle. You move as chivalry's son should. That is what shows in your bearing, and what those guards responded to. And Hans." He took a breath and paused to shoulder the heavy kitchen door open. "And he'd help us all," he added in a mutter. But then, as if to belie his own words, he steered me into the watchroom off the kitchen and unceremoniously dumped me at one of the long benches beside the scarred wooden table. The watchroom smelled incredibly good. Here was where any soldier, no matter how muddy or snowy or drunk, could come and find comfort. Cook always kept a kettle of stew simmering over the fire, and bread and cheese waited on the table, as well as a slab of yellow summer butter from the deep larder. Burrick served us up bowls of hot stew thick with barley, and mugs of cold ale to go with the bread and butter and cheese. For a moment I just looked at it, too weary to lift a spoon. But the smell tempted me to one mouthful, and that was all it took. Midway through, I paused to shoulder out of my quilted smock and break off another slab of bread. I looked up from my second bowl of stew to find Burrick watching me with amusement. "Better?" he asked. I stopped to think about it. Yes. I was warm, fed, and though I was tired, it was a good weariness, one that might be cured by sleep. I lifted my hand and looked at it. I could still feel the tremors, but they were no longer obvious to the eye. Much better. I stood and found my legs unsteady under me. "Now you're fit to report to the king." I stared at him in disbelief. "Now? Tonight? King Shrewd's long abed. I won't get past his door guard."
"Perhaps not, and you should be grateful for that. But you must at least announce yourself there tonight. It's the king's decision as to when he will see you. If you're turned away, then you can go to bed. But I'll wager that if King Shrewd turns you aside, King-in-Waiting Verity will still want a report, and probably right away."
"Are you going back to the stables?"
"Of course."
He smiled in wolfish self-satisfaction.
"Me? I'm just the stable master, Fitz. I have nothing to report. And I promised Hans I'd bring him something to eat."
I watched silently as he loaded a platter. He sliced the bread lengthways and covered 2 bowls of the hot stew with a slab of it, and then loaded a wedge of cheese and a thick slice of yellow butter onto the side. "What do you think of Hans?"
"He's a good lad,"
Burrick said grudgingly. "He's more than that. You chose him to stay in the Mountain Kingdom and ride home with us, when you sent all the others back with the main caravan."
"I needed someone steady. At that time you were very ill, and I wasn't much better, truth to tell."
He lifted a hand to a streak of white in his dark hair, testimony to the blow that had nearly killed him. "How did you come to choose him?"
"I didn't really. He came to me. Somehow he found where they'd housed us, and then talked his way past Jonkry. I was still bandaged up and scarce able to make my eyes focus. I felt him standing there more than saw him. I asked him what he wanted, and he told me that I needed to put someone in charge because with me sick and Cobb gone, the stable help were getting sloppy."
"And that impressed you?"
"He got to the point. No idle questions about me, or you, or what was going on. He had found the thing he could do, and come to do it. I like that in a man, knowing what he can do and doing it. So I put him in charge. He managed it well. I kept him, when I sent the others home because I knew I might need a man who could do that. And also to see for myself what he was. Was he all ambition, or was there a genuine understanding of what a man owes a beast when he claims to own him? Did he want power over those under him, or the well-being of his animals?
What do you think of him now?
I am not so young as I once was. I think there still may be a good stable master in Buckkeep stables when I can no longer manage an ill-tempered stallion. Not that I expect to step down soon. There is still much he needs to be taught. But we are both still young enough, him to learn and me to teach. There is a satisfaction in that.
I nodded. Once I supposed he had planned that spot for me. Now we both knew it would never be. He turned to go. "Burrick," I said quietly. He paused. "No one can replace you. Thank you. For all you've done these last few months, I owe you my life. Not just that you saved me from death, but you gave me my life, and who I am, ever since I was 6. Chivalry was my father, I know, but I never met him. You've fathered me, day in and day out, over a lot of years. I didn't always appreciate—"
Burrick snorted and opened the door. "Save speeches like that for when one of us is dying. Go report and then go to bed."
"Yes, sir," I heard myself say, and knew that he smiled even as I did. He shouldered the door open and bore Hans' dinner out to the stables for him. He was home there. And this, here, was my home. Time I dealt with that. I took a moment to straighten my damp clothing and run a hand through my hair. I cleared our dishes from the table and then folded my wet smock over my arm. As I made my way from the kitchen to the hall, and then to the great hall, I was mystified by what I saw. Did the tapestries glow more brightly than they once had? Had the strewing herbs always smelled so sweet? The carved woodwork by each doorway always gleamed so warmly? Briefly, I put it down to my relief at finally being home. But when I paused at the foot of the great stair to take up a candle to light my way up to my chamber, I noticed that the table there was not bespattered with wax, and more, that an embroidered cloth graced it. Kettricken. There was a queen at Buckkeep now. I found myself smiling foolishly. So, this great fortress castle had had a going-over in my absence. Had Verity bestirred himself and his folk before her arrival, or had Kettricken herself demanded this vast scrubbing out? It would be interesting to find out. As I climbed the great staircase, I noticed other things. The ancient soot marks above each sconce were gone. Not even the corners of the steps held dust. There were no cobwebs. The candelabra at each landing were full and bright with candles, and a rack at each landing held blades ready for defence. So, this was what it meant to have a queen in residence. But even when Shrewd's queen had been alive, I didn't recall that Buckkeep had looked or smelled so clean, or been so brightly lit. The guard at King Shrewd's door was a dour-faced veteran I had known since I was 6. A silent man, he peered at me closely, then recognised me. He allowed me a brief smile as he asked, "Anything critical to report, Fitz?" "Only that I'm back," I said, and he nodded sagely. He was used to my coming and going here, often at some very odd hours, but he was not a man to make assumptions or draw conclusions, or even speak to those who might. So he stepped quietly inside the king's chamber to pass the word to someone that Fitz was here. In a moment, the word came back that the king would summon me at his convenience, but also that he was glad I was safe. I stepped quietly away from his door, making more of his message than if those words had come from any other man. Shrewd never mouthed polite nothings. Further down the same corridor were Verity's chambers. Here again I was recognised, but when I requested the man let Verity know I was back and wished to report, he replied only that Prince Verity was not within his chamber. "In his tower, then?" I asked, wondering what he would be watching for at this time of year. Winter storms kept our coast safe from raiders for at least these few months of the year. A slow smile stole over the guard's face. When he saw my puzzled glance, it became a grin. "Prince Verity is not in his chambers just now," he repeated, and then added, "I shall see that he gets your message as soon as he awakes in the morning." For a moment longer I stood, stupid as a post. Then I turned and walked quietly away. I felt a sort of wonder. This, too, was what it meant for there to be a queen in Buckkeep. I climbed another 2 flights of stairs and went down the hall to my own chamber. It smelled stale, and there was no fire in the hearth. It was cold with disuse and dusty. No touch of a woman's hand here. It seemed as bare and colourless as a cell. But it was still warmer than a tent in the snow, and the feather bed was as soft and deep as I remembered it. I shed my travel-stained garments as I walked toward it. I fell into it and sleep. Chapter 3. Renewing Ties. The oldest reference to the mythical elderlings in the Buckkeep library is a battered scroll. Vague discoloration upon the vellum suggests that it came from a party-coloured beast, one mottled in a way unfamiliar to any of our hunters. The lettering ink is one derived from squid ink and bell root. It has stood the test of time well, much better than the coloured inks that originally supplied illustrations and illuminations for the text. These have not only faded and bled, but in many places have drawn the attentions of some mite that has gnawed and stiffened the once supple parchment, making parts of the scroll too brittle to unroll. Unfortunately, the damage is concentrated at the innermost parts of the scroll, which deal with portions of King Wisdom's quest that were not recorded elsewhere. From these fragmented remains, one can glean that sore need drove him to seek the homeland of the Elderlings. His troubles are familiar ones. Ships raided his coastline mercilessly. Tatters hint that he rode off toward the Mountain Kingdom, but unfortunately the final stages of his journey and his encounter with the Elderlings seem to have been richly illustrated, for here the parchment is reduced to a lacy web of tantalizing word bits and body parts. We do not know anything of this first encounter, nor have we even an inkling as to how he induced the Elderlings to become his allies. Many songs, rich in metaphor, tell how the Elderlings descended like storms, like tidal waves, like vengeance gone gold, and wrath embodied in flesh of stone, to drive the raiders away from our shores. Legend also tells us that they swore to Wisdom that if ever the 6 duchies had need of their aid, they would rise again to our defence. One may conjecture, many have, and the variety of legends that surround this alliance are proof of that. But King Wisdom's scribe's recounting of the event has been lost to mildew and worms forever. My chamber had a single tall window that looked out over the sea. In winter, a wooden shutter closed out the storm winds, and a tapestry hung over that gave my room an illusion of cosy warmth. So I awakened to darkness, and for a time lay quietly finding myself. Gradually, the subtle sounds of the keep filtered in to me. Morning sounds. Very early morning sounds. Home, I realized. Buckkeep. And in the next instant, "Molly," I said aloud to the darkness. My body was weary and aching still, but not exhausted. I clambered from my bed into the chill of my room. I stumbled to my long disused hearth and kindled a small fire. I needed to bring up more firewood soon. The dancing flames lent the room a fickle yellow light. I took clothing from the chest at the foot of my bed, only to find the garments oddly ill-fitting. My long illness had wasted the muscle from my frame, but I had still somehow managed to grow longer in the legs and arms. Nothing fitted. I picked up my shirt from the day before, but a night in clean bedding had refreshed my nose. I could no longer abide the smell of the travel-stained garment. I dug in my clothes chest again. I found one soft brown shirt that had once been too long in the sleeve for me and now just fitted. I put it on with my green quilted mountain trousers and buskins. I had no doubt that as soon as I encountered the Lady Patience or Mistress Hasty, I would be attacked and the situation remedied. But not, I hoped, before breakfast and a trip into Buckkeep town. There were several places there where I might get word of Molly. I found the castle stirring but not yet fully awake. I ate in the kitchen as I had when a child, finding that there, as always, the bread was freshest and the porridge sweetest. Cook exclaimed to see me, one minute commenting on how much I had grown, and the next lamenting how thin and worn I looked. I surmised that before the day was out, I would be heartily sick of these observations. As traffic in the kitchen increased, I fled, carrying off a thick slice of bread well buttered and laden with rosehip preserves. I headed back towards my room to get a winter cloak. In every chamber I passed through, I found more and more evidence of Kettrican's presence. A sort of tapestry, woven of different-coloured grasses and representing a mountain scene, now graced the wall of the lesser hall. There were no flowers to be had this time of year, but in odd places I encountered fat pottery bowls full of pebbles, and these held bare but graceful branches or dried thistles and cattails. The changes were small but unmistakable. I found myself in one of the older sections of Buckkeep, and then climbing the dusty steps to Verity's watchtower. It commanded a wide view of our seacoast, and from its tall windows Verity kept his summer vigil for raiding ships. From here he worked the skill magic that kept the raiders at bay, or at least gave us some warning of their coming. It was a thin defence at times. He should have had a coterie of underlings trained in the skill to assist him, but I myself, despite my bastard blood, had never been able to control my random skill abilities. Galen, our skill master, had died before he had trained more than a handful in the skill. There was no one to replace him, and those he had trained lacked a true communion with Verity. So Verity skilled alone against our enemies. It had aged him before his time. I worried that he would overspend himself upon it, and succumb to the addicting weakness of those who skilled too much. By the time I reached the top of the spiralling tower steps, I was winded and my legs ached. I pushed at the door, and it gave easily on oiled hinges. From long habit, I stepped quietly as I entered the room. I had not really expected to find Verity or anyone else there. The sea storms were our watchmen in winter, guarding our coasts from raiders. I blinked in the sudden grey light of morning that was flooding in from the unshuttered tower windows. Verity was a dark silhouette against a dark storm sky. He did not turn.
"Shut the door," he said quietly. "The draught up the stairs makes this room as windy as a chimney."
I did so, and then stood shivering in the chill. The wind brought the scent of the sea with it, and I breathed it in as if it were life itself. "I had not expected to find you here," I said. He kept his eyes on the water.
"Didn't you? Then why did you come?" There was amusement in his voice.
It jolted me. "I don't really know. I headed back to my room." My voice dwindled away as I tried to recall why I had come here.
"I skilled you," he said simply.
I stood silent and thought. I felt nothing.
"I didn't intend that you should. It is as I told you a long time ago. The skill can be a soft whisper in a man's ear. It doesn't have to be a shout of command."
He turned slowly to face me, and as my eyes adjusted to the light, my heart leapt with joy at the change I saw in the man. When I had left Buckkeep at harvest time, he had been a withered shadow, worn thin by the weight of his duties and his constant watchfulness. His dark hair was still salted with grey, but there was muscle once more on his stocky frame, and vitality snapped in his dark eyes. He looked every bit a king. "Marriage seems to agree with you, my prince," I said inanely. That flustered him.
"In some ways.
he conceded, as a boyish flush rose on his cheeks. He turned back quickly to his window. "Come and see my ships," he commanded. It was my turn to be baffled. I stepped to the window beside him and looked out over the harbour, and then over the sea itself. "Where?" I asked in bewilderment. He took me by the shoulders and turned me toward the shipyard. A long barn of a building of new yellow pine had been erected there. Men were coming and going from it, as smoke rose from chimneys and forges there. Dark against the snow were several of the immense timbers that had been Ketchikan's bride offering to him. "Sometimes, when I stand up here on a winter morning, I look out to sea and I can almost see the red ships. I know they must come. But sometimes, too, I can see the ships we shall have to meet them. They will not find their prey so helpless this spring, my boy. And by next winter, I intend to teach them what it is to be raided." He spoke with a savage satisfaction that would have been frightening had I not shared it. I felt my grin mirror his as our eyes met. And then his look changed. "You look terrible," he offered. "As bad as your clothes. Let's go somewhere warmer and find you some mulled wine and something to eat." "I've eaten," I told him, "and I'm much better than I was a few months ago, thank you." "Don't be prickly," he admonished me, "and don't tell me what I already know, nor lie to me. The climb up the stair has exhausted you, and you're shivering as you stand there." "You're using the skill on me," I accused him, and he nodded. "I've been aware of your approach for some days now. I tried several times to skill to you, but could not make you aware of me. I was concerned when you left the road, but I understand Berwick's concern. I am pleased that he has looked after you so well, not just in bringing you home safe, but in all that went on at Jampay. I am at a loss as to how to reward him. It would have to be subtle, given who was involved. A public recognition would not do. Have you any suggestions?" "Your word of thanks would be all he would accept. He would bridle that you thought he needed more. My own feelings are that no object you gave him would be a match for what he did for me. The way to handle him is to tell him to take his pick of the likely 2-year-olds, for his horse is growing old. He'd understand that." I considered it carefully. "Yes, you might do that." "Might I?" Verity asked me dryly. There was an acid edge to the amusement in his voice. I was suddenly amazed at my own boldness. "I forgot myself, my prince," I said humbly. A smile curved his lips, and his hand fell on my shoulder in a heavy pat. "Well, I asked you, did I not? For a moment I would have sworn it was old chivalry instructing me in handling my men, rather than my young nephew. Your trip to Jampay has quite changed you, boy. Come, I meant what I said about a warmer spot and a glass of something. Ketchikan will be wanting to see you later in the day, and Patience too, I imagine." My heart sank as he heaped the tasks before me. Buckkeep Town pulled at me like a lodestone, but this was my king in waiting. I bowed my head to his will. We left the tower, and I followed him down the stairs, speaking of inconsequential things. He told me to tell Mistress Hasty I needed new clothes. I asked after Leon, his wolfhound. He stopped a lad in the corridor and asked him to bring wine and meat pies to his study. I followed him, not up to his chambers, but to a lower room at once familiar and strange. The last time I had been in it, Fedrin the scribe had been using it to sort and dry herbs and shells and roots for the making of his inks. All signs of that had been cleared from it. A fire burned low in the small hearth. Verity poked this up and added wood as I looked around. There was a large carved oak table and 2 smaller ones, a variety of chairs, a scroll rack, and a battered shelf littered with miscellaneous objects. Spread out on the table was the beginnings of a map of the Chalced states. The corners of it were weighted with a dagger and 3 stones. Various scraps of parchment that littered the tabletop were covered with Verity's hand, and preliminary sketches with notes scratched across them. The friendly litter that covered the two smaller tables and several of the chairs seemed familiar. After a moment I recognized it as the layer of Verity's possessions that had previously been scattered about his bedchamber. Verity rose from awakening the fire and smiled ruefully at my raised eyebrows. "My queen-in-waiting has small patience with clutter. How, she asked me, can you hope to create precise lines in the midst of such disorder? Her own chamber has the precision of a military encampment. So, I hide myself away down here, for I quickly found that in a clean and sparse chamber I could get no work done at all. Besides, it gives me a place for quiet talk, where not all know to seek me." He had scarcely finished speaking before the door opened to admit Charim with a tray. I nodded to Verity's serving man, who not only seemed unsurprised to see me, but had added to Verity's request a certain type of spice bread that I had always enjoyed. He moved about the room briefly, making perfunctory tidying motions as he shifted a few books and scrolls to free a chair for me, and then vanished again. Verity was so accustomed to him he scarce seemed to notice him, save for the brief smile they exchanged as Charim left. "So," he said, as soon as the door was fairly shut, "let's have a full report, from the time you left Buckkeep." This was not a simple recounting of my journey and the events of it. I had been trained by Shade to be a spy as well as an assassin, and since my earliest days, Burke had always demanded that I be able to give a detailed account of anything that went on in the stables in his absence. So, as we ate and drank, I gave Verity an accounting of all I had seen and done since I had left the keep. This was followed by my summation of what I had concluded from my experiences, and then by what I suspected from what I had learned. By then, Charim had returned with another meal. While we consumed this, Verity limited our talk to his warships. He could not conceal his enthusiasm for them. "Mastfish has come down to supervise the building. I went up to Highdown's myself to fetch him. He claimed to be an old man now. The cold would stiffen my bones. I can't build a boat in winter any more. That was the word he sent me. So I set the apprentices work, and I myself went to fetch him. He could not refuse me to my face. When he got here, I took him down to the shipyards, and I showed him the heated shed, big enough to house a warship, built so he might work and not be cold. But that was not what convinced him. It was the white oak that Kettrican brought me. When he saw the timber, he could not wait to put a draw-knife to it. The grain is straight and true throughout. The planking is well begun already. They will be lovely ships, swan-necked, sinuous as snakes upon the water. Enthusiasm spilled from him. I could already imagine the rising and falling of the oars, the bellying of the square masts when they were under way. Then the dishes and oddments were pushed to one side, and he began to quiz me upon events in Jampe. He forced me to reconsider each separate incident from every possible perspective. By the time he was finished with me, I had relived the entire episode, and my anger at my betrayal was fresh and vivid once more. Verity was not blind to it. He leaned back in his chair to reach for another log. He flipped it onto the fire, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. "You have questions," he observed. "This time you may ask them." He folded his hands quietly into his lap and waited. I tried to master my emotions. "Prince Regal, your brother," I began carefully, "is guilty of the highest treason. He arranged the killing of your bride's elder brother, Prince Rurisk. He attempted a plot that would have resulted in your death. His aim was to usurp both your crown and your bride. As little more than a spice, he twice tried to kill me and Burrick." I paused to breathe, forcing my heart and voice back to calmness. "You and I both accept those things as true. They would be difficult for us to prove," Verity observed mildly. "And he relies upon that," I spat out, and then turned my face aside from Verity until I could master my anger. The very intensity of it frightened me, for I had not allowed myself to feel it until now. Months ago, when I was using all my wits to stay alive, I had pushed it aside to keep my mind clear. There had followed the wasting months of convalescence as I recovered from Regal's botched poisoning attempt. Not even to Burrick had I been able to tell all, for Verity had made it clear that he wished no one to know any more about the situation than could be helped. Now I stood before my prince and trembled with the force of my own anger. My face spasmed suddenly in a violent series of twitches. That dismayed me enough that I was able to force calm upon myself once more. Regal relies upon it, I said more quietly. All this while Verity had not budged nor changed expression despite my outburst. He sat gravely at his end of the table, his work-scarred hands composed before him, watching me with dark eyes. I looked down at the tabletop and traced with a fingertip the carved scrollwork on the corner. He does not admire you, that you keep the laws of the kingdom. He sees it as a weakness, as a way to circumvent justice. He may try to kill you again. Almost certainly he will make an attempt upon me. Then we must be careful, we two, mustn't we? Verity observed mildly. I lifted my eyes to look him in the face. That is all you say to me? I asked tightly, choking down my outrage. Fitzchivalry, I am your prince. I am your king-in-waiting. You are sworn to me as much as to my father. And, if it comes to it, you are sworn to my brother as well. Verity rose suddenly to take a pace around the room. Justice. There's a thing we shall ever thirst after and ever be parched. No, we content ourselves with law. And this is only more true the higher a man's rank rises. Justice would put you next in line for the throne, Fitz. Chivalry was my elder brother, but law says you were born outside of wedlock, and hence can never make any claim to the crown. Some might say I had snatched the throne from my brother's son. Should I be shocked that my younger brother should want to grab it from me? I had never heard Verity speak like this, his voice so even but so fraught with emotion. I kept silent. You think I should punish him? I could. I need not prove his wrongdoing to make life unpleasant for him. I could send him as emissary to Cold Bay on some contrived errand, and keep him there in uncomfortable conditions far from court. I could all but banish him. Or I could keep him here at court, but so load him with unpleasant duties that he has no time for that which amuses him. He would understand he was being punished. So would every noble with half a wit. Those who sympathize with him would rally to his defense. The inland duchies could contrive some emergency in his mother's land that demanded the presence of her son. Once there, he could build further support for himself. He might very well be able to foment the civil unrest he sought before, and found an inland kingdom loyal only to him. Even if he did not achieve that end, he could cause enough unrest to steal the unity I must have if I am to defend our kingdom. He stopped speaking. He lifted his eyes and glanced around the room. I followed his gaze. The walls were hung with his maps. There was Bairns, there was Shokes, and here was Ripon. On the opposite wall, Buck, Farrow, and Tilth, all done in Verity's precise hand. Every river blue-inked, every town named. Here were his 6 duchies. He knew them as Regal never would. He had ridden those roads, helped set the markers of those boundaries. Following chivalry, he had treated with the folk who bordered our lands. He had swung a sword in defense of it, and known when to set down that sword and negotiate a peace. Who was I to be telling him how to rule at home? What will you do? I asked quietly. Keep him. He is my brother and my father's son. He poured himself more wine. My father's most cherished, youngest son. I have gone to my father, the king, and suggested that Regal might be more content with his lot if he had more to do with the running of the kingdom. King Shrewd has consented to this. I expect to be much occupied with defending our land from the red ships. So to Regal will fall the task of raising the revenues we shall need, and he will also be dealing with any other internal crises that may arise, with a circle of nobles to assist him, of course. He is full welcome to deal with their bickering and dissensions. And Regal is content with this? Verity smiled a thin smile. He cannot say he is not. Not if he wishes to keep the image of a young man adept at ruling, and but waiting for opportunity to prove himself. He lifted his wineglass and turned to stare into the fire. The only sound in the room was the snapping of the flames as they consumed the wood. "When you come to me tomorrow," he began. "Tomorrow I must have for myself," I told him. He set down his wineglass and turned to look at me. "Must you?" he asked in an odd tone. I looked up and met his eyes. I swallowed. I brought myself to my feet. "My prince," I began formally, "I would ask your kind permission to be excused from duties tomorrow, that I may pursue errands of my own." He let me stand for a moment. Then, "Oh, sit down, Fitz. Petty, I suppose that was petty of me. Thinking of Regal puts me in such a frame of mind. Certainly you can have the day, boy. If anyone asks, you are on my business. Might I ask what this urgent errand is?" I looked into the fire at the leaping flames. "My friend was living in Silt Bay. I need to find out—" "Oh, Fitz." There was more sympathy in Verity's voice than I could stand. A sudden wave of weariness washed over me. I was glad to sit again. My hands began to tremble. I put them below the table and clasped them to still them. I still felt the tremors, but at least no one could see my weakness now. He cleared his throat. "Go to your room and rest," he said kindly. "Do you want a man to ride with you to Silt Bay tomorrow?" I shook my head dumbly, suddenly and miserably certain of what I would discover. The thought made me sick. Another shudder went through me. I tried to breathe slowly, to calm myself and edge back from the fit that threatened. I could not abide the thought of shaming myself that way before Verity. Shame to me, not you, to have ignored how ill you have been. He had risen silently. He set his glass of wine before me. "The damage you took was taken from me. I am appalled by what I allowed to befall you." I forced myself to meet Verity's eyes. He knew all that I tried to conceal, knew it, and was miserable with guilt. "It is not often this bad," I offered. He smiled at me, but his eyes did not change. "You are an excellent liar, Fitz. Do not think your training has gone awry. But you cannot lie to a man who has been with you as much as I have. Not just these last few days, but often during your illness. If any other man says to you, 'I know just how you feel,' you may regard it as a politeness. But from me, accept it as truth. And I know that with you it is as it is with Burrick. I shall not offer you the pick of the colts a few months hence. I do offer you my arm, if you wish it, to get back to your room." "I can manage," I said stiffly. I was aware of how he honoured me, but also of how plainly he saw my weakness. I wanted to be alone, to hide myself. He nodded, understanding. "Would that you had mastered the skill. I could offer you strength, just as I have too often taken it from you." "I could not," I muttered, unable to mask how distasteful I would find the drawing off of another man's strength to replace my own. I instantly regretted the moment of shame I saw in my prince's eyes. "I too could once speak with such pride," he said quietly. "Go, get some rest, boy." He turned slowly aside from me. He busied himself setting out his inks and his vellum once more. I left quietly. We had been closeted for the whole day. Outside it was full dark. The castle had the settled air of a winter's evening. The tables cleared, the folk would be gathered about the hearths in the great hall. Minstrels might be singing, or a puppeteer moving his gangly charges through a story. Some folk would watch while fletching arrows, some would be plying needles, children would be spinning tops, or matching markers, or drowsing against their parents' knees or shoulders. All was secure. Beyond the walls, the winter storms blew and kept us safe. I walked with a drunkard's caution, avoiding the common areas where folk had gathered for the evening. I folded my arms and hunched my shoulders as if chilled, and so stilled the trembling in my arms. I climbed the first flight of stairs slowly, as if lost in thought. On the landing I permitted myself to pause for a count of 10, then forced myself to begin the next flight. But as I set my foot to the first step, Lacey came bounding down. A plump woman more than a score of years older than myself, she still moved down the steps with a child's skipping gait. As she reached the bottom, she seized me with a cry of, "There you are!" as if I were a pair of shears she'd misplaced from her sewing basket. She clutched my arm firmly and turned me toward the hall. "I've been up and down those stairs a dozen times today if I've been once. Why, you've got taller. Lady Patience has not been at all herself, and it's your fault. At first she expected you to tap on the door any moment. She was so pleased you were finally home." She paused to look up at me with her bright bird eyes. "That was this morning," she confided. Then, "You have been ill. Such circles under your eyes." Without giving me a chance to reply, she went on. "By early afternoon, when you hadn't arrived, she began to be insulted and a bit cross. By dinner she was in such a temper over your rudeness she could scarcely eat. Since then she's decided to believe the rumours about how sick you've been. She's sure that you've either collapsed somewhere or that Berwick has kept you down in the stables cleaning up after horses and dogs to spite your health. Now here we are, in you go, I have him, my lady." And she whisked me into Patience's chambers. Lacey's chatter had an odd undertone to it, as if she avoided something. I entered hesitantly, wondering if Patience herself had been ill, or if some misfortune had befallen her. If either were so, then it hadn't affected her living habits at all. Her chambers were much as they always were. All her greenery had grown and twined and dropped leaves. A new layer of sudden interests overlay all the discarded ones in the room. 2 doves had been added to her menagerie. A dozen or so horseshoes were scattered about the room. A fat bayberry candle burned on the table, giving off a pleasant scent, but dripping wax onto some dried flowers and herbs on a tray beside it. Some oddly carved little sticks in a bundle were also threatened. They appeared to be fortune-telling sticks, such as the Chiarda used. As I entered, her tough little terrier bitch came up to greet me. I stooped to pat her, then wondered if I could stand again. To cover my delay, I carefully picked up a tablet from the floor. It was a rather old one, and probably rare, on the use of the fortune-telling sticks. Patience turned away from her loom to greet me. "Oh, get up and stop being ridiculous," she exclaimed at seeing me crouch. "Going down on one knee is idiocy. Or did you think it would make me forget how rude you've been in not coming to see me right away? And what's that you've brought me? Oh, how thoughtful. How did you know I'd been studying them? You know, I've searched all the castle's libraries and not found much on the predicting sticks at all." She took the tablet from my hand and smiled up at me at the supposed gift. Over her shoulder, Lacey winked at me. I gave a minuscule shrug in return. I glanced back at Lady Patience, who set the tablet upon a teetering stack of tablets. She turned back to me. For a moment she regarded me warmly, then she called up a frown to her face. Her brows gathered over her hazel eyes, while her small, straight mouth held a firm line. The effect of her reproving look was rather spoiled by the fact that she came just to my shoulder now, and that she had 2 ivy leaves stuck in her hair. "Excuse me," I said, and boldly plucked them from the unruly dark curls. She took them from my hand seriously, as if they were important, and set them on top of the tablet.
Where have you been all these months when you were needed here? She demanded. Your uncle's bride arrived months ago. You've missed the formal wedding, you've missed the feasting and the dancing and the gathering of the nobles. Here I am, expending all my energies to see that you are treated as the son of a prince, and there you are, avoiding all your social obligations. And when you do get home, you don't come to see me, but go all about the keep where anyone else might talk to you, dressed like a ragged tinker. Whatever possessed you to cut your hair like that? My father's wife, once horrified to discover that he had sired a bastard before they were wed, had gone from abhorring me to aggressively bettering me. Sometimes that was more difficult to deal with than if she had ostracized me. Now she demanded, had you no thought that you might have social duties here that were more important than gallivanting about with Burrick looking at horses? I am sorry, my lady. Experience had taught me never to argue with patience. Her eccentricity had delighted Prince Chivalry. It drove me to distraction on a good day. Tonight I felt overwhelmed by it. For a time I was ill. I did not feel well enough to travel. By the time I recovered, the weather delayed us. I am sorry to have missed the wedding. And that was all? That was the sole reason for your delay? She spoke sharply, as if suspecting some heinous deception. It was, I answered gravely. But I did think of you. I have something for you out in my packs. I haven't brought them up from the stable yet, but I will tomorrow. What is it? She demanded, curious as a child. I took a deep breath. I desperately wished for my bed. It's a sort of a herbal. A simple one, for they are delicate, and the more ornate ones would not have stood up to the trip. The Chayada don't use tablets or scrolls for teaching herbs as we do. Instead, this is a wooden case. When you open it, you will discover tiny, wax models of the herbs, tinted to the correct colours, and scented with each herb to make it easier to learn them. The lettering is in Chayada, of course, but I still thought you would enjoy it. It sounds quite interesting, she said, and her eyes shone. I look forward to seeing it. Shall I bring him a chair, my lady? He does look as if he has been ill, Lacey interjected. Oh, of course, Lacey. Sit down, boy. Tell me, what was your illness? I ate something, one of the foreign herbs, and had a strong reaction to it. There. That was truthful. Lacey brought me a small stool, and I sat gratefully. A wave of weariness passed through me. Oh, I see. She dismissed my illness. She took a breath, glanced about, then suddenly demanded, Tell me, have you ever considered marriage? The abrupt change in subject was so like Patience that I had to smile. I tried to put my mind to the question. For a moment I saw Molly, her cheeks reddened with the wind that teased her dark hair loose. Molly. Tomorrow, I promised myself. Silt Bay. Fitz, stop that! I won't have you staring through me as if I were not here. Do you hear me? Are you well? With an effort, I called myself back. Not really, I answered honestly. It's been a tiring day for me. Lacey, fetch the boy a cup of elderberry wine. He does look worn. Maybe this isn't the best time for talk, Lady Patience decided falteringly. For the first time, she really looked at me. Genuine concern grew in her eyes. Perhaps, she suggested softly after a moment, I do not know the full tale of your adventures. I looked down at my padded mountain buskins. The truth hovered inside me, then fell, and was drowned in the danger of her knowing all that truth. A long journey, bad food, dirty inns with sour beds and sticky tables, that sums it up. I don't think you really want to hear all the details. An odd thing happened. Our eyes met, and I knew she saw my lie. She nodded slowly, accepting the lie as necessary, and looked aside. I wondered how many times my father had told her similar lies. What did it cost her to nod? Lacey put the cup of wine into my hand firmly. I lifted it, and the sweet sting of the first sip revived me. I held it in both hands and managed to smile at Patience over it. "Tell me," I began, and despite myself, my voice quavered like an old man's. I cleared my throat to steady it. "How have you been? I imagine that having a queen here at Buckkeep has made your life much busier. Tell me of all I have missed." "Oh," she said, as if pricked with a pin. Now it was Patience's turn to look aside. "You know what a solitary creature I am. My health is not always strong. To stay up late, dancing and talking, leaves me abed for 2 days afterward. No, I have presented myself to the Queen, and sat at table with her a time or two. But she is young and busy and caught up in her new life, and I am old and odd, and my life is full of my own interests." "Kettrican shares your love of growing things," I ventured. "She would probably be most interested." A sudden tremor rattled my bones and my teeth chattered to stillness. "I am just a bit cold." I excused myself and lifted my wine cup again. I took a gulp instead of a sip I had intended. My hands shook, and wine sloshed over my chin and down my shirt front. I jumped up in dismay, and my traitorous hands let go of the cup. It struck the carpet and rolled away, leaving a trail of dark wine like blood. I sat down again abruptly and clasped my arms around myself to try to still my shaking. "I am very tired," I attempted. Lacey came at me with a cloth and dabbed at me until I took it from her. I wiped my chin and blotted most of the wine from my shirt. But when I crouched down to mop up what had spilled, I almost pitched forward onto my face. "No, Fitz, forget the wine. We can tidy up. You are tired and half sick. Just take yourself up to bed. Come and see me when you've rested. I've something serious to discuss with you, but it will keep another night. Now off you go, boy. Off to bed." I stood, grateful for the reprieve, and made my cautious courtesies. Lacey saw me as far as the door, and then stood watching after me anxiously as far as the landing. I tried to walk as if the walls and floors weren't wavering. I paused at the stairs to give her a small wave, and then started up them. 3 steps up, and out of her sight, I stopped to lean on the wall and catch my breath. I lifted my hands to shield my eyes from the brilliant candlelight. Dizziness was washing over me in waves. When I opened my eyes, my vision was wreathed in rainbow fogs. I closed them tight and pressed my hands to them. I heard a light step coming down the stairs towards me. It paused 2 steps above me. "Are you all right, sir?" someone asked uncertainly. "A bit too much to drink," I lied. Certainly the wine I had dumped over myself made me smell like a drunk. "I'll be fine in a moment." "Let me help you up the stairs. A stumble here might be dangerous." There was starched disapproval in the voice now. I opened my eyes and peered through my fingers. Blue skirts, of the sensible fabric that all the servants wore. No doubt she'd had to deal with drunks before. I shook my head, but she ignored that, just as I would have in her position. I felt a strong hand grip my upper arm firmly, while her other arm encircled my waist. "Let's just get you up the stairs," she encouraged me. I leaned on her, not wanting to, and stumbled up to the next landing. "Thank you," I muttered, thinking she would leave me now, but she kept her grip. "Are you sure you belong on this level? The servants' quarters are the next flight up, you know." I managed a nod. "Third door, if you don't mind." She was silent for longer than a moment. "That's the bastard's room." The words were flung like a cold challenge. I did not flinch to the words, as I would have once. I did not even lift my head. "Yes, you may go now." I dismissed her as coldly. Instead, she stepped closer. She seized my hair, jerked my head up to face her. "New boy," she hissed in fury. "I should drop you right here." I jerked my head up. I could not make my eyes focus on her eyes, but all the same I knew her, knew the shape of her face, and how her hair fell forward on her shoulders, and her scent, like a summer afternoon. Relief crashed over me like a wave. It was Molly. My Molly, the candlemaker! You're alive! I cried out. My heart leapt in me like a hooked fish. I took her in my arms and kissed her. At least I attempted to. She stiff-armed me away, saying gruffly, "I shall never kiss a drunk. That's one promise I've made to myself, and shall always keep. Nor be kissed by one." Her voice was tight. "I'm not drunk, I'm sick," I protested. The surge of excitement had made my head spin more than ever. I swayed on my feet. "It doesn't matter, anyway. You're here and safe." She steadied me, a reflex she had learned taking care of her father. "Oh, I see. You're not drunk." Disgust and disbelief mingled in her voice. "You're not the scriber's boy either, nor a stable hand. Is lying how you always begin with people? Seems to be how you always end." "I didn't lie," I said querulously, confused by the anger in her voice. I wished I could make my eyes meet hers. "I just didn't tell you quite. It's too complicated. Molly, I'm just so glad you're all right. And here in Buckkeep. I thought I was going to have to search." She still gripped me, holding me on my feet. "I'm not drunk, really. I did lie just now because it was embarrassing to admit how weak I am." "And so you lie." Her voice cut like a whip. "You should be more embarrassed to lie, new boy. Or is lying permitted to a prince's son?" She let go of me and I sagged against a wall. I tried to get a grip on my whirling thoughts while keeping my body vertical. "I'm not a prince's son," I said at last. "I'm a bastard. That's different. And yes, that was too embarrassing to admit to. But I never told you I wasn't the bastard. I just always felt when I was with you, I was new boy. It was nice having a few friends who looked at me and thought new boy instead of the bastard." Molly didn't reply. Instead, she grabbed me, much more roughly than before, by my shirt front and hauled me down the hall to my room. I was amazed at how strong women were when they were angry. She shouldered the door open as if it were a personal enemy and propelled me toward my bed. As soon as I was close, she let go and I fell against it. I righted myself and managed to sit down. By clutching my hands tightly together and gripping them between my knees, I could control my trembling. Molly stood glaring at me. I couldn't precisely see her. Her outline was blurred, her features a smear, but I could tell by the way she stood that she was furious. After a moment, I ventured, "I dreamed of you while I was gone." She still didn't speak. I felt a bit braver. "I dreamed you were at Silt Bay when it was raided." My words came out tight with my effort to keep my voice from shaking. "I dreamed of fires and raiders attacking. In my dream, there were 2 children you had to protect. It seemed as if they were yours." Her silence held like a wall against my words. She probably thought I was 10 kinds of an idiot babbling about dreams. And why, oh why, of all the people in the world who could have seen me so unmanned, why did it have to be Molly? The silence had grown long. "But you were here, at Buckkeep and safe," I tried to steady my quavering voice. "I'm glad you're safe. But what are you doing at Buckkeep?" "What am I doing here?" Her voice was as tight as mine. Anger made it cold, but I thought it was hedged with fear too. "I came looking for a friend." She paused and seemed to struggle for a bit. When she spoke again, her voice was artificially calm, almost kind. "You see, my father died and left me a debtor. So my creditors took my shop from me. I went to stay with relatives to help with the harvest, to earn money to start again, in Silt Bay. Though how you came to know of it, I cannot even guess. I earned a bit, and my cousin was willing to loan me the rest. The harvest had been good. I was to come back to Buckkeep the next day. But Silt Bay was raided. I was there with my nieces, Briefly, her voice trailed away. I remembered with her. The ships, the fire, the laughing woman with the sword. I looked up at her and could almost focus on her. I could not speak. But she was looking off, over my head. She spoke on calmly. My cousins lost everything they owned. They counted themselves lucky for their children survived. I couldn't ask them to loan me money still. Truth was, they couldn't even have paid me for the work I had done, if I had thought to ask. So I came back to Buckkeep with winter closing in and no place to stay. And I thought, I've always been friends with New Boy. If there's anyone I could ask to loan me money to tide me over, it would be him. So I came up to the keep and asked for the scriber's boy. But everyone shrugged and sent me to Fedrin. And Fedrin listened as I described you and frowned and sent me to Patience. Molly paused significantly. I tried to imagine that meeting, but shuddered away from it. She took me on as a lady's maid, Molly said softly. She said it was the least she could do, after you had shamed me. Shamed you? I jerked upright. The world rocked around me and my blurry vision dissolved into sparks. How shamed you? Molly's voice was quiet. She said you had obviously won my affections and then left me. Under my false assumption that you would someday be able to marry me, I'd let you court me. I didn't... I faltered, and then... We were friends. I didn't know you felt any more than that. You didn't? She lifted her chin. I knew that gesture. 6 years ago, she would have followed it with a punch to my stomach. I still flinched. But she just spoke more quietly when she said, I suppose I should have expected you to say that. It's an easy thing to say. It was my turn to be nettled. You're the one who left me, with not even a word of farewell. And with that sailor, Jade. Do you think I don't know about him? I was there, Molly. I saw you take his arm and walk away with him. Why didn't you come to me then, before leaving with him? She drew herself up. I had been a woman with prospects. Then I became, all unwittingly, a debtor. Do you imagine that I knew of the debts my father had incurred and then ignored? Not till after he was buried did the creditors come knocking. I lost everything. Should I have come to you as a beggar, hoping you'd take me in? I thought that you'd cared about me. I believed that you wanted... Hell, damn you, why do I have to admit this to you? Her words rattled against me like flung stones. I knew her eyes were blazing, her cheeks flushed. I thought you did want to marry me. That you did want a future with me. I wanted to bring something to it. Not come to you penniless and prospectless. I'd imagined us with a little shop, me with my candles and herbs and honey, and you with your scriber's skills. And so I went to my cousin to ask to borrow money. He had none to spare, but arranged for my passage to Silt Bay, to talk to his elder brother Flint. I've told you how that ended. I worked my way back here on a fishing boat, New Boy, gutting fish and putting them down in salt. I came back to Buckkeep like a beaten dog. And I swallowed my pride and came up here that day and found out how stupid I was, how you'd pretended and lied to me. You are a bastard, New Boy. You are. For a moment I listened to an odd sound, trying to comprehend what it was. Then I knew. She was crying, in little catches of her breath. I knew if I tried to stand and go to her, I'd fall on my face, or I'd reach her and she'd knock me flat. So stupidly as any drunk, I repeated, Well, what about Jade, then? Why did you find it so easy to go to him? Why didn't you come to me first? I told you, he's my cousin, you moron! Her anger flared past her tears. When you're in trouble, you turn to your family. I asked him for help. and he took me to his family's farm to help out with the harvest." A moment of silence, then incredulously, "What did you think? That I was the type of woman who could have another man on the side?" Icily, "That I would let you court me and be seeing someone else?" "No, I didn't say that." "Of course you would." She said it as if it suddenly all made sense. "You're like my father. He always believed I lied, because he told so many lies himself, just like you. Oh, I'm not drunk when you stink of it and you can barely stand. And your stupid story, I dreamed of you at Silt Bay. Everyone in town knew I went to Silt Bay. You probably heard the whole story tonight while you were sitting in some tavern. No, I didn't, Molly. You have to believe me." I clutched at the blankets on the bed to keep myself upright. She had turned her back on me. "No, I don't. I don't have to believe anyone anymore." She paused, as if considering something. "You know, once, a long time ago, when I was a little girl, before I even met you," her voice was getting oddly calmer, emptier, but calmer. "It was at Springfest. I remember when I'd asked my daddy for some pennies for the fair booths. He'd slapped me and said he wouldn't waste money on foolish things like that. And then he'd kicked me in the shop and gone drinking. But even then I knew how to get out of the shop. I went to the fair booths anyway, just to see them. One was an old man telling fortunes with crystals, you know how they do. They hold the crystal to a candle's light and tell your future by how the colours fall across your face." She paused. "I know," I admitted to her silence. I knew the type of hedge wizard she meant. I'd seen the dance of coloured lights across a woman's close-eyed face. Right now, I only wished I could see Molly clearly. I thought if I could meet her eyes, I could make her see the truth inside me. I wished I dared stand, to go to her and try to hold her again. But she thought me drunk, and I knew I'd fall. I would not shame myself in front of her again. "A lot of the other girls and women were getting their fortunes told, but I didn't have a penny, so I could only watch. But after a bit, the old man noticed me. I guess he thought I was shy. He asked me if I didn't want to know my fortune. And I started crying because I did, but I didn't have a penny. Then Brinna the fishwife laughed and said there was no need for me to pay to know it. Everyone knew my future already. I was the daughter of a drunk. I'd be the wife of a drunk and the mother of drunks." She whispered. Everyone started laughing. Even the old man. "Molly," I said. I don't think she even heard me. "I still don't have a penny," she said slowly. "But at least I know I won't be the wife of a drunk. I don't think I even want to be friends with one." "You have to listen to me. You're not being fair." My traitorous tongue slurred my words. The door slammed. "Didn't know you liked me that way," I said stupidly to the cold and empty room. The shaking overtook me in earnest. But I wasn't going to lose her that easily again. I rose and managed 2 strides before the floor rocked beneath me and I went to my knees. I remained there a bit, head hanging like a dog. I didn't think she'd be impressed if I crawled after her. She'd probably kick me, if I could even find her. I crawled back to my bed instead and clambered back onto it. I didn't undress, but just dragged the edge of my blanket over me. My vision dimmed, closing in black from the edges, but I didn't sleep right away. Instead, I lay there and thought what a stupid boy I had been last summer. I had courted a woman, thinking that I was walking out with a girl. Those 3 years' difference in age had mattered so much to me, but in all the wrong ways. I had thought she had seen me as a boy and despaired of winning her. So I had acted like a boy, instead of trying to make her see me as a man. And the boy had hurt her, and yes, deceived her, and in all likelihood lost her forever. The dark closed down, blackness everywhere but for one whirling spark. She had loved the boy, and foreseen a life together for us. I clung to the spark, and sank into sleep. Chapter 4. Dilemmas. As regards the wit and the skill, I suspect that every human has at least some capacity. I have seen women rise abruptly from their tasks to go into an adjacent room where an infant is just beginning to awake. Cannot this be some form of the skill? Or witness the wordless cooperation that arises among a crew that has long tended the same vessel. They function without spoken words as closely as a coterie, so that the ship becomes almost a beast alive, and the crew her life force. Other folk sense an affinity for certain animals, and express it in a crest or in the names they bestow upon their children. The wit opens one to that affinity. The wit allows awareness of all animals, but folklore insists that most wit users eventually develop a bond with one certain animal. Some tales insist that users of the wit eventually took on the ways and finally the form of the beasts they bonded to. These tales, I believe, we can dismiss as scare tales to discourage children from beast magic. I awoke in the afternoon. My room was cold. My sweaty clothes clung to me. I staggered downstairs to the kitchen, ate something, went out to the bathhouse, began trembling, and went back up to my room. I got back into my bed, shaking with cold. Later, someone came in and talked to me. I don't remember what was said, but I do remember being shaken. It was unpleasant, but I could ignore it and did. I awoke in early evening. There was a fire in my hearth, and a neat pile of firewood in the hob. A little table had been drawn up near my bed, and some bread and meat and cheese was set out on a platter upon an embroidered cloth with tattered edges. A fat pot with brewing herbs in the bottom was waiting for water from the very large kettle steaming over the fire. A washtub and soap were set out on the other side of the hearth. A clean nightshirt had been left across the foot of my bed. It wasn't one of my old ones. It might actually fit me. My gratitude outweighed my puzzlement. I managed to get out of bed and take advantage of everything. Afterwards, I felt much better. My dizziness was replaced by a feeling of unnatural lightness, but that quickly succumbed to the bread and cheese. The tea had a hint of elf bark in it. I instantly suspected Shade, and wondered if he were the one who'd tried to wake me. But no, Shade only summoned me at night. I was dragging the clean nightshirt over my head when the door opened quietly. The fool came slipping into my room. He was in his winter motley of black and white, and his colourless skin seemed even paler because of it. His garments were made of some silky fabric, and cut so loosely that he looked like a stick swathed in them. He'd grown taller, and even thinner, if that were possible. As always, his white eyes were a shock, even in his bloodless face. He smiled at me, and then waggled a pale pink tongue derisively. "You," I surmised, and gestured round. "Thank you." "No," he denied. His pale hair floated out from beneath his cap in a halo as he shook his head. "But I assisted. Thank you for bathing. It makes my task of checking on you less onerous. I'm glad you're awake. You snore abominably." I let this comment pass. "You've grown," I observed. "Yes. So have you. And you've been sick. And you slept quite a long time. And now you are awake and bathed and fed. You still look terrible, but you no longer smell. It's late afternoon now. Are there any other obvious facts you'd like to review?" "I dreamed about you while I was gone." He gave me a dubious look. "Did you? How touching. I can't say I dreamed of you. I've missed you, I said, and enjoyed the brief flash of surprise on the fool's face. How droll. Does that explain why you've been playing the fool yourself so much? I suppose. Sit down. Tell me what's been happening while I was gone. I can't. King Shrewd is expecting me. Rather, he isn't expecting me, and that is precisely why I must go to him now. When you feel better, you should go and see him, especially if he isn't expecting you. He turned abruptly to go. He whisked himself out the door, then leaned back in abruptly. He lifted the silver bells at the end of one ridiculously long sleeve and jingled them at me. Farewell, Fitz. Do try to do a bit better at not letting people kill you. The door closed silently behind him. I was left alone. I poured myself another cup of tea and sipped at it. My door opened again. I looked up expecting the fool. Lacey peeked in and announced, "Oh, he's awake," and then more severely demanded, "Why didn't you say how tired you were? It's fair scared me to death, you sleeping a whole day round like that." She did not wait to be invited, but bustled into the room, clean linens and blankets in her arms, and Lady Patience on her heels. "Oh, he is awake," she exclaimed to Lacey, as if she had doubted it. They ignored my humiliation at confronting them in my nightshirt. Lady Patience seated herself on my bed, while Lacey fussed about the room. There was not much to do in my bare chamber, but she stacked my dirty dishes, poked at my fire, tick-ticked over my dirty bath water and scattered garments. I stood at bay by the hearth while she stripped my bed, made it up afresh, gathered my dirty clothes over her arm with a disdainful sniff, glanced about, and then sailed out the door with her plunder. "I was going to tidy that up," I muttered, embarrassed, but Lady Patience didn't appear to notice. She gestured imperiously at the bed. Reluctantly, I got into the bed. I don't believe I have ever felt more at a disadvantage. She emphasized it by leaning over and tucking the covers around me. "About Molly," she announced abruptly. "Your behavior that night was reprehensible. You used your weakness to lure her to your room, and upset her no end with your accusations. Fitz, I will not allow it. If you were not so sick, I would be furious with you. As it is, I am gravely disappointed. I cannot think what to say about how you deceived that poor girl and led her on. So I will simply say that it will happen no more. You shall behave honourably to her in every way." A simple misunderstanding between Molly and me had suddenly become a serious matter. "There's been a mistake here," I said, trying to sound competent and calm. "Molly and I need to straighten it out, by talking together privately. I assure you, for your peace of mind, that it is not at all what you seem to think it is. Bear in mind who you are. The son of a prince does not—" "Fitz," I reminded her firmly. "I am Fitz Chivalry, Chivalry's bastard." Patience looked stricken. I felt again how much I had changed since I had left Buckkeep. I was not a boy any more for her to supervise and correct. She had to see me as I was. Still, I tried to soften my tone as I pointed out, "Not the proper son of Prince Chivalry, my lady. Only your husband's bastard." She sat on the foot of my bed and looked at me. Her hazel eyes met mine squarely and held. I saw past her giddiness and distractibility into a soul capable of more pain and vaster regret than I had ever suspected. "How do you think I could ever forget that?" she asked quietly. My voice died in my throat as I sought for an answer. I was rescued by Lacey's return. She had recruited 2 serving maids and a couple of small boys. The dirty water from my bath and my dishes were whisked away by them, while Lacey set out a tray of small pastries and 2 more cups and measured out fresh brewing herbs for another pot of tea. Patience and I were silent until the serving folk left the room. Lacey made the tea, poured cups for all, and then settled herself with her ever-present tatting. "It is precisely because of who you are that this is more than a misunderstanding." Patience launched back into the topic as if I had never dared interrupt. "If you were just Fedron's apprentice or a stable hand, Then you would be free to court and marry whoever you wished. But you are not Fitz chivalry farcier. You are of the royal blood, even a bastard. She stumbled slightly on the word. Of that line, must observe certain customs, and practice certain discretions. Consider your position in the royal household. You must have the king's permission to marry. Surely you are aware of that. Courtesy to King Shrewd demanded that you inform him of your intention to court, so that he might consider the case's merits and tell you if it pleased him or not. He would consider it. Is it a good time for you to wed? Does it benefit the throne? Is the match an acceptable one, or is it likely to cause scandal? Will your courting interfere with your duties? Are the lady's bloodlines acceptable? Does the king wish you to have offspring? With each question she posed, I felt the shock go deeper. I lay back on my pillows and stared at the bed hangings. I had never really set out to court Molly. From a childhood friendship, we had drifted to a deeper companionship. I had known how my heart wished it to go, but my head had never stopped to consider it. She read my face plainly. Remember too, Fitz chivalry, that you have already sworn an oath to another. Your life belongs to your king already. What would you offer Molly if you wed her? His leavings? The bits of time that he did not demand? A man whose duty is sworn to a king has little time for anyone else in his life. Tears stood suddenly in her eyes. Some women are willing to take what such a man can honestly offer and content themselves with it. For others it is not enough, could never be enough. You must... She hesitated, and it seemed as if the words were wrung from her. You must consider that. One horse cannot bear 2 saddles. However much he may wish to. Her voice dwindled off on the last words. She closed her eyes as if something hurt her. Then she took a breath and went on briskly, as if she had never paused. Another consideration, Fitz chivalry. Molly is, or was, a woman of prospects. She has a trade, and knows it well. I expect she will be able to re-establish herself after a time of hiring out. But what about you? What do you bring her? You write a fair hand, but you cannot claim a full scriber's skills. You are a good stable hand, yes, but that is not how you earn your bread. You are a prince's bastard. You live in the keep, you are fed, you are clothed, but you have no fixed allowance. This could be a comfortable chamber for one person, but did you expect to bring Molly here to live with you? Or did you seriously believe the king would grant you permission to leave Buckkeep? And if he did, then what? Will you live with your wife and eat the bread she earns with the work of her hands and do naught? Or would you be content to learn her trade and be a help to her? She finally paused. She did not expect me to answer any of her questions. I did not try. She took a breath and resumed. You have behaved as a thoughtless boy. I know you meant no harm, and we must see that no harm comes of it, to anyone, but most especially to Molly. You have grown up amidst the gossip and intrigues of the royal court. She has not. Will you let it be said she is your concubine? Or worse, a keep whore? For long years now, Buckkeep has been a man's court. Queen Desire was the queen, but she did not hold court as Queen Constance did. We have a queen at Buckkeep again. Already things are different here, as you will discover. If you truly hope to make Molly your wife, she must be brought into this court one step at a time, or she will find herself an outcast among politely nodding people. I am speaking plainly to you, Fitz chivalry, not to be cruel to you. But far better I am cruel to you now than that Molly live a lifetime of casual cruelty. She spoke so calmly, her eyes never leaving my face. She waited until I asked hopelessly, what must I do? For a moment she looked down at her hands. Then she met my eyes again. For now, nothing. I mean exactly that. I have made Molly one of my serving women. I am teaching her, as best I can, the ways of the court. She is proving an apt student, as well as a most pleasant teacher for me in the matters of herbs and scent-making. I am having Fedrin teach her letters, something she is most eager to learn. But for now, that is all that must be happening. She must be accepted by the women of the court as one of my ladies, not the bastard's woman. After a time, you may begin to call upon her. But for now it would be unseemly for you to see her alone, or even seek to see her at all. But I need to speak to her alone. Just once, just briefly, then I promise I'll abide by your rules. She thinks I deliberately deceived her, Patience. She thinks I was drunk last night. I have to explain. But Patience was shaking her head before the first sentence was out of my mouth, and continued until I faltered to a halt. We have already had a sprinkling of rumours, because she came here seeking you. Or so the gossip was. I have crushed it, assuring everyone that Molly came to me because she was facing difficulties, and her mother had been a tiring woman to Lady Heather during the time of Queen Constance's court. Which is true, and hence she does have the right to seek me out. For was not Lady Heather a friend to me when I first came to Buckkeep? Did you know Molly's mother? I asked curiously. Not really. She had left to marry a chandler before I came to Buckkeep. But I did know Lady Heather, and she was kind to me. She dismissed my question. But couldn't I come to your chambers and speak to her there privately, and— I will not have a scandal, she declared firmly. I will not tempt a scandal. Fitz, you have enemies at court. I will not let Molly become their victim for their aims of hurting you. There. Have I spoken plainly enough at last? She had spoken plainly, and of things of which I had believed her ignorant. How much did she know of my enemies? Did she think it merely social? Though that would be enough at court. I thought of Regal and his sly witticisms, and how he could turn and speak softly to his hangers-on at a feast, and all would smirk to one another, and add soft-voiced comments to the prince's criticism. I thought how I would have to kill him. By the set of your jaw I see you understand. Patience arose, setting her teacup on the table. Lacey? I believe we should leave Fitzchivalry to rest now. Please, at least tell her not to be angry with me, I begged. Tell her I wasn't drunk last night. Tell her I never meant to deceive her or to cause her any harm. I will carry no such message, nor shall you, Lacey. Don't think I didn't see that wink. Both of you, I insist that you will be decorous. Remember this, Fitzchivalry. I expect you to get some rest tonight. They left me. Although I tried to catch Lacey's eyes and win her alliance, she refused to glance at me. The door closed behind them, and I leaned back on my pillows. I tried not to let my mind rattle against the restrictions Patience had set upon me. Annoying as it was, she was right. I could only hope that Molly would see my behaviour as thoughtless rather than deceitful or conniving. I arose from my bed and went to poke at the fire. Then I sat on the hearth and looked about my chamber. After my months in the mountain kingdom, it seemed a bleak place indeed. The closest my chamber came to decoration was a rather dusty tapestry of King Wisdom befriending the elderlings. It had come with the chamber, as had the cedar chest at the foot of my bed. I stared up at the tapestry critically. It was old and moth-eaten. I could see why it had been banished to here. When I had been younger, it had given me nightmares. Woven in an old style, King Wisdom appeared strangely elongated, while the elderlings bore no resemblance to any creatures I had ever seen. There was a suggestion of wings on their bulging shoulders. Or perhaps that was meant to be a halo of light surrounding them. I leaned back on the hearth to consider them. I dozed. I awakened to a draught on my shoulder. The secret door beside the hearth that led up to Shade's domain was wide open and beckoning. I arose stiffly, stretched, and went up the stone stairs. Thus had I first gone so long ago, clad then as I was now in just my nightshirt. I had followed a frightening old man with a pocked visage and eyes sharp and bright as a raven's. He had offered to teach me to kill people. He had also offered, wordlessly, to be my friend. I had accepted both offers. The stone steps were cold. Here there were still cobwebs and dust and soot above the sconces on the walls. So the housekeeping hadn't extended to this staircase, nor to Shade's quarters. They were as chaotic, disreputable, and comfortable as ever. At one end of his chamber was his working hearth, bare stone floors, and an immense table. The usual clutter overflowed it, mortars and pestles, sticky dishes of meat scraps for Slink the weasel, pots of dried herbs, tablets and scrolls, spoons and tongs, and a blackened kettle still sending a reeking smoke curling into the chamber. But Shade was not there. No, he was at the other end of the chamber, where a fatly cushioned chair faced a hearth with a dancing fire. Carpets overlay one another over the floor there, and an elegantly carved table held a glass bowl of autumn apples and a decanter of summer wine. Shade was ensconced in the chair, a partially unrolled scroll held to the light as he read it. Did he hold it farther from his nose than once he had? And were his spare arms more desiccated? I wondered if he had aged in the months I had been away, or if I had simply not noticed before. His grey woolen robe looked as well worn as ever, and his long grey hair overlay its shoulders and seemed the same colour. As always, I stood silent until he deigned to look up and recognize my presence. Some things changed, but some things did not. He finally lowered the scroll and looked my way. He had green eyes, and their lightness was always surprising in his farseer face. Despite the pox-like scars that stippled his face and arms, his bastard bloodlines were almost as plain marked as mine. I suppose I could have claimed him as a great uncle, but our apprentice-to-master relationship was closer than a blood tie. He looked me over, and I self-consciously stood straighter under his scrutiny. His voice was grave as he commanded, "Boy, come into the light." I advanced a dozen steps and stood apprehensively. He studied me as intently as he had studied the scroll. "Were we ambitious traitors, you and I, we would make sure folk marked your resemblance to chivalry. I could teach you to stand as he stood, you already walk as he did. I could show you how to add lines to your face to make you appear older. You have most of his height. You could learn his catchphrases and the way he laughed. Slowly, we could gather power in quiet ways, with none even recognizing what they were conceding. And one day, we could step up and take power." He paused. Slowly, I shook my head. Then we both smiled, and I came to sit on the hearthstones by his feet. The warmth of the fire on my back felt good. "It's my trade, I suppose." He sighed and took a sip of his wine. "I have to think of these things, for I know that others will. One day, sooner or later, some petty noble will believe it an original idea and approach you with it. Wait and see if I am not right." "I pray you were wrong. I have had enough of intrigue, Shade, and not fared as well at that game as I had expected to." "You did not do badly with the hand you were dealt. You survived." He looked past me into the fire. A question hung between us, almost palpably. Why had King Shrewd revealed to Prince Regal that I was his trained assassin? Why had he put me in the position of reporting to and taking orders from a man who wished me dead? Had he traded me away to Regal, to distract him from his other discontents? And if I had been a sacrificial pawn, was I still being dangled as bait and a distraction to the younger prince? I did not think even Shade could have answered all my questions, and to ask any of them would have been blackest betrayal of what we were both sworn to be, king's men. Both of us, long ago, had given our lives into Shrewd's keeping for the protection of the royal family. It was not for us to question how he chose to spend us. That way lay treason. So Shade lifted the summer wine and filled a waiting glass for me. For a brief time, we conversed of things that were of no import to any save us, and all the more precious for that. I asked after Slink the weasel, and he haltingly offered sympathy over Nosy's death. He asked a question or two that let me know he was privy to everything I had reported to Verity, and a lot of stable gossip as well. I was filled in on the minor gossip of the keep, and all the doings I had missed among the lesser folk while I was gone. But when I asked him what he thought of Kettrican, our queen-in-waiting, his face grew grave.
She faces a difficult path. She comes to a queenless court, where she herself is and yet is not the queen. She comes in a time of hardship, to a kingdom facing both raiders and civil unrest. But most difficult for her is that she comes to a court that does not understand her concept of royalty. She has been besieged with feasts and gatherings in her honor. She is used to walking out among her own people, to tending her own gardens and looms and forge, to solving disputes and sacrificing herself to spare her people hardship. Here, she finds her society is solely the nobility, the privileged, the wealthy. She does not understand the consumption of wine and exotic foods, the display of costly fabrics in dress, the flaunting of jewels that are the purpose of these gatherings. And so she does not show well. She is a handsome woman, in her way, but she is too big, too hardily muscled, too fair amongst the buckkeep women. She is like a charger stabled among hunters. Her heart is good, but I do not know if she will be sufficient to the task, boy. In truth, I pity her. She came here alone, you know. Those few who accompanied her here have long since returned to the mountains, so she is very alone here, despite those who court her favor.
And Verity, I asked, troubled, he does nothing to allay that loneliness? Nothing to teach her of our ways?
Verity has little time for her, Shade said bluntly. He tried to explain this to King Shrewd before the marriage was arranged, but we did not listen to him. King Shrewd and I were beguiled with the political advantages she offered. I forgot there would be a woman here, in this court, day after day. Verity has his hands full. Were they just a man and a woman and given time, I think they could genuinely care for one another. But here and now they must devote all their efforts to appearance. Soon an heir will be demanded. They have no time to get to know one another, let alone care for one another. He must have seen the pain in my face, for he added, "That's how it has always been for royalty, boy. Chivalry and patience were the exception, and they bought their happiness at the cost of political advantages. It was unheard of for the king-in-waiting to marry for love. I'm sure you've heard over and over how foolish a thing it was."
And I'd always wondered if he'd cared.
"It cost him," Shade said quietly. "I don't think he regretted his decision. But he was king-in-waiting. You don't have that latitude."
Here it came. I'd suspected he'd know everything. And useless to hope he'd say nothing. I felt a slow flush steal up my face. "Molly." He nodded slowly. "It was one thing when it was down in town and you were more or less a boy. That could be ignored. But now you're being seen as a man. When she came here asking after you, it started tongues wagging and folks speculating. Patience was remarkably agile at hushing the rumors and taking charge of the situation. Not that I'd have kept the woman here, had it been left to me. But Patience handled it well enough." "The woman," I repeated, stung. If he'd said the whore, I couldn't have felt it more sharply. "Shade, you misjudge her, and me. It began as a friendship a long time ago, and if anyone was at fault in how things went, it was me, not Molly. I'd always thought that the friends I made in town, that the time I spent there as new boy, belonged to me. I faltered to a halt, hearing only the foolishness of my words.
Did you think you could lead 2 lives? Shade's voice was soft but not gentle. We belong to the king, boy. King's men. Our lives belong to him, every moment of every day, asleep or awake. You have no time for your own concerns, only his.
I shifted slightly to look into the fire. I considered what I knew of Shade in that light. I met him here by darkness in these isolated chambers. I had never seen him out and about around Buckkeep. No one spoke his name to me. Occasionally, disguised as Lady Time, he ventured forth. Once we had ridden together through the night to that first awful forging at Forge. But even that had been at the king's command. What did Shade have for a life? A chamber, good food and wine, and a weasel for a companion? He was Shroud's older brother. But for his bastardy, he would be upon the throne. Was his life a foreshadowing of what mine was to be?
No.
I hadn't spoken, but as I looked up into Shade's face, he guessed my thoughts.
I chose this life, boy. After a mishandled potion exploded and scarred me. I was handsome once, and vain, almost as vain as regal. When I ruined my face, I wished myself dead. For months I did not stir out of my chambers. When I finally went forth, it was in disguises, not Lady Time, not then, no. But disguises that covered my face and my hands. I left Buckkeep for a long time, and when I came back, that handsome young man I had been was dead. I found myself more useful to the family now that I was dead. There is much more to that story, boy. But know that I chose the way I live. It was not something Shroud forced me into. I did it myself. Your future may be different, but do not imagine it is yours to command. Curiosity prodded me. Is that why Chivalry and Verity knew of you, but not Regal? Shade smiled in an odd way. I was a sort of a kindly step-uncle to the 2 older boys, if you can believe it. I watched over them, in some ways. But once I was scarred, I kept myself, even from them. Regal never knew me. His mother had a horror of the pox. I think she believed all the legends of the pocked man, harbinger of disaster and misfortune. For that matter, she had an almost superstitious dread of anyone who was not whole. You see it in Regal's reaction to the fool. She would never keep a club-footed maid or even a serving man with a missing finger or 2. So, when I returned, I was never introduced to the lady or the child she bore. When Chivalry became king-in-waiting to Shroud, I was one of the things revealed to him. I was shocked to find he recalled me, and had missed me. He brought Verity to see me that evening. I had to scold him over that. It was difficult to make them understand they could not come calling on me any time they chose. Those boys. He shook his head and smiled at his memories. I cannot explain the twinge of jealousy I felt. I called the conversation back to myself. What do you think I should do? Shade pursed his lips, sipped his wine, and thought. For now, Patience has given you good advice. Ignore or avoid Molly, but not obviously. Treat her as if she were a new scullery maid, courteously if you encounter her, but not familiarly. Do not seek her out. Devote yourself to the Queen-in-Waiting. Verity will be glad of your distracting her. Kettrican will be glad of a friendly face. And if your intent is to win permission to marry Molly, the Queen-in-Waiting could be a powerful ally. As you divert Kettrican, watch over her as well. Bear in mind there are those whose interests do not support Verity having an heir. Those same ones who would not be enthused about your having children. So be wary and alert. Keep your guard up.
Is that all? I asked, daunted.
No. Get some rest. Deadroot.
was what was used on you by Regal?" I nodded, and he shook his head, narrowing his eyes. Then he looked me squarely in the face. "You are young. You may be able to recover, mostly. I've seen one other man survive it. But he trembled the rest of his life. I see the small signs of it on you yet. It will not show much, except to those who know you well. But do not overtire yourself. Weariness will bring on tremblings and blurred vision. Push yourself and you will have fits. You do not want anyone to know you have a weakness. The best course is to conduct your life in such a way the weakness never shows." "Was that why there was elf bark in the tea?" I asked needlessly. He raised an eyebrow at me. "Tea?" "Perhaps it was the fool's doing. I awoke to food and tea in my room."
"And if it had been Regal's doing?"
It took a moment for the realization to dawn. "I could have been poisoned."
"But you weren't. Not this time. No, it was neither I nor the fool, it was Lacey. There is someone deeper than you credit. The fool discovered you, and something possessed him to tell Patience. While she was flustering, Lacey quietly ordered it all done. I think that privately she considers you as scatterbrained as her mistress. Give her the slightest opening and she will move in and organize your life. Good as her intentions are, you cannot allow that, Fitz. An assassin needs privacy. Get a latch for your door."
"Fitz?" I wondered aloud.
"It is your name. Fitzchivalry. As it seems to have lost its sting with you, I will use it now. I was beginning to weary of boy."
I bowed my head. We went on to talk of other things. It was an hour or so until morning when I left his windowless chambers and returned to my own. I went back to bed, but sleep eluded me. I had always stifled the hidden anger I felt at my position at court. Now it smouldered within me so that I could not rest. I threw off my blankets and dressed in my outgrown clothes, left the keep, and walked down into Buckkeep town. The brisk wind off the water blew damp cold like a wet slap in the face. I pulled my cloak more tightly around myself and tugged up my hood. I walked briskly, avoiding icy spots on the steep roadway down to town. I tried not to think, but I found that the brisk pumping of my blood was warming my anger more than my flesh. My thoughts danced like a reined-in horse. When I had first come to Buckkeep town, it had been a busy, grubby little place. In the last decade, it had grown and adopted a veneer of sophistication, but its roots were only too plain. The town clung to the cliffs below Buckkeep Castle, and when those cliffs gave way to the rocky beaches, the warehouses and sheds were built out on docks and pilings. The good, deep anchorage that sheltered below Buckkeep attracted merchant vessels and traders. Further to the north, where the Buck River met the sea, there were gentler beaches and the wide river to carry trading barges far inland to the inland duchies. The land closest to the river mouth was susceptible to flooding, and the anchorage unpredictable as the river shifted in its course. So the folk of Buckkeep town lived crowded together on the steep cliffs above the harbour, like the birds on egg bluffs. It made for narrow, badly cobbled streets that wound back and forth across the steepness as they made their way down to the water. The houses, shops, and inns clung humbly to the cliff face, endeavouring to offer no resistance to the winds that were almost constant there. Higher up the cliff, the more ambitious homes and businesses were of timber, with their foundations cut into the stone itself. But I knew little of that stratum. I had run and played as a child among the humbler shops and sailors' inns that fronted almost on the water itself. By the time I reached this area of Buckkeep town, I was reflecting ironically that both Molly and I would have been better off had we never become friends. I had compromised her reputation, and if I continued my attentions, she would most likely become a target for Regal's malice. As for myself, the anguish I had felt at believing she had blithely left me for another was but a scratch compared to the bleeding now at knowing she thought I had deceived her. I came out of my bleak thoughts to realize that my traitorous feet had carried me to the very door of her chandlery. Now it was a tea and herb shop. Just what Buckkeep Town needed, another tea and herb shop. I wondered what had become of Molly's beehives. It gave me a pang to realize that for Molly, the sense of dislocation must be 10 times, no, 100 times worse. I had so easily accepted that Molly had lost her father, and with him her livelihood and her prospects. So easily accepted the change that made her a servant in the keep. A servant. I clenched my teeth and kept walking. I wandered the town aimlessly. Even in my bleak mood, I noticed how much it had changed in the last 6 months. Even on this cold winter day, it bustled. The construction of the ships had brought more folk, and more folk meant more trade. I stopped in a tavern, where Molly, Dirk, Kerry and I had used to share a bit of brandy now and then. The cheapest blackberry brandy was usually what we got. I sat by myself and drank my short beer in silence, but around me tongues wagged and I learned much. It was not just the ship construction which had bolstered Buckkeep Town's prosperity. Verity had put out a call for sailors to man his warships. The call had been amply answered by men and women from all of the coastal duchies. Some came with a grudge to settle, to avenge those killed or forged by the raiders. Others came for the adventure and the hope of booty, or simply because in the ravaged villages they had no other prospects. Some were from fisher or merchant families with sea time and water skills. Other were the former shepherds and farmers of ravaged villages. It mattered little. All had come to Buckkeep Town, eager to shed red ship blood. For now, many were housed in what had once been warehouses. Hod, the Buckkeep weapons master, was giving them weapons training, winnowing out those she thought might be suitable for Verity's ships. The others would be offered hire as soldiers. These were the extra fold that swelled the town and crowded the inns and taverns and eating places. I heard complaints, too, that some of those who came to man the warships were immigrant out-islanders, displaced from their own land by the very red ships that now menaced our coasts. They, too, claimed to be eager for revenge, but few Six Duchies folk trusted them, and some businesses in town would not sell to them. It gave an ugly, charged undercurrent to the busy tavern. There was a snickering discussion of an out-islander who had been beaten on the docks the day before. No one had called the town patrol. When the speculation became even uglier, that these out-islanders were all spies, and that burning them out would be a wise and sensible precaution, I could no longer stomach it, and left the tavern. Was there nowhere I could go to be free of suspicions and intrigues, if only for an hour? I walked alone through the wintry streets. A storm was blowing up. The merciless wind prowled the twisting streets, promising snow. The same angry cold twisted and churned inside me, switching from anger to hatred to frustration and back to anger again, building to an unbearable pressure. They had no right to do this to me. I had not been born to be their tool. I had a right to live my life freely, to be who I was born to be. Did they think they could bend me to their will, use me however they would, and I would never retaliate? No. A time would come. My time would come. A man hurried toward me, face shrouded in his hood against the wind. He glanced up and our eyes met. He blanched and turned aside, to hurry back the way he had come. Well, and so he might. I felt my anger building to an unbearable heat. The wind whipped at my hair and sought to chill me, but I only strode faster and felt the strength of my hatred grow hotter. It lured me, and I followed it like the scent of fresh blood. I turned a corner and found myself in the market. Threatened by the coming storm, the poorer merchants were packing up their goods from their blankets and mats. Those with stalls were fastening their shutters. I strode past them. People scuttled out of my way. I brushed past them, not caring how they stared. I came to the animal vendor's stall and stood face to face with myself. He was gaunt, with bleak, dark eyes. He glared at me balefully, and the waves of hatred pulsing out from him washed over me in greeting. Our hearts beat to the same rhythm. I felt my upper lip twitch, as if to snarl up and bare my pitiful human teeth. I straightened my features, battened my emotion back under control. But the caged wolf cub with the dirty grey coat stared up at me and lifted his black lips to reveal all his teeth.
I hate you, all of you. Come closer, I'll kill you. I'll rip out your throat after I hamstring you. I'll feast on your entrails. I hate you.
You want something?
Blood, I said quietly. I want your blood.
What?
I jerked my eyes from the wolf up to the man. He was greasy and dirty. He stank. By hell, how he reeked. I could smell sweat and rancid food and his own droppings on him. He was swaddled in poorly cured hides, and the stench of them hung about him as well. He had little ferret eyes, cruel, dirty hands, and an oak stick bound in brass that hung at his belt. It was all I could do to keep from seizing that hated stick and splattering his brains out with it. He wore thick boots on his kicking feet. He stepped too close to me, and I gripped my cloak to keep from killing him. "Wolf," I managed to get out. My voice sounded guttural, choking. "I want the wolf."
"You certain, boy? He's a mean one." He nudged the cage with his foot, and I sprang at it, clashing my teeth against the wooden bars, bruising my muzzle again. But I didn't care. If I could get just one grip on his flesh, I'd tear it loose or never let go. "No! Get back! Get out of my head!" I shook my head to clear it. The merchant regarded me strangely. "I know what I want," I spoke flatly, refusing the wolf's emotions. "Do you, eh?" The man stared at me, judging my worth. He'd charge me what he thought I could afford. My outgrown clothes didn't please him, nor my youth. But I surmised he'd had the wolf for a while. He'd hoped to sell him as a cub. Now, with the wolf needing more food and not getting it, the man would probably take whatever he could get. As well for me, I didn't have much. "What do you want him for?" the man asked casually.
"Fitz," I said nonchalantly. "He's scrawny, but there might be a bit of sport left in him."
The wolf suddenly flung himself against the bars, jaws wide, teeth flashing.
I'll kill them all, rip their throats out, tear their bellies open."
"Be silent if you want your freedom." I mentally gave him a push, and the wolf leapt back as if stung by a bee. He retreated to the far corner of his cage and cowered there, teeth bared, but tail down between his legs. Uncertainty flooded him.
"Dog fights, eh? Oh, he'll put up a good fight."
The merchant nudged at the cage again with a thick boot, but the wolf didn't respond.
"He'll win you a lot of coin, this one will. He's meaner than a wolverine."
He kicked the cage harder. The wolf cowered smaller. "Oh, he certainly looks as if he will," I said disdainfully. I turned aside from the wolf, as if I'd lost interest. I studied the caged birds behind him. The pigeons and doves looked as if they were cared for, but 2 jays and a crow were crowded into a filthy cage littered with rotting scraps of meat and bird droppings. The crow looked like a beggar man in black tatters of feathers. "Pick at the bright bug," I suggested to the birds. "Perhaps you'll find a way out." The crow perched wearily where he was, head sunk deep in his feathers, but one jay fluttered to a higher perch and began to tap and tug at the metal pin that held the cage fastened. I glanced back at the wolf.
I hadn't intended to fight him anyway. I was only going to throw him to the dogs to warm them up. A bit of blood primes them for a fight. "Oh, but he'd make you a fine fighter. Here, look at this. This is what he done to me but a month gone, and me trying to give him food when he went for me." He rolled back a sleeve to bare a grimy wrist striped with livid slashes but half-healed still. I leaned over as if mildly interested. Looks infected. Think you'll lose your hand? It's not infected. Just slow healing, that's all. Look here, boy, a storm's coming up. I got to put my wares in my cart and haul off before it hits. Now, you going to make me an offer for that wolf? He'll make you a fine fighter. He might make bear bait, but not much more than that. I'll give you, 6 coppers. I had a grand total of 7. Coppers? Boy, we're talking silvers here at least. Look, he's a fine animal. Feed him up a bit, he'll get bigger and meaner. I could get 6 coppers for his hide alone right now. Then you'd best do it before he gets any mangier, and before he decides to take your other hand off. I leaned closer to the cage, pushing as I did so, and the wolf cowered more deeply. Looks sick to me. My master would be furious with me if I brought him in and the dogs got sick from killing him. I glanced up at the sky. Storm is coming. I'd better be off. 1 silver, boy, and that's giving him to you. At that moment, the jay succeeded in pulling the pin. The cage door swung open and he hopped to the door's edge. I casually stepped between the man and the cage. Behind me, I heard the jays hop out to the top of the pigeon's cage. Door's open, I pointed out to the crow. I heard him rattle his pathetic feathers. I caught up the pouch at my belt, hefted it thoughtfully. A silver? I don't have a silver. But it's no matter, really. I just realised I've no way to cart him home with me. Best I don't buy him. Behind me, the jays took flight. The man blazed out a curse and lunged past me toward the cage. I managed to get entangled with him so that we both fell. The crow had made it as far as the cage door. I shook myself clear of the merchant and jumped to my feet, jarring the cage to spook the bird out into the free air. He beat his wings laboriously, but they carried him to the roof of a nearby inn. As the merchant lumbered to his feet, the crow opened his threadbare wings and cawed derisively. "There's a whole cage full of my wares gone," he began accusingly, but I caught up my cloak and pointed to a tear in it. "My master's going to be angry with this," I exclaimed, and matched him glare for glare. He glanced up at the crow. The bird had huffed its feathers against the storm and sidled into the shelter of a chimney. He'd never catch that bird again. Behind me, the wolf whined suddenly. 9 coppers, the merchant offered suddenly, desperately. He'd sold nothing that day, I'd wager. "I told you I've no way to take him home," I countered. I tugged up my hood, glanced at the sky. "Storm's here," I announced as the thick, wet flakes began to fall. This would be nasty weather, too warm to freeze, too cold to melt. By daylight, the streets would be shining with ice. I turned to go. "Give me your 6 damned coppers, then!" the merchant bellowed in frustration. I fumbled them out hesitatingly. "And will you cart him to where I live?" I asked as he snatched them out of my hand. "Carry him yourself, boy! You've robbed me and you know it!" With that, he seized up his cage of doves and pigeons and heaved it into the cart. The empty crow's cage followed. He ignored my angry remonstrance as he climbed up on the seat and shook the pony's reins. The old beast dragged the creaking cart off into the thickening snow and dusk. The market around us was abandoned. The only traffic now was folk hurrying home through the storm, collars and cloaks tight against the wet wind and blowing snow. "Now, what am I to do with you?" I asked the wolf. "Let me out! Free me!" "I can't, not safe. If I turned a wolf loose here in the heart of town, he'd never find his way to the woods alive. There were too many dogs that would pack up to bring him down, too many men who would shoot him for his hide, or for being a wolf." I bent toward the cage, intending to heft it and see how heavy it was. He lunged at me, teeth bared. "Get back!" I was instantly angry. It was contagious. "I'll kill you. You're the same as he was, a man. You'd keep me in this cage, would you? I'll kill you. I'll rip your belly out and tussle with your guts." "You'll get back!" I pushed at him hard, and he cowered away again. He snarled and whined his confusion at what I had done, but he shrank away from me into the corner of his cage. I seized the cage, lifted it. It was heavy, and the frantic shifting of his weight didn't make it any easier, but I could carry it. Not very far, and not for long. But if I took it in stages, I could get him out of the town. Full grown, he'd probably weigh as much as I did, but he was skinny and young, younger than I had guessed at first glance. I heaved the cage up, held it against my chest. If he went for me now, he could do some damage. But he only whined and cowered back from me into the far corner. It made it very awkward to carry him. How did he catch you?
I hate you.
How did he catch you? He remembered a den and 2 brothers, a mother who brought him fish, and blood and smoke, and his brothers and mother became smelly hides for the bootman. He was dragged out last and thrown into a cage that smelled like ferrets and kept alive on carrion. And hate was what he had throve upon. You were whelped late, if your mother was feeding you on the fish runs. He sulked at me. All the roads were uphill, and the snow was starting to stick. My worn boots slid on the icy cobbles, and my shoulders ached with the awkward burden of the cage. I feared I would start trembling. I had to stop frequently to rest. When I did, I firmly refused to think about what I was doing. I told myself that I would not bond with this wolf, or any other creature. I had promised myself. I was just going to feed this cub up, and then turn him loose somewhere. Burrick need never know. I would not have to face his disgust. I hefted the cage up again. Who would have thought such a mangy little cub could be so heavy?
Not mangy.
Indignant. Fleas.
The cage is full of fleas.
So I wasn't imagining that itching on my chest. Wonderful. I'd have to bathe again tonight, unless I wanted to share my bed with vermin for the rest of the winter. I had reached the edge of Buckkeep town. From here, there were only a scattering of houses, and the road would be steeper, much steeper. Once again, I lowered the cage to the snowy ground. The cub huddled in it, small and miserable, without anger and hate to sustain him. He was hungry. I made a decision. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to carry you. Nothing from him. He watched me steadily as I worked the catch on the cage and swung the door open. I had thought he would charge past me and vanish into the night and the falling snow. Instead, he crouched where he was. I reached into the cage and seized him by the scruff to drag him out. In a flash, he was on me, driving into my chest, jaws going wide for my throat. I got my arm up just in time to shove my forearm crossways into his jaws. I kept my grip on the scruff of his neck and pushed my arm hard into his mouth, deeper than he liked. His hind legs tore at my belly, but my jerkin was thick enough to divert most of the damage. In an instant, we were rolling over and over in the snow, both snapping and snarling like mad things. But I had the weight and the leverage and the experience of tussling with dogs for years. I got him on his back and held him there, helpless, while his head thrashed back and forth and he called me vile names that humans have no words for. When he had exhausted himself, I leaned forward over him. I gripped his throat and leaned down to stare into his eyes. This was a physical message he understood. I added to it, I am the wolf. You are the cub. You will obey me. I held him there, staring into his eyes. He quickly looked away, but still I held him until he looked back up at me, and I saw the change in them. I let go of him, and stood up and stepped away. He lay still. Get up. Come here. He rolled over and came to me, belly low to the ground, tail between his legs. When he got close to me, he fell over on his side and then showed his belly. He whined softly. After a moment, I relented. It's all right. We just had to understand each other. I don't intend to hurt you. Come with me now. I reached over to scratch his chest, but when I touched him, he yelped. I felt the red flash of his pain. Where are you hurt? I saw the brass-bound club of the cage man.
everywhere.
I tried to be gentle as I felt him over. Old scabs, lumps on his ribs. I stood and kicked the cage savagely aside from our path. He came and leaned against my leg.
Hungry, cold, so tired.
His feelings were bleeding over into mine again. When I touched him, it was difficult to separate my thoughts from his. Was it my outrage over how he had been treated, or his own? I decided it didn't matter. I gathered him up carefully and stood. Without the cage held closely to my chest, he didn't weigh nearly as much. He was mostly fur and long, growing bones. I regretted the force I'd used on him, but also knew that it was the only language he would have recognized. "I'll take care of you," I forced myself to say aloud.
Warm,
he thought gratefully, and I took a moment to pull my cloak over him. His senses were feeding mine. I could smell myself 1,000 times stronger than I wanted to. Horses and dogs, and wood smoke and beer, and a trace of Patience's perfume. I did my best to block out my awareness of his senses. I snugged him to me and carried him up the steep path to Buckkeep. I knew of a disused cottage. An old pigman had once lived in it, out back behind the granaries. No one lived there now. It was too tumble-down and too far from everyone else at Buckkeep. But it would suit my purposes. I'd put him there, with some bones to gnaw and some boiled grain and some straw to bed down in. A week or two, maybe a month, and he'd be healed up and strong enough to care for himself. Then I'd take him out west of Buckkeep and turn him loose.
Meat?
I sighed. Meat, I promised. Never had any beast sensed my thoughts so completely, or expressed his own to me so clearly. It was good that we would not be around one another for long. Very good that he'd be leaving soon.
Warm,
he contradicted me. He set his head on my shoulder and fell asleep, his muzzle snuffling damply against my ear. Chapter 5. Gambit. Certainly there is an ancient code of conduct, and certainly its customs were harsher than ours today. But I would venture that we have not wandered so far from those customs so much as put a veneer over them. A warrior's word is still his bond, and among those who serve side by side, there is nothing so foul as one who lies to his comrade, or leads him into dishonor. The laws of hospitality still forbid those who have shared salt at a man's table to shed blood on his floor. Winter deepened around Buckkeep Castle. The storms came in off the sea to pound us with icy fury and then depart. Snow usually fell in their wake, great dumps of it that iced the battlements like sweet paste on nutcakes. The great darks of the long nights grew longer, and on clear nights the stars burned cold over us. After my long journey home from the mountain kingdom, the ferocity of the winter didn't threaten me as it once had. As I went my daily rounds to the stable and to the old pig hut, my cheeks might burn with cold and my eyelashes cling together with frost, but I always knew that home and a warm hearth were close by. The storms and the deep colds that snarled at us like wolves at the door were also the watch beasts that kept the red ships away from our shores. Time dragged for me. I called on Ketrican each day, as Shade had suggested, but our restiveness was too much alike for us. I am sure I irritated her as much as she did me. I dared not spend too many hours with the cub, lest we bond. I had no other fixed duties. There were too many hours to the day, and all were filled with my thoughts of Molly. Nights were the worst, for then my sleeping mind was beyond my control, and my dreams were full of my Molly, my bright, red-skirted candle-maker, now gone so demure and drab in serving-girl blue. If I could not be near her by day, my dreaming self courted her with an earnestness and energy that my waking self had never mustered the courage for. When we walked the beaches after a storm, her hand was in mine. I kissed her competently, without uncertainty, and met her eyes with no secrets to hide. No one could keep her from me, in my dreams. At first, Shade's training of me seduced me into spying upon her. I knew which room on the servants' floor was hers. I knew which window was hers. I learned without intention the hours of her comings and goings. It shamed me to stand where I might hear her step upon the stairs and catch a brief glimpse of her going out on her market errands, but try as I might, I could not forbid myself to be there. I knew who her friends were among the serving women. Though I might not speak to her, I could greet them and have a chance bit of talk with them, hoping always for some stray mention of Molly. I yearned after her hopelessly. Sleep eluded me, and food held no interest for me. Nothing held any interest for me. I was sitting one evening in the guardroom off the kitchen. I had found a place in the corner where I could lean against the wall and prop my boots up on the opposite bench to discourage company. A mug of ale that had gone warm hours ago sat in front of me. I lacked even the ambition to drink myself into a stupor. I was looking at nothing, attempting not to think, when the bench was jerked out from under my propped feet. I nearly fell from my seat, then recovered to see Burrick sitting himself opposite me.
"What ails you?" he asked without niceties. He leaned forward and pitched his voice for me alone. "Have you had another seizure?"
I looked back at the table. I spoke as quietly. A few trembling fits, but no real seizures. They only seem to come on me if I strain myself. He nodded gravely, then waited. I looked up to find his dark eyes on me. The concern in them touched something in me. I shook my head, my voice suddenly gone. "It's Molly," I said, after a moment.
"You haven't been able to find where she went?"
"No, she's here, at Buckkeep, working as a maid for Patience. But Patience won't let me see her. She says..." Burrick's eyes had widened at my first words. Now he glanced around us, then tossed his head at the door. I arose and followed him as he led me back to his stables and then up to his room. I sat down at his table before his hearth, and he brought out his good Tilth brandy and 2 cups. Then he set out his leather mending tools, and his perpetual pile of harness to be mended. He handed me a halter that needed a new strap. For himself, he laid out some fancy work on a saddle skirt. He drew up his own stool and looked at me.
"This Molly. I've seen her then, in the washer courts with Lacey. Carries her head proud, red glint to her coat."
"Her hair," I corrected him grudgingly.
"Nice white hips. She'll bear easily,"
he said with approval. I glared at him. "Thank you," I said icily. He shocked me by grinning.
"Get angry. I'd rather you were that than self-pitying. So, tell me."
And I told him. Probably much more than I would have in the guardroom, for here we were alone. The brandy went warm down my throat, and the familiar sights and smells of his room and work were all around me. Here, if anywhere in my life, I had always been safe. It seemed safe to reveal to him my pain. He did not speak or make any comments. Even after I had talked myself out, he kept his silence. I watched him rub dye into the lines of the buck he had incised in the leather. "So, what should I do?" I heard myself ask. He set down his work, drank off his brandy, and then refilled his cup. He looked about his room.
"You ask me, of course, because you have noted my rare success at providing myself with a fond wife and many children."
The bitterness in his voice shocked me, but before I could react to it, he gave a choked laugh.
"Forget I said that. Ultimately, the decision was mine and done a long time ago. Fitzchivalry, what do you think you should be doing?"
I stared at him morosely.
"What made things go wrong in the first place?"
When I did not reply, he asked me,
"Did not you yourself just tell me that you courted her as a boy when she considered your offer a man's? She was looking for a man. So don't go sulking about like a thwarted child. Be a man.
He drank down half his brandy, then refilled both our cups. How? I demanded.
The same way you've shown yourself a man elsewhere. Accept the discipline. Live up to the task. So you cannot see her. If I know anything of women, it does not mean she does not see you. Keep that in mind. Look at yourself. Your hair looks like a pony's winter coat. I'll wager you've worn that shirt a week straight and you're thin as a winter foal. I doubt you'll regain her respect that way. Feed yourself up, groom yourself daily, and in Ida's name get some exercise instead of moping about the guardroom. Set yourself some tasks and get on to them.
I nodded slowly to the advice. I knew he was right. But I could not help protesting. But all of that will do me no good if Patience will still not permit me to see Molly.
In the long run, my boy, it is not about you and Patience. It is about you and Molly.
And King Shrewd, I said wryly. He glanced up at me quizzically. According to Patience, a man cannot be sworn to a king and give his heart fully to a woman as well. You cannot put two saddles on one horse, she told me. This from a woman who married a king-in-waiting and was content with whatever time he had for her. I reached to hand Burrick the mended halter. He did not take it. He had been in the act of lifting his brandy cup. He set it down on the table so sharply that the liquid leaped and slopped over the edge.
She said that to you?
He asked me hoarsely. His eyes bored into mine. I nodded slowly. She said it would not be honourable to expect Molly to be content with whatever time the king left to me as my own. Burrick leaned back in his chair. A chain of conflicting emotions dragged across his features. He looked aside into the hearth fire and then back at me. For a moment he seemed on the verge of speaking. Then he sat up, drank off his brandy in one gulp, and abruptly stood.
It's too quiet up here. Let's go down to Buckkeep Town, shall we?
The next day, I arose and ignored my pounding heart to set myself the task of not behaving like a lovesick boy. A boy's impetuosity and carelessness were what had lost her to me. I resolved to attempt a man's restraint. If biding my time was my only path to her, I would take Burrick's advice and use that time well. So I arose each day early, before even the morning cooks were up. In the privacy of my room, I stretched and then worked through sparring drills with an old stave. I would work myself into sweat and dizziness and then go down to the baths to steam myself. Slowly, very slowly, my stamina began to return. I gained weight and began to rebuild the muscle on my bones. The new clothing that Mistress Hasty had inflicted on me began to fit. I was still not free of the tremors that sometimes assailed me. But I had fewer seizures, and always managed to return to my rooms before I could shame myself by falling. Patience told me that my colour was better, while Lacey delighted in feeding me at every opportunity. I began to feel myself again. I ate with the guards each morning, where quantity consumed was always of more importance than manners. Breakfast was followed with a trip to the stables, to take Sooty out for a snowy canter to keep her in condition. When I returned her to the stables, there was a comfort in taking care of her myself. Before our misadventures in the Mountain Kingdom, Burrick and I had been on bad terms over my use of the wit. I had been all but barred from the stables. So there was more than satisfaction in nibbing her down and seeing to her grain myself. There was the busyness of the stables, the warm smells of the beasts, and the gossip of the keep as only the stable hands could tell it. On fortunate days, Hans or Burrick would take time to stop and talk with me. And on other days, busy days, there was the bittersweet satisfaction of seeing them conferring over a stallion's cough, or doctoring the ailing boar that some farmer had brought up to the keep. On those days, they had little time for pleasantries, and without intending it, excluded me from their circle. It was as it had to be. I had moved on to another life. I could not expect the old one to be held ajar for me forever. That thought did not prevent a pang of guilt as I slipped away each day to the disused cottage behind the granaries. Wariness always stalked me. My new peace with Burrick had not existed so long that I took it for granted. It was only too fresh in my memory exactly how painful losing his friendship had been. If Burrick ever suspected that I had returned to using the wit, he would abandon me just as swiftly and completely as he had before. Each day, I asked myself exactly why I was willing to gamble his friendship and respect for the sake of a wolf cub. My only answer was I had no choice. I could no more have turned aside from cub than I could have walked away from a starved and caged child. To Burrick, the wit that sometimes left me open to the minds of animals was a perversion, a disgusting weakness in which no true man indulged. He had all but admitted to the latent ability for it, but staunchly insisted that he never used it himself. If he did, I had never caught him at it. The opposite was never true. With uncanny perception, he had always known when I was drawn to an animal. As a boy, my indulgence in the wit with a beast had usually led to a rap on the head or a sound cuff to rouse me back to my duties. When I had lived with Burrick in the stables, he had done everything in his power to keep me from bonding to any animal. He had succeeded always, save twice. The keen pain of losing my bond companions had convinced me Burrick was right. Only a fool would indulge in something that inevitably led to such loss. So I was a fool, rather than a man who could turn aside from the plea of a beaten and starved cub. I pilfered bones and meat scraps and crusts, and did my best so that no one, not even cook or the fool, knew of my activity. I took elaborate pains to vary the times of my visits each day, and to take every day a different path to avoid creating too beaten a trail to the back cottage. Hardest had been smuggling clean straw and an old horse blanket out of the stables, but I had managed it. No matter when I arrived, I found Cub waiting for me. It was not just the watchfulness of an animal awaiting food. He sensed when I began my daily hike back to the cottage behind all the granaries and awaited me. He knew when I had ginger cakes in my pocket and too quickly became fond of them. Not that his suspicions of me had vanished, no. I felt his wariness and how he shrank in on himself each time I stepped within reach of him. But every day that I did not strike him, every bit of food I brought him was one more plank of trust in the bridge between us. It was a link I did not want to establish. I tried to be sternly aloof from him, to know him through the wit as little as possible. I feared he might lose the wildness that he would need to survive on his own. Over and over I warned him, you must keep yourself hidden. Every man is a danger to you, as is every hound. You must keep yourself within this structure and make no sound if anyone is near. At first it was easy for him to obey. He was sadly thin and would fall immediately upon the food I brought and devour it all. Usually he was asleep in his bedding before I left the cottage, or jealously eyeing me as he lay gnawing a treasured bone. But as he was fed adequately and had room to move and lost his fear of me, the innate playfulness of a cub began to reassert itself. He took to springing upon me in mock attacks as soon as the door was opened, and expressing delight in knuckly beef bones with snarls and tusslings inflicted on them. When I rebuked him for being too noisy, or for the tracks that betrayed his night romp in the snowy field behind the cottage, he would cower before my displeasure. But I noted as well the masked savagery in his eyes at those times. He did not concede mastery to me, only a sort of pack seniority. He bided his time until his decisions should be his own. Painful as it was sometimes, it was as it needed to be. I had rescued him with the firm intent of returning him to freedom. A year from now, he would be but one more wolf howling in the distance at night. I told him this repeatedly. At first, he would demand to know when he would be taken from the smelly keep and the confining stone walls that fenced it. I would promise him soon, as soon as he was fed to strength again, as soon as the deepest snows of winter were past and he could fend for himself. But as weeks passed, and the storms outside reminded him of the snugness of his bed, and the good meat filled out on his bones, he asked less often. Sometimes I forgot to remind him. Loneliness ate at me from inside and out. At night I would wonder what would happen if I crept upstairs and knocked at Molly's door. By day, I held myself back from bonding to the small cub who depended so completely on me. There was only one other creature in the keep who was as lonely as I was. "I am sure you have other duties. Why do you come to call on me each day?" Kettricken asked me in the forthright mountain way. It was mid-morning, on a day following a night of storm. Snow was falling in fat flakes, and despite the chill, Kettricken had ordered the window shutters opened so she might watch it. Her sewing chamber overlooked the sea, and I thought she was fascinated by the immense and restless waters. Her eyes were much the same colour as the water that day. "I had thought to help time pass more pleasantly for you, my queen-in-waiting." "Passing time," she sighed. She cupped her chin in her hand and leaned on her elbow to stare pensively out at the falling snow. The sea wind tangled in her pale hair. "It is an odd language, yours. You speak of passing time as in the mountains we speak of passing wind, as if it were a thing to be rid of." Behind us, her two ladies tittered apprehensively, then bent their heads industriously over their needlework again. Kettricken herself had a large embroidery frame set up, with the beginning of mountains and a waterfall in it. I had not noticed her making much progress on it. Her other ladies had not presented themselves today, but had sent pages with excuses as to why they could not attend her. Headaches, mostly. She did not seem to understand that she was being slighted by their inattention. I did not know how to explain it to her, and on some days I wondered if I should. Today was one of those days. I shifted in my chair and crossed my legs the other way. I meant only that in winter Buckkeep can become a tedious place. The weather keeps us within doors so much, there is little that is amusing. "That is not the case down at the shipwright sheds," she informed me. Her eyes had a strangely hungry look. "There it is all bustle, with every bit of daylight used in the setting of the great timbers and the bending of the planks. Even when the day is dim or wild with storm, within the sheds, shipbuilders are still hewing and shaping and planing wood. At the metal forges they make chains and anchors. Some weave stout canvas for sails and others cut and sew it. Verity walks about there, overseeing it all, while I sit here with fancy work, and prick my fingers and strain my eyes to knot in flowers and birds' eyes, so that when I am finished it can be set aside with a dozen other pretty works." "Oh, not set aside, no, never, my lady," one of her women burst in impulsively. "Why, your needlework is much treasured when you gift it out. In Shokes there is a framed bit in Lord Shempshire's private chambers, and Duke Calvar of Ripon—" Kettricken's sigh cut short the woman's compliment. "I would I worked at a sail instead, with a great iron needle or a wooden fid, to grace one of my husband's ships. There would be a work that was worthy of my time and his respect. Instead, I am given toys to amuse me, as if I were a spoiled child that did not understand the value of time well spent." She turned back to her window. I noticed then that the smoke rising from the shipyards was as easily visible as the sea. Perhaps I had mistaken the direction of her attention. "Shall I send for tea and cakes, my lady?" one of her ladies inquired hopefully. Both of them sat with their shawls pulled up over their shoulders. Kettricken did not appear to notice the chill sea air spilling in the open window, but it could not have been pleasant for those two to sit and ply their needles in it. "If you wish them," Kettricken replied disinterestedly. "I do not hunger or thirst. Indeed, I fear I will grow fat as a penned goose, sitting at needlework and nibbling and sipping all day. I long to do something of significance. Tell me true, Fitz, if you did not feel required to call upon me, would you be sitting idly in your chambers? or doing fancy work at a loom? No, but then I am not the queen in waiting. Waiting. Ah, I understand well now that part of my title. A bitterness I had never heard from her before crept into her voice. But queen? In my land, as well you know, we do not say queen. Were I there now and ruling instead of my father, I would be called sacrifice. More, I would be sacrifice to whatever was to the good of my land and my people. Were you there now, in the deep of winter, what would you be doing? I asked, thinking only to find a more comfortable area of conversation. It was a mistake. She grew silent and stared out the window. In the mountains, she said softly, there was never time to be idle. I was the younger, of course, and most of the duties of sacrifice fell upon my father and my older brother. But as Jonqui says, there is always enough work to go round and some to spare. Here in Buckkeep all is done by servants out of sight, and one sees only the results, the tidied chamber, the meal on the table. Perhaps it is because this is such a populous place. She paused a moment, and her eyes went afar. In Jampe in winter, the hall and the town itself grow quiet. Snow falls thick and heavy, and great cold closes in on the land. The lesser-used trails disappear for the winter. Wheels are replaced by runners. Visitors to the city have long gone home by now. In the palace at Jampe there is only the family, and those who choose to stay and help them. Not serve them, no, not exactly. You have been to Jampe. You know there are none who only serve, save for the royal family. In Jampe I would rise early, to fetch the water for the household porridge, and to take my turn at the stirring of the kettle. Kira and Senik and Joffron and I would make the kitchen lively with talk, and all the young ones dashing about, bringing in the firewood and setting out the plates, and talking of 1,000 things. Her voice faltered, and I listened to the silence of her loneliness. After a bit, she went on. If there was work to be done, heavy or light, we all joined in it. I have helped to bend and lash the branches for a barn. Even in the deep of winter I have helped to clear snow and raise new roof arches for a family devastated by a fire. Do you think a sacrifice cannot hunt down a cranky old bear that has turned to killing goats, or strain against a rope to help brace a bridge battered by flood waters? She looked at me with real pain in her eyes. Here in Buckkeep, we do not risk our queens, I told her simply. Another shoulder can brace a rope. We have dozens of hunters who would vie for the honour of dispatching a cattle killer. We have but one queen. There are things a queen can do that no other can. Behind us in the room, her ladies had all but forgotten her. One had summoned a page, and he had returned with sweet cakes and steaming tea in a pot. They chatted together, warming their hands about their teacups. Briefly I looked at them to remember well what ladies had chosen to attend their queen. Kettrigan, I was coming to see, might not be the easiest of queens to attend upon. Kettrigan's little maid, Rosemary, sat on the floor by the tea-table, dreamy-eyed, a sweet cake clasped in her small hands. I suddenly wished I were 8 years old again and could join her there. I know what you speak of, Kettrigan said bluntly. I am here to bear an heir to Verity. It is a duty I do not avoid, for I do not consider it a duty but a pleasure. I only wish I were sure my lord shared my sentiments. Always he is away, and about the town on business. I know where he is today, down there, watching his ships arise from planks and timbers. Could I not be with him with no danger to myself? Surely, if only I can bear his heir, only he can sire it. Why must I be confined here, while he immerses himself in the task of protecting our people? That is a task I should be sharing, a sacrifice for the 6 duchies. Accustomed as I had become to mountain forthrightness in my time there, I was still shocked at how bluntly she spoke. It made me overbold in my reply. I found myself rising to lean past her, and pulled the shutters tight over the draughty window. I took advantage of the closeness to whisper fiercely, "If you think that is the only duty that our queens bear, you are gravely mistaken, my lady. To speak as plainly as you have, you neglect your duties to your ladies, who are here this day only to attend upon you and converse with you. Think. Could they not be doing this same needlework in the coziness of their own chambers, or in the company of Mistress Hasty? You sigh after what you perceive as a more important task, but before you is a task the king himself cannot do. You are here to do it. Rebuild the court at Buckkeep. Make it a desirable and attractive place to be. Encourage his lords and ladies to vie for his attention. Make them eager to support him in his endeavours. It has been long since there was a congenial queen in this castle. Instead of looking down at a ship that other hands are more capable of building, take up the task you are given and suit yourself to it." I finished redraping the tapestry that covered the shutters and helped to seal out the cold of the sea storms. I then stepped back and met my queen's eyes. To my chagrin, she was as chastened as if she were a milkmaid. Tears stood in her pale eyes, and her cheeks were as red as if I had slapped her. I glanced at her ladies, who were still taking tea and chatting. Rosemary, unwatched, was taking the opportunity to poke at the tarts carefully to see what was inside them. No one appeared to have noticed anything amiss, but I was learning rapidly how adept court ladies were at such dissimulation, and feared speculation as to what the bastard might have said to the queen-in-waiting to bring tears to her eyes. I cursed my clumsiness, and reminded myself that however tall Kettricken might be, she was not much older than myself, and in a foreign place alone. I should not have spoken to her, but should instead have presented the problem to Shade, and let him manipulate someone into explaining it to her. Then it dawned on me that he had already selected someone to explain such things to her. I met her eyes again and ventured a nervous smile. Quickly, she followed my glance to the ladies, and as swiftly returned decorum to her face. My heart surged with pride in her. "What do you suggest?" she asked quietly. "I suggest," I said humbly, "that I am ashamed at how boldly I have spoken to my queen. I ask her forgiveness. But I suggest also that she show these two royal ladies some special mark of royal favour, to reward them for their faithfulness." She nodded her comprehension. "And that favour might be?" she asked softly. "A private gathering with their queen in her personal chambers, perhaps for a special minstrel or puppeteer. It matters not what entertainment you provide, only that those who have not chosen to attend you as faithfully be excluded." "That sounds like something Regal would do." "Probably. He is very adept at creating lackeys and hangers-on, but he would do it spitefully, to punish those who had not danced attendance upon him." "And I?" "And you, my queen-in-waiting, you do it as a reward to those who have, with no thought of punishing those who have not, but only of enjoying the company of those who obviously reciprocate that feeling." "I see. And the minstrel?" "Mellow. He has a most gallant way of singing to every lady in the room." "Will you see if he is free this evening?" "My lady," I had to smile, "you are the queen-in-waiting. You honour him to request his presence. He will never be too busy to attend upon you." She sighed again, but it was a smaller sigh. She nodded her dismissal of me, and rose to advance, smiling upon her ladies, begging them to excuse her wandering thoughts this morning, and then asking if they might also attend her this evening in her own chambers. I watched them exchange glances and smile, and knew we had done well. I noted their names to myself, Lady Hopeful and Lady Modesty. I bowed my way out of the room, my departure scarcely noticed. So I came to be adviser to Kettricken. It was not a role I relished, to be companion and instructor, to be the whisperer that told her what steps she next must dance. In truth, it was an uncomfortable task. I felt I diminished her by my chiding, and that I corrupted her, teaching her the spidery ways of power in the web of the court. She was right. These were Regal's tricks. If she worked them with higher ideals and kinder ways than Regal did, my intentions were selfish enough for both of us. I wanted her to gather power into her hands, and with it bind the throne firmly to Verity in the minds of one and all. Early each evening, I was expected to call on Lady Patience. She and Lacey both took these visits quite seriously. Patience considered me completely at her disposal, as if I were her page still, and thought nothing of requiring me to copy some ancient scroll for her onto her precious red paper, or to demand that I show her my improvement in playing the sea pipes. She always took me to task for not showing enough effort in that area, and would spend the better part of an hour confusing me whilst attempting to instruct me in it. I tried to be tractable and polite, but felt entrapped in their conspiracy to keep me from seeing Molly. I knew the wisdom of Patience's course, but wisdom does not allay loneliness. Despite their efforts to keep me from her, I saw Molly everywhere. Oh, not her person, no, but in the scent of the fat bayberry candle burning so sweetly, in the cloak left draped over a chair. Even the honey in the honey cakes tasted of Molly to me. Will you think me a fool that I sat close by the candle and smelled its scent, or took the chair that I might lean against her snow-damped cloak as I sat? Sometimes I felt as Kettricken did, that I was drowning in what was required of me, and that there was nothing left in my life that was for me alone. I reported weekly to Shade upon Kettricken's progress in court intrigue. Shade it was who warned me that suddenly the ladies most enamoured of Regal were courting favour with Kettricken as well, and so I must warn her who to treat courteously but no more than that, and whom to genuinely smile upon. Sometimes I thought to myself that I would rather be quietly killing for my king than to be so embroiled in all these secretive schemes. But then King Shrewd summoned me. The message came very early one morning, and I made haste to dress myself to attend my king. This was the first time he had summoned me to his presence since I had returned to Buckkeep. It had made me uneasy to be ignored. Was he displeased with me, over what had happened at Jampe? Surely he would have told me so directly. Still, uncertainty gnawed me. I tried to make great haste to wait upon him, and yet to take special care with my appearance. I ended up doing poorly at both. My hair, shorn for fever when I was in the mountains, had grown back as bushy and unmanageable as Verity's. Worse, my beard was beginning to bristle as well. Twice, Burrick had told me that I had better decide to wear a beard or to attend more closely to my shaving. As my beard came in as patchy as a pony's winter coat, I diligently cut my face several times that morning before deciding that a bit of bristle would be less noticeable than all the blood. I curried my hair back from my face and wished I could bind it back in a warrior's tail. I set into my shirt the pin that Shrewd had so long ago given me to mark me as his. Then I hurried to attend my king. As I strode hastily down the hall to the king's door, Regal stepped abruptly from his own doorway. I halted not to run into him, and then felt trapped there, staring at him. I had seen him several times since I had returned, but it had always been across a hall, or a passing glimpse of him while I was engaged in some task. Now we stood, scarce an arm's length apart, and stared at one another. Almost we could have been mistaken for brothers, I realized with shock. His hair was curlier, his features finer, his bearing more aristocratic. His garments were peacock's feathers compared to my wren colours, and I lacked silver at my throat and on my hands. Still, the stamp of the Farseers was plain on us both. We shared Shrewd's jaw and the fold of his eyelids and the curve of his lower lip. Neither of us would ever compare to Verity's widely muscled build, but I would come closer than he would. Less than a decade of years separated our ages. Only his skin separated me from his blood. I met his eyes and wished I could spill his guts upon the clean-swept floor. He smiled, a brief showing of white teeth. "Bastard?" he greeted me pleasantly. His smile grew sharper. "Oh, that is Master Fitz. A fitting name you've taken to yourself." His careful pronunciation left no room for doubting his insult. "Prince Regal?" I replied, and let my tone make the words mean the same as his. I waited with an icy patience I had not known I owned. He had to strike me first. For a time we held our positions, eyes locked. Then he glanced down to flick imaginary dust from his sleeve. He strode past me. I did not step aside for him. He did not jostle me as once he would have. I took a breath and walked on. I did not know the guardsman at the door, but he waved me into the king's chamber. I sighed and set myself another task. I would learn names and faces again. Now that the court was swelling with folk come to see the new queen, I found myself being recognised by people I didn't know. "That'd be the bastard by the look of him," I'd heard a bacon-monger say to his apprentice the other day outside the kitchen doors. It made me feel vulnerable. Things were changing too fast for me. King Shrewd's chamber shocked me. I had expected to find the windows ajar to the brisk winter air, to find Shrewd up and dressed and alert at table, as keen as a captain receiving reports from his lieutenants. Always he had been so, a sharp old man, strict with himself, an early riser, shrewd as his name. But he was not in his sitting room at all. I ventured to the entry of his bedchamber, peered within the open door. Inside, the room was half in shadow still. A servant rattled cups and plates at a small table drawn up by the great curtained bed. He glanced at me, then away, evidently thinking I was a serving boy. The air was still and musty, as if the room were disused or had not been aired in a long time. I waited a time for the servant to let King Shrewd know I had come. When he continued to ignore me, I advanced warily to the edge of the bed. "My king?" I made bold to address him when he did not speak. "I have come as you bid me." Shrewd was sitting up in the curtained shadows of his bed, well propped with cushions. He opened his eyes when I spoke. "Who? Ah, Fitz. Sit then. Wallace, bring him a chair. A cup and plate, too." As the servant moved to his bidding, King Shrewd confided to me, "I do miss Cheffers, with me for so many years, and I never had to tell him what I wanted done." "I remember him, my lord. Where is he, then?" "A cough took him. He caught it in the autumn, and it never left him. It slowly wore him away, until he couldn't take a breath without wheezing." I recalled the servant. He had not been a young man, but not so old either. I was surprised to hear of his death. I stood silently, wordless, while Wallace brought the chair and a plate and cup for me. He frowned disapprovingly as I seated myself, but I ignored it. He would soon enough learn that King Shrewd designed his own protocol. "And you, my king? Are you well? I cannot recall that I ever knew you to keep to your bed in the morning." King Shrewd made an impatient noise. "It is most annoying. Not a sickness, really. Just a giddiness, a sort of dizziness that sweeps down upon me if I move swiftly. Every morning I think it gone, but when I try to rise, the very stones of Buckkeep rock under me. So I keep to my bed, and eat and drink a bit, and then rise slowly. By midday I am myself. I think it has something to do with the winter cold, though the healer says it may be from an old sword cut, taken when I was not much older than you are now. See, I bear the scar still, though I thought the damage long healed." King Shrewd leaned forward in his curtained bed, lifting with one shaky hand a sheaf of his greying hair from his left temple. I saw the pucker of the old scar and nodded. "But enough. I did not summon you for consultations about my health. I suspect you guess why you are here." "You would like a complete report of the events at Jampe?" I guessed. I glanced about for the servant, saw Wallace hovering near. Cheffers would have departed to allow Shrewd and me to talk freely. I wondered how plainly I dared speak before his new man. But Shrewd waved it aside. "It is done, boy," he said heavily. "Verity and I have consulted. Now we let it go. I do not think there is much you could tell me that I do not know or guess already. Verity and I have spoken at length. I regret some things. But here we are. And here is always the place we must start from, eh?" Words swelled in my throat, nearly choking me. "Regal," I wanted to say to him. "Your son who tried to kill me, your bastard grandson. Did you speak at length with him also? And was it before or after you put me into his power?" But as clearly as if shade or verity had spoken to me, I knew suddenly I had no right to question my king. Not even to ask if he had given my life over to his youngest son. I clenched my jaws and held my words unuttered. Shrewd met my eyes. His eyes flickered to Wallace. "Wallace, take yourself to the kitchens for a bit, or wherever you wish that is not here." Wallace looked displeased, but he turned with a sniff and departed. He left the door ajar behind him. At a sign from Shrewd, I arose and shut it. I returned to my seat.
"Fitz chivalry," he said gravely. "This will not do."
"Sir?" I met his eyes for a moment, then looked down. He spoke heavily. "Sometimes ambitious young men do foolish things. When they are shown the error of their ways, they apologize." I looked up suddenly, wondering if he expected an apology from me. But he went on. "I have been tendered such an apology. I have accepted it. Now we go on. In this, trust me," he said, and he spoke gently, but it was not a request. "Least said is soonest mended." I leaned back in my chair. I took a breath, sighed it carefully out. In a moment I had mastered myself. I looked up at him with an open face. "May I ask why you have called me, my king?" "An unpleasantness," he said distastefully. "Duke Braundy of Bairns thinks I should resolve it. He fears what may follow if I do not. He does not think it political to take direct action himself, so I have granted the request, but grudgingly. Have not we enough to face with the raiders at our doorstep without internal strife? Still, they have the right to ask it of me, and I the duty to oblige any who asks. Once more, you will bear the king's justice, Fitz." He told me concisely of the situation in Bairns. A young woman from Seal Bay had come to Ripplekeep to offer herself to Braundy as a warrior. He had been pleased to accept her, for she was both well-muscled and adept, skilled at staves, bows, and blades. She was beautiful as well as strong, small and dark, and sleek as a sea otter. She had been a welcome addition to his guard, and soon was a popular figure in his court as well. She had not charm, but that courage and strength of will that draws others to follow. Braundy himself had grown fond of her. She enlivened his court and instilled new spirit in his guard. But lately, she had begun to fancy herself a prophetess and soothsayer. She claimed to have been chosen by El the sea god for a higher destiny. Her name had been Magia, her parentage unremarkable, but now she had renamed herself in a ceremony of fire, wind, and water, and called herself Virago. She ate only meat she had taken herself, and kept in her rooms nothing that she had not either made herself or won by show of arms. Her following was swelling, and included some of the younger nobles as well as many of the soldiers under her command. To all she preached the need to return to El's worship and honor. She espoused the old ways, advocating a rigorous, simple life that glorified what a person could win by her own strength. She saw the raiders and forging as El's punishment for our soft ways, and blamed the Farseer line for encouraging that softness. At first, she had spoken circumspectly of such things. Of late, she had become more open, but never so bold as to voice outright treason. Still, There had been bullock sacrifices on the sea cliffs, and she had blood-painted a number of young folk and sent them out on spirit quests, as in the very old days. Braundy had heard rumours that she sought a man worthy of herself, who would join her to throw down the Farseer throne. They would rule together, to begin the time of the fighter and put an end to the days of the farmer. According to Bairns, quite a number of young men were ready to vie for that honour. Braundy wished her stopped, before he himself had to accuse her of treason and force his men to choose between Virago and himself. Shrewd offered the opinion that her following would probably drop off drastically were she to be bested at arms or have a severe accident, or become victim to a wasting illness that depleted her strength and beauty. I was forced to agree that was probably so, but observed that there were many cases where folks who died became like gods afterwards. Shrewd said certainly, if the person died honourably. Then, abruptly, he changed the topic. In Ripplekeep on Seal Bay, there was an old scroll that Verity wished copied, a listing of all those from Bairns who had served the king in the Skill as coterie members. It was also said that at Ripplekeep there was a relic from the days of the elderling defence of that city. Shrewd wished me to leave on the morrow, to go to Seal Bay and copy the scrolls, and to view the relic and bring him a report of it. I would also convey to Braundy the king's best wishes, and his certainty that the duke's unease would soon be put to rest. I understood. As I stood to leave, Shrewd raised a finger to bid me pause. I stood, waiting. "And do you feel I am keeping my bargain with you?" he asked. It was the old question, the one he had always asked me after our meetings when I was a boy. It made me smile. "Sir, I do," I said, as I always had. "Then see that you keep your end of it as well." He paused, then added as he never had before, "Remember, Fitzchivalry, any injury done to one of my own is an injury to me." "Sir?" "You would not injure one of mine, would you?" I drew myself up. I knew what he asked for, and I ceded it to him. "Sir, I will not injure one of yours. I am sworn to the Farseer line." He nodded slowly. He had wrung an apology from Regal, and from me my word that I would not kill his son. He probably believed he had made peace between us. Outside his door, I paused to push the hair back from my eyes. I had just made a promise, I reminded myself. I considered it carefully, and forced myself to look at what it could cost me to keep it. Bitterness flooded me, until I compared what it would cost me should I break it. Then I found the reservations in myself, crushed them firmly. I formed a resolve to keep my promise cleanly to my king. I had no true peace with Regal, but at least I could have that much peace with myself. The decision left me feeling better, and I strode purposefully down the hall. I had not replenished my stocks of poisons since I had returned from the mountains. Nothing green showed outside now. I'd have to steal what I needed. The wool dyers would have some I might use, and the healer's stock would yield me others. My mind was busy with this planning as I started down the stairs. Serene was coming up the stairs. When I saw her, I halted where I was. The sight of her made me quail as Regal had not. It was an old reflex. Of all Galen's coterie, she was now the strongest. August had retired from the field, gone far inland to live in orchard country and be a gentleman there. His skill had been entirely blasted out of him during the final encounter that marked the end of Galen. Serene was now the key skill user of the coterie. In summers she remained at Buckkeep, and all the other members of the coterie, scattered to towers and keeps up and down our long coast, channeled all their reports to the king through her. During winter, the entire coterie came to Buckkeep to renew their bonds and fellowship. In the absence of a skillmaster, she had assumed much of Galen's status at Buckkeep. She had also assumed with great enthusiasm Galen's passionate hatred of me. She reminded me too vividly of past abuses, and inspired in me a dread that would not yield to logic. I had avoided her since my return, but now her gaze pinned me. The staircase was more than sufficiently wide to allow two people to pass, unless one person deliberately planted herself in the middle of a step. Even looking up at me, I felt she had the advantage. Her bearing had changed since we had been Galen students together. Her whole physical appearance reflected her new position. Her midnight blue robe was richly embroidered. Her long midnight hair was bound back intricately with burnished wire strung with ivory ornaments. Silver graced her throat and ringed her fingers. But her femininity was gone. She had adopted Galen's ascetic values, for her face was thinned to bone, her hands to claws. As he had, she burned with self-righteousness. It was the first time she had accosted me directly since Galen's death. I halted above her, with no idea of what she wanted from me. "Bastard," she said flatly. It was a naming, not a greeting. I wondered if that word would ever lose its sting with me. "Serene," I said, as tonelessly as I could manage. "You did not die in the mountains." No, I did not. Still, she stood there, blocking my way. Very quietly, she said, "I know what you did. I know what you are." Inside, I was quivering like a rabbit. I told myself it was probably taking every bit of skill strength she had to impose this fear on me. I told myself that it was not my true emotion, but only what her skill suggested I should feel. I forced words from my throat. "I, too, know what I am. I am a king's man." "You are no kind of a man at all," she asserted calmly. She smiled up at me. "Someday, everyone will know that." Fear feels remarkably like fear, regardless of the source. I stood, making no response. Eventually, she stepped aside to allow me to pass. I made a small victory of that, though in retrospect there was little else she could have done. I went to ready things for my trip to Bairns, suddenly glad to leave the keep for a few days. I have no good memories of that errand. I met Virago, for she was herself a guest at Ripplekeep while I was there doing my scribe tasks. She was as Shrewd had described her, a handsome woman, well-muscled, who moved lithe as a little hunting cat. She wore the vitality of her health like a glamour. All eyes followed her when she was in a room. Her chastity challenged every male who followed her. Even I felt myself drawn to her and agonized about my task. Our very first evening at table together, she was seated across from me. Duke Braundy had made me very welcome indeed, even to having his cook prepare a certain spicy meat dish I was fond of. His libraries were at my disposal, as were the services of his lesser scribe. His youngest daughter had even extended her shy companionship to me. I was discussing my scroll errand with Celerity, who surprised me with her soft-spoken intelligence. Midway through the meal, Virago remarked quite clearly to her dining companion that at one time bastards were drowned at birth. The old ways of El demanded it, she said. I could have ignored the remark, had she not leaned across the table to smilingly ask me, "Have you never heard of that custom, bastard?" I looked up to Duke Braundy's seat at the head of the table, but he was engaged in a lively discussion with his eldest daughter. He didn't even glance my way. "I believe it is as old as the custom of one guest's courtesy to another at their host's table," I replied. I tried to keep my eyes and voice steady. Bait. Braundy had seated me across the table from her as bait. Never before had I been so blatantly used. I steeled myself to it, tried to set personal feelings aside. At least I was ready. "Some would say it was a sign of the degeneracy of the Farseer line that your father came unchaste to his wedding bed. I, of course, would not speak against my king's family, But tell me, how did your mother's people accept her whoredom? I smiled pleasantly. I suddenly had fewer qualms about my task. I do not recall much of my mother or her kin, I offered conversationally. But I imagine they believed as I do. Better to be a whore or the child of a whore than a traitor to one's king. I lifted my wineglass and turned my eyes back to Celerity. Her dark blue eyes widened, and she gasped as Virago's belt knife plunged into Braundy's table but inches from my elbow. I had expected it, and did not flinch. Instead, I turned to meet her eyes. Virago stood in her table place, eyes blazing and nostrils flared. Her heightened colour inflamed her beauty. I spoke mildly. Tell me, you teach the old ways, do you not? Do you not then hold to the one that forbids the shedding of blood in a house in which you are a guest? Are you not unbloodied? She asked by way of reply. As are you. I would not shame my duke's table by letting it be said that he had allowed guests to kill one another over his bread. Or do you care as little for your courtesy to your duke as you do your loyalty to your king? I have sworn no loyalty to your soft farcier king, she hissed. Folk shifted, some uncomfortably, some for a better vantage. So some had come to witness her challenge me at Braundy's table. All of this had been as carefully planned as any battle campaign. Would she know how well I had planned also? Did she suspect the tiny package in my cuff? I spoke boldly, pitching my voice to Carrie. I have heard of you. I think that those you tempt to follow you into treachery would be wiser to go to Buckkeep. King-in-Waiting Verity has issued a call for those skilled in arms to come and man his new warships, and bear those arms against the Out-Islanders who are enemy to us all. That, I think, would be a better measure of a warrior's skill. Is not that more honourable a pursuit than to turn against leaders one has sworn to? Or to waste bull's blood down a cliffside by moonlight, when the same meat might go to feed our kin despoiled by red ships? I spoke passionately, and my voice grew in volume as she stared at how much I knew. I found myself caught up in my own words, for I believed them. I leaned across the table, over Virago's plate and cup, to thrust my face close to hers as I asked, Tell me, brave one, have you ever lifted arms against one who was not your own countryman? Against a red ship crew? I thought not. Far easier to insult a host's hospitality, or maim a neighbour's son, than to kill one who came to kill our own. Words were not Virago's best weapon. Enraged, she spat at me. I leaned back calmly to wipe my face clean. Perhaps you would care to challenge me in a more appropriate time and place. Perhaps a week hence, on the cliffs where you so boldly slew the cow's husband. Perhaps I, a scribe, might present you more of a challenge than your bovine warrior did. Duke Braundy suddenly deigned to notice the disturbance. For chivalry, Virago, he rebuked us, but our gazes remained locked, my hands planted to either side of her place-setting as I leaned to confront her. I think the man beside her might have challenged me also, had not Duke Braundy then slammed his salt bowl against the table, near shattering it, and reminded us forcefully that this was his table and his hall and he'd have no blood shed in it. He, at least, was capable of honouring both King Shrewd and the old ways at once, and suggested we attempt to do the same. I apologised, most humbly and eloquently, and Virago muttered her pardons. The meal resumed, and the minstrels sang, and over the next few days I copied the scroll for Verity and viewed the elderling relic, which looked like nothing to me so much as a glass vial of very fine fish scales. Celerity seemed more impressed with me than I was comfortable with. The other side of that coin was facing the old animosity in the faces of those who sided with Virago. It was a long week. I never had to fight my challenge, for before the week was out, Virago's tongue and mouth had broken out in the boils and sores that were the legendary punishment for one who lied to arms companions and betrayed spoken vows. She scarce was able to drink, let alone eat, and so disfiguring was her affliction that all those close to her forsook her company for fear it spread to them as well. Her pain was such that she could not go forth into the cold to fight, and there was no one willing to stand her challenge for her. I waited on the cliffs for a challenger who never came. Celerity waited with me, as did perhaps a score of minor nobles that Duke Braundy had urged to attend me. We made casual talk, and drank entirely too much brandy to keep ourselves warm. As evening fell, a messenger from the keep came to tell us that Virago had left Ripple Keep, but not to face my challenge. She had ridden away inland, alone. Celerity clasped her hands together, and then astonished me with a hug. We returned, chilled but merry, to enjoy one more meal at Ripple Keep before my departure for Buck Keep. Braundy sat me at his left hand, and Celerity beside me. "You know," he observed to me towards the end of the meal, "your likeness to your father becomes more remarkable every year." All of the brandy and bairns could not have defeated the chill his words sent through me. Chapter 6. Forged Ones. The two sons of Queen Constance and King Shrewd were Chivalry and Verity. Only 2 years separated their births, and they grew up as close as two brothers can be. Chivalry was the eldest, and the first to assume the title of king-in-waiting on his 16th birthday. He was almost immediately dispatched by his father to deal with a border dispute with the Chalced states. From that time on, he was seldom at Buck Keep for more than a few months at a time. Even after Chivalry had married, he was seldom allowed to spend his days at rest. It was not so much that there were so many border uprisings at that time, as that Shrewd seemed intent on formalizing his boundaries with all his neighbors. Many of these disputes were settled with the sword, though as time went on, Chivalry became more astute at employing diplomacy first. Some said that assigning Chivalry to this task was the plot of his stepmother Queen Desire, who hoped to send him to his death. Others say it was Shrewd's way of putting his eldest son out of his new queen's sight and authority. Prince Verity, condemned by his youth to remain at home, made formal application to his father every month to be allowed to follow his brother. All of Shrewd's efforts to interest him in responsibilities of his own were wasted. Prince Verity performed the tasks given him, but never let anyone think for a moment that he would not rather be with his older brother. At last, on Verity's 20th birthday, after 6 years of requesting monthly to be allowed to follow his brother, Shrewd reluctantly conceded to him. From then, until the day 4 years later when Chivalry abdicated and Verity assumed the title of king-in-waiting, the two princes worked as one in formalizing boundaries, treaties and trade agreements with the lands bordering the 6 duchies. Prince Chivalry's talent was for dealing with people, as individuals or as a folk. Verity's was for the detail of agreements, the precise maps that delineated agreed borders, and the supporting of his brother in his authority both as a soldier and as a prince. Prince Regal, youngest of Shrewd's sons and his only child with Queen Desire, spent his youth at home at court, where his mother made every effort to groom him as a candidate for the throne. I travelled home to Buck Keep with a sense of relief. It was not the first time I had performed such a task for my king, but I had never developed a relish for my work as an assassin. I was glad at how Virago had insulted and baited me, for it had made my task bearable. And yet she had been a very beautiful woman and skilled warrior. It was a waste, and I took no pride in my work, save that I obeyed my king's command. Such were my thoughts as Sooty carried me up the last rise toward home. I looked up the hill and scarce could believe what I saw. Kettrican and Regal on horseback riding side by side, together. They looked like an illustration from one of Fedron's best vellums. Regal was in scarlet and gold, with glossy black boots and black gloves. His riding cloak was flung back from one shoulder to display the brilliant contrast of the colours as they billowed in the morning wind. The wind had brought a redness of the outdoors to his cheeks, and tousled his black hair from its precise arrangement of curls, His dark eyes shone. Almost he looked a man, I thought, astride the tall black horse that carried itself so well. He could be this, if he chose, rather than the languid prince with always a glass of wine in hand and a lady beside him. Another waste. Ah, but the lady beside him was another matter. Compared to the entourage that followed them, she showed as a rare and foreign blossom. She rode astride in loose trousers, and no buckkeep dyeing vat had produced that crocus purple. Her trousers were adorned with intricate embroideries in rich colours, and tucked securely into her boot tops. Her boots came almost to her knee. Burrich would have approved that practicality. She wore not a cloak, but a short jacket of voluminous white fur, with a high collar to shield her neck from the wind. A white fox, I guessed, from the tundra on the far side of the mountains. Her hands were gloved in black. The wind had played with her long yellow hair, streaming it out and tangling it over her shoulders. Upon her head was a knitted cap of every bright colour I could imagine. She sat her horse high and forward in the mountain style, and it made Softstep think she must prance instead of walk. The chestnut mare's harness was a jingle with tiny silver bells ringing sharp as icicles in the brisk morning. She brought to mind an exotic warrior from a northern clime, or an adventurer from some ancient tale. It set her apart from her ladies in their voluminous skirts and cloaks, not as a high-born and well-adorned woman shows her status among those less royal, but almost as a hawk would appear caged with songbirds. I was not sure she should show herself so to her subjects. Prince Regal rode at Kettrican's side, smiling and talking to her. Their conversation was lively, spiced often with laughter. As I approached, I let Sooty slow her pace. Kettrican reined in, smiling, and would have stopped to give me greeting, but Prince Regal nodded icily and kneed his horse to a trot. Kettrican's mare, not to be left behind, tugged at her bit and kept pace with him. I received as brisk a greeting from those who trailed after the Queen and Prince. I halted to watch them pass, and then continued up to Buckkeep with an uneasy heart. Kettrican's face had been animated, her pale cheeks pink with the cold air, and her smile at Regal had been as genuinely merry as the occasional smiles she still gave me. Yet I could not believe she would be so gullible as to trust him. I pondered this while I unsaddled Sooty and rubbed her down. I had bent down to check her hooves when I felt Burrich watching me over the wall of the stall. I asked him, for how long? He knew what I was asking.
He began a few days after you left. He brought her down here one day and spoke me fair, saying he thought it quite a shame that the Queen was spending all her days shut up in the keep. She was used to such an open and hardy life up in the mountains. He claimed he had allowed her to persuade him to teach her to ride as we rode here in the lower lands. Then he had me saddle Softstep with the saddle Verity had made for his queen, and off they went. Well, what was I to do or say? He asked me fiercely as I turned to look at him questioningly. It is as you have said before. We are king's men, sworn, and Regal is a prince of the Farseer house. Even if I were faithless enough to refuse him, there was my queen in waiting, expecting me to fetch her horse for her and saddle her.
A slight motion of my hand reminded Burrich that his words sounded close to treason. He stepped into the stall beside me to scratch behind Sooty's ear pensively as I finished with her. You could do nothing else, I conceded, but I must wonder what his real intent is, and why she suffers him.
His intent? Perhaps just to wriggle his way back into favour with her. It is no secret that she pines in the castle. Oh, she is fair-spoken to all, but there is too much honesty in her for her to make others believe she is happy when she is not.
Perhaps, I conceded grudgingly. I lifted my head as suddenly as a dog does when his master whistles. I have to go. King-in-waiting Verity... I let the words trail away. I did not have to let Burrich know I had been summoned by the skill. I slung my saddlebags with the arduously copied scrolls inside to my shoulder and headed up to the castle. I did not pause to change my clothes, or even to warm myself at the kitchen fires, but went straight to Verity's map room. The door was ajar, and I tapped once and then entered. Verity leaned over a map secured to his table. He scarcely glanced up to acknowledge me. Steaming mulled wine already awaited me, and a generous platter of cold meats and bread stood on a table near the hearth. After a bit, he straightened up. "You block too well," Verity said by way of greeting. "I have been trying to get you to hurry for the past 3 days, and when do you finally know you are skilled? When you are standing in my own stables. I tell you, Fitz, we must find time to teach you some sort of control over your skill." But I knew even as he spoke that there would never be that time. Too many other things demanded his attention. As always, he immediately plunged into his concern. "Forged ones," he said. I felt a chill of foreboding run up my spine. "The red ships have struck again? This deep in winter?" I asked incredulously.
"No. At least we are all spared that. But it seems that the red ships can leave us and go home to their hearths and still leave their poison among us." He paused. "Well, go on. Warm yourself and eat. You can chew and listen at the same time." As I helped myself to the mulled wine and food, Verity lectured me. "It is the same problem as before. Reports of forged ones robbing and despoiling, not just travellers, but isolated farms and houses. I have investigated and must give credence to the reports. Yet the attacks are happening far from the sites of any raids, and in every case the folk claim there are not 1 or 2 forged ones, but groups of them, acting in concert." I considered for a moment, swallowed, then spoke. "I don't think forged ones are capable of acting in bands or even as partners. When one encounters them, one finds they have no sense of community, of shared humanity. They can speak and reason, but only selfishly. They are as wolverines would be if given human tongues. They care for nothing but their own survival. They see each other only as rivals for food or comfort of any kind." I refilled my mug, grateful for the spreading warmth of the wine. At least it pushed aside the physical cold, the chill thought of the bleak isolation of the forged ones it could not touch. It was the wit that had let me discover this about forged ones. So deadened were they to all sense of kinship with the world that I could scarcely sense them at all. The wit gave me a certain access to that web which bound all creatures together, but the forged ones were separate from that net, as isolated as stones, as hungry and merciless as an unthinking storm or a river in flood. To encounter one unexpectedly was as startling to me as if a stone rose up to attack me. But Verity only nodded thoughtfully. "Yet even wolves, animals as they are, attack as a pack, as do tearfish on a whale. If these animals can band together to bring down food, why not the forged ones?" I set down the bread I had picked up. "Wolves and tearfish do as they do by their nature, and share the flesh with their young. They do not kill each for his own meat, but for meat for the pack. I have seen them in groups, but they do not act together. The time I was attacked by more than one forged one, the only thing that saved me was that I was able to turn them against each other. I dropped the cloak they desired, and they fought over it. And when they came after me again, they more got in one another's way than helped one another. I fought to keep my voice steady as the memory of that night rose up in me. Smithy had died that night, and I had first killed. But they do not fight together. That is what is beyond the forged ones, the idea of cooperating so that all might benefit." I looked up to find Verity's dark eyes full of sympathy. "I had forgotten that you have had some experience fighting them. Forgive me, I don't dismiss it. There is just so much besieging me lately." His voice dwindled away, and he seemed to be listening to something far away. After a moment, he came back to himself. "So, you believe they cannot cooperate, and yet it seems to be happening. See, here," and he brushed his hand lightly over a map spread out on his table. "I have been marking the places of the complaints, and keeping track of how many are said to be there. What do you think of this?" I went to stand beside him.
Standing next to Verity was now like standing next to a different sort of hearth. The strength of the skill radiated from him. I wondered if he strove to hold it in check, if it always threatened to spill out of him and spread his consciousness over the whole kingdom. "The map, Fitz," he recalled me, and I wondered how much he knew of my thoughts. I forced myself to concentrate on the task at hand. The map showed Buck, done in wondrous detail. Shallows and tide flats were marked along the coast, as well as inland landmarks and lesser roads. It was a map made lovingly by a man who had walked and ridden and sailed the area. Verity had used bits of red wax as markers. I studied them, trying to see what his real concern was. 7 different incidents. He reached to touch his markers. Some within a day's ride of Buckkeep. But we have had no raids that close. So where would these forged ones be coming from? They might be driven away from their home villages, true, but why would they converge upon Buckkeep? Perhaps these are desperate people pretending to be forged ones when they go out to steal from their neighbours. Perhaps. But it is troubling that the incidents are happening closer and closer to Buckkeep. There are 3 different groups, from what the victims say. But each time there is a report of a robbery, or a barn broken into, or a cow butchered in the field, the group responsible seems to have moved closer to Buckkeep. I can think of no reason for forged ones to do such a thing. And, he halted me as I began to speak, the descriptions of one group match those of another attack reported over a month ago. If these are the same forged ones, they have come a long way in that time. It does not seem like forged ones, I said, and then, carefully, I asked, "Do you suspect a conspiracy of some kind?" Verity snorted bitterly. "Of course. When do I not suspect conspiracies anymore? But for this at least, I think I can look further afield than Buckkeep to find the source." He halted abruptly, as if hearing how bluntly he had spoken. "Look into it for me, Fitz, will you? Ride out and about a bit, and listen. Tell me what they say in the taverns, and tell me what sign you find on the roads. Gather gossip of other attacks and keep track of the detail, quietly. Can you do that for me?" "Of course, but why quietly? It seems to me that if we alerted folk, we would hear more swiftly of what goes on." "We would hear more, that's true, more of rumours and much more of complaint. So far, these are individual complaints. I am the only one, I think, who has put together a pattern from them. I do not want Buckkeep itself up in arms, complaining that the king cannot even protect his capital city. No. Quietly, Fitz, quietly. Just look into it quietly." I did not voice it as a question. Verity gave his broad shoulders a small shrug, but it was more like a man shifting a burden than dislodging a load. "Put a stop to it where you can." His voice was small, and he looked into the fire. "Quietly, Fitz. Very quietly." I nodded my head slowly. I had had these kinds of assignments before also. Killing forged ones did not bother me as much as killing a man did. Sometimes I tried to pretend I was laying a restless soul to peace, putting a family's anguish to a final end. I hoped I would not become too adept at lying to myself. It was a luxury an assassin could not afford. Shade had warned me that I must always remember what I truly was, not an angel of mercy, but a killer who worked for the good of the king, or the king in waiting. It was my duty to keep the throne secure. My duty. I hesitated, then spoke. "My prince, as I was coming back, I saw our queen-in-waiting Kettrican. She was riding out with Prince Regal." "They make a handsome pair, do they not? And does she sit her horse well?" Verity could not entirely keep bitterness from his voice. "Aye, but in the mountain style still." "She came to me, saying she wished to learn to ride our tall lowland horses better. I commended the idea. I did not know she would choose Regal as a riding master." Verity leaned over his map, studying detail that was not there. Perhaps she hoped you would teach her. I spoke thoughtlessly, to the man, not the prince.
Perhaps.
He sighed suddenly.
Oh, I know she did. Kettricken is lonely sometimes, often. He shook his head. She should have been married to a younger son, to a man with time on his hands. Or to a king whose kingdom was not on the verge of war and disaster. I do not do her justice, Fitz, I know this. But she is so young. Sometimes. And when she is not being so young, she is so fanatically patriotic. She burns to sacrifice herself for the 6 duchies. Always I have to hold her back, to tell her that it is not what the 6 duchies need. She is like a gadfly. There is no peace in her for me, Fitz. Either she wants to be romped like a child, or she is quizzing me on the very details of some crisis I am trying to set aside for a few moments. I thought suddenly of chivalry's single-minded pursuit of the frivolous patience, and caught a glimpse of his motives. A woman who was an escape for him. Who would Verity have chosen, had he been allowed to choose for himself? Probably someone older, a placid woman possessed of inner self-worth and peace. I grow so tired,
Verity said softly. He poured himself more mulled wine and stepped to the hearth to sip at it.
Do you know what I wish?
It wasn't really a question. I didn't even bother to reply.
I wish your father were alive, and king in waiting, and I his right-hand man still. He would be telling me what tasks I must tackle, and I would be doing as he asked. I would be at peace with myself, no matter how hard my work, for I would be sure he knew best. Do you know how easy it is, Fitz, to follow a man you believe in?
He looked up at last to meet my eyes. My prince, I said quietly. I believe I do. For a moment, Verity was very still. Then,
Ah,
he said. He held my eyes with his, and I did not need the warmth of his skilling to feel the gratitude he sent me. He stepped away from the hearth, drew himself up straighter. My king-in-waiting stood before me once more. He dismissed me with a tiny motion, and I went. As I climbed the stairs to my room, for the first time in my life, I wondered if I should not be grateful to have been born a bastard. Chapter 7. Encounters. It has always been the custom and the expectancy that when a king or queen of Buckkeep wed, the royal spouse would bring an entourage of his or her own as attendants. Such had been the case with both of Shrewd's queens, but when Queen Kettricken of the Mountains came to Buckkeep, she came as sacrifice, as was her country's custom. She came alone, with no women or men to attend her, not even a maid to be a confidant. No person in Buckkeep was there to give the comfort of familiarity to her in her new home. She began her reign surrounded completely by strangers, not just at her own social level, but extending down to servants and guards as well. As time progressed, she gathered friends to her, and found servants as well who suited her, though at first the idea of having a person whose life work was to wait on her was a foreign and distressing concept to her. Cub had missed my company. Before I departed for Bairns, I had left him the carcass of a deer, well frozen and concealed behind the hut. It should have been ample to feed him for the time I was gone, but in true wolf fashion he had gorged and slept again until the meat was gone. 2 days ago, he informed me, leaping and dancing about me. The interior of the hut was a litter of well-gnawed bones. He greeted me with frantic enthusiasm, doubly informed by the wit and his nose of the fresh meat I brought. He fell upon it ravenously, and paid me no mind at all as I gathered his chewed bones into a sack. Too much of this type of litter would draw rats, and the keep rat-hounds would follow. I couldn't chance that. I watched him surreptitiously as I tidied, saw the rippling of muscles in his shoulders as he braced his forefeet against the chunk of meat and tore a piece of flesh free. I noted, too, that all but the thickest deer bones had been cracked and licked clean of marrow. This was cub's play no longer, but the work of a powerful young animal. The bones he had cracked were thicker than the bones in my arm.
But why would I turn on you? You bring the meat and ginger cakes.
His thought was laden with meaning. This was the way of a pack. I, an elder, brought meat to feed Cub, a young one. I was the hunter, bringing him back a portion of my kill. I quested toward him and found that, for him, our separateness was fading. We were pack. It was a concept I had never encountered before, going deeper than companion or partner. I feared that to him it meant what bonding did to me. I could not permit it. I am a human. You are a wolf. I spoke the words aloud, knowing he would get their meaning from my thoughts, but trying to force him to know in all his senses our differences.
Outwardly, inside we are pack.
He paused and licked his nose complacently. Blood dotted his forepaws. No, I feed you and protect you here, but only for a time. When you are able to hunt for yourself, I will take you to a far place and leave you there.
I have never hunted.
I will teach you.
That too is of the pack. You will teach me, and I will hunt with you. We will share many kills and much rich meat.
I will teach you to hunt, and then I will set you free.
I am already free. You do not hold me here, save that I will it.
He lolled his tongue out over white teeth, laughing at my assumption. You are arrogant, Cub, and ignorant.
So teach me.
He turned his head sideways to let his back teeth scissor meat and tendon from the bone he was working on.
It is your pack duty.
We are not pack. I have no pack. My allegiance is to my king.
If he is your leader, then he is mine also. We are pack.
As his belly filled, he was becoming more and more complacent about it. I changed tactics. Coldly, I told him, I am of a pack that you cannot be part of. In my pack, all are humans. You are not a human. You are a wolf. We are not pack. A stillness welled in him. He did not try to reply, but he felt, and what he felt chilled me. Isolation and betrayal. Loneliness. I turned and left him there. But I could not hide from him how hard it was for me to leave him like that, nor conceal the deep shame at refusing him. I hoped he sensed also that I believed it was what was best for him. Much I reflected as Burrick had felt it was best for me when he took Nosy away from me because I had bonded to the puppy. The thought burned me, and I did not just hasten away, I fled. Evening was falling as I returned to the keep and made my way up the stairs. I visited my room for certain bundles I had left there, and then made my way downstairs again. My traitorous feet slowed as I passed the second landing. I knew that very shortly Molly would be coming this way, bearing away the tray and dishes from Patience's meal. Patience seldom chose to dine in the hall with the other lords and ladies of the keep, preferring the privacy of her own rooms and Lacey's easy companionship. Her shyness had begun to take on overtones of reclusiveness lately, but it was not concern over that which kept me loitering on the stairs. I heard the tap of Molly's feet coming down the hall. I knew I should move on, but it had been days since I had even glimpsed her. Celerity's shy flirtations had only made me more acutely aware of how I missed Molly. Surely it could not be too much for me to simply wish her good evening, as I might any other servant girl. I knew I should not. I knew that if Patience heard of it, I would be rebuked. And yet I pretended to be studying a tapestry on the landing, a tapestry that had hung there since before I had ever come to Buckkeep. I heard her footsteps approaching. I heard them slow. My heart was thundering high in my chest. The palms of my hands were moist with sweat as I turned to see her. "Good evening," I managed between a squeak and a whisper. "Good evening to you," she said with great dignity. Her head went up a notch higher, her chin firmed. Her hair had been tamed into 2 thick braids and pinned about her head like a crown. Her dress of simple blue had a collar of delicate white lace, and there were lace cuffs to it as well. I knew whose fingers had worked that scalloped pattern. Lacey treated her well and gifted her with the work of her hands. That was good to know. Molly did not falter as she passed me. Her eyes skittered sideways to me once, and I could not forbear to smile, and at my smile a blush so warm suffused her face and throat that almost I felt the heat of it. Her mouth went into a firmer line. As she turned and descended the stairs, her scent wafted back to me, lemon balm and ginger, riding on the sweeter scent that was simply Molly's own.
Female. Nice.
Vast approval. I leapt as if stung and spun about, expecting foolishly to discover Cub behind me. He was not, of course. I quested out, but he was not with me in my mind. I quested further, found him dozing on his straw in the hut. Don't do that, I warned him. Stay out of my mind, unless I bid you be with me. Consternation.
What is it you bid me do?
Do not be with me except when I wish you to.
Then how would I know when you wished me to be with you?
I will seek your mind when I want you. A long quiet.
And I shall seek yours when I want you,
he offered.
Yes, this is Pack. To call when one needs help, and to be always ready to hear such a call. We are Pack.
No, that is not what I am telling you. I am saying you must keep out of my mind when I do not wish you to be there. I do not wish to be always sharing thoughts with you.
You make no sense at all. Shall I only breathe when you are not snuffing the air? Your mind, my mind. It is all the Pack mind. Where else shall I think but here? If you do not wish to hear me, do not listen.
I stood dumbfounded, trying to make sense of the thought. I realized I was staring off into space. A serving boy had just wished me good evening, and I had offered no response. Good evening, I replied, but he had already passed me. He glanced back in puzzlement to see if he was summoned, but I waved him on. I shook my head to clear it of cobwebs and started down the hall to Patience's room. I would discuss it with Cub later and make him understand. And soon he would be off on his own, out of touch, out of mind. I pushed the experience aside. I tapped at Patience's door and was admitted. I saw that Lacey had gone on one of her periodic rampages and restored a sort of order to the room. There was even a cleared chair to sit upon. They were both glad to see me. I told them of my trip to Bairns, avoiding any mention of virago. I knew that eventually Patience would hear of it and confront me about it, and I would then assure her that gossip had greatly exaggerated our encounter. I hoped that would work. In the meantime, I had brought gifts back with me. Tiny ivory fish, drilled to be strung as beads or attached to a garment for Lacey, and for Patience, amber and silver earrings. An earthenware pot of wintergreen berries, preserved and sealed with a lid of wax. Wintergreen? I've no taste for wintergreen. Patience was puzzled when I offered it to her. Haven't you? I feigned puzzlement. I thought you told me it was a flavour and scent you missed from your childhood. Did not you have an uncle who brought you wintergreen? No, I recall no such conversation. Perhaps it was Lacey, then? I asked sincerely. Not I, master. Stings my nose to taste it, though it has a nice scent in the air. Ah, well then, my mistake. I set it aside on the table. What, Snowflake? Not pregnant again? This I addressed to Patience's white terrier, who had finally decided to come forth and sniff at me. I could sense her doggy little mind puzzling over Cub's scent on me. No, she's just getting fat, Lacey interjected for her, stooping to scratch her behind the ears. My lady leaves sweetmeats and cakes about on plates, and Snowflake is always getting at them. You know you shouldn't let her. It's very bad for her teeth and coat, I rebuked Patience, and she replied that she knew it, but Snowflake was too old to be taught better. The conversation rambled from there, and it was another hour before I stretched and told them I must be going, to try once more to report to the king. I was earlier turned aside from his door, I mentioned, though not by any guard. His man Wallace came to the door when I knocked to refuse me entry. When I asked why there was no guard on the king's door, he said they had been relieved of that duty. He had assumed it himself, the better to keep things quiet for the king. "The king's not well, you know," Lacey offered. "I've heard that he's seldom seen out of his chambers before noon. Then, when he comes forth, he is like a man possessed, full of energy and appetite, but by early evening he fades again, and begins to shuffle and mumble his words. He takes his dinner in his rooms, and cook says the tray comes back as full as it went up. It's quite a worry." "It is," I agreed, and made my departure, almost dreading to hear more. So the king's health was now talk for the keep. That was not good. I must ask Shade about it, and I must see for myself. In my earlier attempts to report to the king, I had encountered only the officious Wallace. Wallace had been most brusque with me, as if I were come simply to pass the time of day rather than to report after a mission. He behaved as if the king were the most delicate of invalids, and took it upon himself to keep anyone from bothering him. Wallace, I decided, had not been very well taught as to what the duties of his position were. He was a most annoying man. As I tapped, I was wondering how long it would take Molly to find the wintergreen. She must know I had meant it for her. It was a taste she had always been greedy for when we were children. Wallace came to the door and opened it a crack to peer out. He frowned at discovering me. He swung the door wider, but filled the opening with his body, as if my glimpsing the king might do him harm. He gave me no greeting, only demanded, "Did not you come before earlier today?" "Yes, I did. At that time you told me King Shrewd slept, and so I have come again to make my report." I tried to keep my tone civil. "It is important, this report." "I think the king can judge if it is, and send me away if he thinks I waste his time. I suggest you tell him I am here." I smiled belatedly, trying to soften the sharpness of my tone. "The king has little energy. I try to see that he expends it only where it is needed." He wasn't moving from the door. I found myself sizing him up, wondering if I could just shoulder past him. That would create a commotion, and if the king were ill, I did not wish that. Someone tapped on my shoulder, but when I turned to look, no one was there. Turning back, I found the fool in front of me, between Wallace and me. "Are you his physician, then, to make such judgments?" The fool took up my conversation for me. "For surely you would be an excellent one. You physic me merely with your looks, and your words dispel your wind as well as mine. How physicked, then, must our dear king be, who languishes all day in your presence?" The fool bore a tray covered with a napkin. I smelled good beef broth and egg bread warm from the oven. His winter motley of black and white he had made merry with enamelled bells, and a garland of holly banded his cap. His fool's sceptre was tucked up under his arm, a rat again. This one had been set atop the wand as if prancing. I had observed him holding long conversation with it in front of the great hearth, or on the steps before the king's throne. "Begone, fool! You've been in here twice today already. The king has already gone to his bed. He has no need of you." The man spoke sternly, but Wallace was the one who retreated without intending to. I saw he was one of those people who could not meet the fool's pale eyes, and quailed from the touch of his white hand. "Twice shall be thrice, Wallace, dear, and your presence replaced with my presence. Toddle off hence, and tell Regal all your tattling. If walls have ears, then so must you, for you've already the wall's ass. Such ears are filled to overflowing with the king's business. You might physic our dear prince while you enlighten him, for the darkness of his glance, methinks, betokens that his bowels have backed up so far as to blind him." "Dare you speak so of the prince?" Wallace sputtered. The fool was already inside the door, and I on his heels. "He shall hear of this." "Speak so? Speak, sow. I doubt not that he hears all that you do. Do not vent your wind at me, Warlass dear. Save that for your prince, who delights in such puffing. He is at his smokes now, I believe, and you might gust at him, and he shall drowse and nod and think you speak wisely, and your airs most sweet." The fool continued his advance as he nattered on, the laden tray like a shield before him. Wallace gave ground readily, and the fool forced him back, through the sitting-room and into the king's bedchamber. There the fool set the tray down at the king's bedside, while Wallace retreated to the other door of the chamber. The fool's eyes grew brighter. "Ah, not a bed at all, our king, unless you've hidden him under coverlets, Warlass, my sweet. Come out, my king, my shrewd one. King shrewd you are, not king of shrews, to hide and creep about the walls and under the bedding." The fool began to poke so assiduously about amongst the obviously empty bed and coverlets, and to send his rat sceptre peeping up amongst the bed curtains, so that I could not contain my laughter. Wallace leaned back against the inner door, as if to guard it from us, but at that instant it opened from within, and he all but tumbled into the king's arms. He sat down heavily on the floor. "Mind him," the fool observed to me. "See how he seeks to put himself in my place before the king's feet, and to play the fool with his clumsy pratfalls. Such a man deserves the title fool, but not the post." Shrewd stood there, robed as for rest, a frown of vexation on his face. He looked down in puzzlement at Wallace on the floor, and up at the fool and me waiting for him, and then dismissed whatever the situation was. He spoke to Wallace as he scrabbled to his feet. "This steam does me no good at all, Wallace. It but makes my head ache all the more, and leaves a foul taste in my mouth as well. Take it away. And tell Regal I think his new herb might drive flies away, but not sickness. Take it away now, before it stinks up this room as well. Ah, fool, you are here. And Fitz, you have finally come to report as well. Come in, sit down. Wallace, do you hear me? Remove that wretched pot. No, do not bring it through here. Take it out the other way." And with a wave of his hand, Shrewd swatted the man away as if he had been an annoying fly. Shrewd shut the door to his bathing-room firmly, as if to keep the stink from spreading into his bedchamber, and came to take a straight-backed chair by the fire. In a moment, the fool had drawn a table up beside it. The cloth covering the food had become a tablecloth, and he had set out food for the king as prettily as any serving-maid could have done. Silverware and a napkin appeared, a sleight of hand that had even Shrewd smiling, and then the fool folded himself up on the hearth, knees nearly to his ears, chin cupped in his long-fingered hands, pale skin and hair picking up red tones from the fire's dancing flames. His every move was as graceful as a dancer's, and the pose he struck now was artful as well as comical. The king reached down to smooth his flying hair, as if the fool were a kitten. "I told you I was not hungry, fool." "That you did, but you did not tell me not to bring food." "And if I had?" "Then I should tell you this is not food, but a steaming pot, such as Wall-ass afflicts you with, to fill your nostrils with a scent at least more pleasing than his. And this be not bread, but a plaster for your tongue, which you should apply at once." "Ah." King Shrewd drew his table a bit closer and took up a spoonful of the soup. Barley shouldered against bits of carrot and meat in it. Shrewd tasted and then began to eat. "Am I not at least as good a physician as Wall-ass?" the fool purred, well pleased with himself. "Well, you know, Wallace is not a physician, but simply my servant." "Well, I know it, and well do you, but Wall-ass knows it not, and hence you are not well." "Enough of your nattering. Step up, Fitz, don't stand there grinning like a simpleton. What have you to tell me?" I glanced at the fool, and then decided I would insult neither king nor fool by asking if I could report freely in front of him. So I did, a simple report, with no mention of my more clandestine actions other than their results. Shrewd listened gravely, and at the end he had no comment, other than to rebuke me mildly for poor manners at the Duke's table. He then asked if Duke Braundy of Bairns seemed well and content with the peace in his duchy. I replied that he had when I left. Shrewd nodded. Then he requested the scrolls I had copied. These I took out and displayed for him, and was rewarded by a compliment on the gracefulness of my handiwork. He told me to take them to Verity's map room, and be sure Verity knew of them. He asked if I had viewed the Elderling's relic. I described it to him in detail, and all the while the fool perched on the hearthstones and watched us, silent as an owl. King Shrewd ate his soup and bread under the fool's watchful eyes as I read the scroll aloud to him. When I was finished, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. "So, let's see this scroll work of yours," he commanded, and, puzzled, I surrendered it to him. Once more he looked it over carefully, then re-rolled it. As he gave it back to me, he said, "You've a graceful way with a pen, boy. Well lettered and well done. Take it to Verity's map room and see that he knows of it." "Of course, my king," I faltered, confused. I did not understand his motive in repeating himself, and was unsure if he were waiting for some other response from me. But the fool was rising, and I caught from him something less than a glance, not quite the lift of an eyebrow, not quite the turn of a lip, but enough to bid me to silence. The fool gathered up the dishes, all the while making merry talk with the king, and then both of us were dismissed together. As we left, the king was staring into the flames. Out in the hall, we exchanged glances more openly. I began to speak, but the fool commenced to whistle, and did not cease until we were halfway down the stairs. Then he paused and caught at my sleeve, and we halted on the stairway betwixt floors. I sensed he had chosen this spot carefully. None could see or hear us speak here, save that we saw them also. Still, it was not even the fool that spoke to me, but the rat upon the sceptre. He brought it up before my nose and squeaked in the rat's voice,
"Ah, but you and we must remember whatever he forgets, Fitz, and keep it safe for him. It cost him much to show as strong as he did tonight. Do not be deceived about that. What he said to you twice, you must cherish and obey, for it means he held it twice as hard in his mind to be sure he would say it to you."
I nodded, and resolved to deliver the scroll that very night to Verity. "I do not much care for Wallace," I commented to the fool. "'Tis not Wall's ass you should have a care for, but Wall's ears," he replied solemnly. Abruptly, he balanced the tray on one long-fingered hand, lofted it high over his head, and went capering off down the stairs before me, leaving me alone to think. I delivered the scroll that night, and in the days that followed, I took up the tasks Verity had assigned me earlier. I used fat sausage and smoked fish as the vehicles for my poisons, wrapped in small bundles. These I might easily scatter as I fled, in the hopes there would be sufficient for all who pursued me. Each morning I studied the map in Verity's map room, and then saddled Sooty and took myself and my poisons out where I thought it most likely I would be set upon by forged ones. Remembering my previous experiences, I carried a short sword on these riding expeditions, something that afforded both Hans and Burke some amusement at first. I gave it out that I was scouting for game, in case Verity wished to plan a winter hunt. Hans accepted it easily, Burke with a tightened mouth that showed he knew I lied, and knew also that I could not tell him the truth. He did not pry, but neither did he like it. Twice in 10 days I was set upon by forged ones, and twice fled easily, letting my poisoned provisions tumble from my saddlebags as I went. They fell upon them greedily, scarcely unwrapping the meat before stuffing it into their mouths. I returned to each site the following day, to document for Verity how many I had slain and the details of their appearances. The second group did not match any description we had received. We both suspected this meant there were more forged ones than we had heard. I did my task, but I took no pride in it. Dead, they were even more pitiful than alive. Ragged, thin creatures, frostbitten and battered by fights amongst themselves they were. And the savagery of the quick, harsh poisons I used twisted their bodies into caricatures of men.
Ice glistened on their beards and eyebrows, and the blood from their mouths made red clumps like frozen rubies in the snow. 7 forged ones I killed this way, and then heaped the frozen bodies with pitch pine and poured oil on them and set them aflame. I cannot say which I found most distasteful, the poisoning or the concealing of my deed. Cub had initially begged to go with me when he understood that I was riding out each day after feeding him. But at one point, as I stood over the frozen stick men I had slain, I heard,
"This is not hunting, this. This is no pack's doing. This is man's doing."
His presence was gone before I could rebuke him for intruding into my mind again. In the evenings I returned to the keep, to hot, fresh food and warm fires, dry clothes, and a soft bed. But the spectres of those forged ones stood between me and these comforts. I felt myself a heartless beast, that I could enjoy such things after spreading death by day. My only easement was a prickly one, that at night when I slept, I dreamed of Molly, and walked and talked with her, unhaunted by forged ones or their frost-rimed bodies. Came a day I rode out later than I had intended, for Verity had been in his map room and had kept me overlong in talk. A storm was coming up, but it did not seem too severe. I had not intended to go far that day, but I found fresh sign instead of my prey, a larger group of them than I had expected. The gathering clouds stole the light from the sky more swiftly than I had expected, and the sign led me down game trails where Sooty and I found it slow going. When I finally glanced up from my tracking, admitting that they had eluded me this day, I found myself much farther from Buckkeep than I had intended and well off any travelled road. The wind began to blow, a nasty, cold one that foretold snow to follow. I wrapped my cloak more tightly about myself and turned Sooty's head toward home, relying on her to pick her path and pace. Darkness fell before we'd gone far, and snow with it. Had I not traversed this area so frequently of late, I would surely have been lost. But we pressed on, going always, it seemed, into the teeth of the wind. The cold soaked right through me, and I began to shiver. I feared the shivering might actually be the beginnings of tremblings and a fit, such as I had not suffered for a long time. I was grateful when the winds finally tore a rent in the cloud cover, and moonlight and starlight leaked through to grey our way. We made a better pace then, despite the fresh snow that Sooty waded through. We broke out of a thin birch forest onto a hillside that lightning had burned off a few years ago. The wind was stronger here with nothing to oppose it, and I gathered my cloak and turned up the collar again. I knew that once I crested the hill, I would see the lights of Buckkeep, and that another hill away and a vale would find a well-used road to take me home. So I was of better cheer as we cut our way across the hill's smooth flank. Sudden as thunder, I heard the hoofbeats of a horse struggling to make speed but somehow encumbered. Sooty slowed, then threw back her head and whinnied. At the same moment, I saw a horse and rider break out of the cover, downhill of me and to the south. The horse carried a rider, and 2 other people clung to it, one to its breast strap and one to the rider's leg. Light glinted on a blade that rose and fell, and with a cry, the man clutching at the rider's leg fell away to wallow and shriek in the snow. But the other figure had caught the horse's headstall, and as he tried to drag the beast to a halt, 2 other pursuers burst from the trees to converge on the struggling horse and rider. The moment of recognizing Kettrican is inseparable from the moment I set heels to Sooty. What I saw made no sense to me, but that did not prevent my responding. I did not ask myself what my queen-in-waiting was doing out here at night, unaccompanied and set upon by robbers. Rather, I found myself admiring how she kept her seat and set her horse to wheeling as she kicked and slashed at the men who tried to drag her down. I drew my sword as we closed on the struggle, but I do not recall that I made any sound. My recollection of the whole struggle is a strange one. A battle of silhouettes, done in black and white like a mountain shadow play, soundless save for the grunts and cries of the forged as one after another they fell.
Kettricken had slashed one across the face, blinding him with blood, but still he clung to her and tried to drag her from the saddle. The other ignored the plight of his fellows, tugging instead at saddlebags that probably carried no more than a bit of food and brandy packed for a day's ride. Sooty took me in close to the one gripping Softstep's headstall. I saw it was a woman, and then my sword was into her and out again, as soulless an exercise as chopping wood. Such a peculiar struggle. I could sense Kettricken, the fright of her horse, and Sooty's battle-trained enthusiasm, but from her attackers, nothing at all. No anger throbbed, no pain of their wounds shrieked for attention. To my wit, they were not there at all, any more than the snow or the wind that likewise opposed me. I watched as in a dream, as Kettricken seized her attacker by the hair and leaned his head back that she might cut his throat. Blood spilled black in the moonlight, drenching her coat and leaving a sheen on the chestnut's neck and shoulder before he fell back to spasm in the snow. I swung my short sword at the last one but missed. Kettricken did not. Her short knife danced in and punched through jerkin and ribcage and into his lung and out again as swift. She kicked him away. "To me," she said simply into the night, and put heels to her chestnut, driving Softstep straight up the hill. Sooty ran with her nose at Kettricken's stirrup, and so we crested the hill together, glimpsing the lights of Buckkeep briefly before we plunged down the other side. There was brush at the bottom of the slope, and a creek hidden by the snow, so I kicked Sooty into the lead and turned Softstep before she could blunder into it and fall. Kettricken said nothing as I turned her horse, but let me take the lead as we entered the forest on the other side of the stream. I moved us as swiftly as I dared, expecting always figures to shout and leap out at us. But we made the road at last, just as the clouds closed up again, stealing the moonlight from us. I slowed the horses and let them breathe. For some time we travelled in silence, both intently listening for any sounds of pursuit. After a time we felt safer, and I heard Kettricken let out her pent breath in a long, shaky sigh. "Thank you, Fitz," she said simply, but could not keep her voice quite steady. I made no comment, half expecting that at any moment she would burst into weeping. I would not have blamed her. Instead, she gradually gathered herself, tugging her clothes straight, wiping her blade on her trousers, and then resheathing it at her waist. She leaned forward to pat Softstep's neck and murmur words of praise and comfort to the horse. I felt Softstep's tension ease, and admired Kettricken's skill to have so swiftly gained the confidence of the tall horse. "How came you here? Seeking me?" she asked at last. I shook my head. Snow was beginning to fall again. "I was out hunting, and went farther than I had intended. It was but good fortune that brought me to you." I paused, then ventured, "Did you get lost? Will there be riders searching for you?" She sniffed and took a breath. "Not exactly," she said in a shaky voice. "I went out riding with Regal. A few others rode with us, but when the storm began to threaten we all turned back to Buckkeep. The others rode on before us, but Regal and I came more slowly. He was telling me a folk tale from his home duchy, and we let the others ride ahead, that I should not have to hear it through their chatter." She took a breath, and I heard her swallow back the last of the night's terror. Her voice was calmer when she went on. "The others were far ahead of us, when a fox started up suddenly from the brush by the path. 'Follow me if you'd like to see real sport,' Regal challenged me, and he turned his horse from the path and set off after the animal. Whether I would or no, Softstep sprang after them. Regal rode like a mad thing, all stretched out on his horse, urging it on with a quirt." There was a consternation and wonder, but also a stain of admiration in her voice as she described him. Softstep had not answered the rein. At first she had been fearful of their pace, for she did not know the terrain, and feared that Softstep would stumble. So she had tried to rein in her mount. But when she had realized that she could no longer see the road or the others, and that Regal was far ahead of her, She had given Softstep her head in the hopes of catching up, with the predictable result that as the storm closed in, she had lost her way completely. She had turned back to retrace her trail to the road, but the falling snow and blowing wind had quickly erased it. At last she had given Softstep the bit, trusting her horse to find her way home. Probably she would have, if those wild men had not set upon her. Her voice dwindled away into silence. "Forged ones," I told her quietly. "Forged ones," she repeated in a wondering voice. Then, more firmly, "They have no heart left." So it was explained to me. I felt more than saw her glance. "Am I so poor a sacrifice that there are folk who would kill me?" In the distance we heard the winding of a horn. Searchers. They would have set upon any that crossed their paths, I told her. For them there was no thought that it was their queen in waiting they attacked. I doubt greatly that they knew who you were at all. I closed my jaws firmly before I could add that such was not the case with Regal. If he had not intended her harm, neither had he kept her from coming to it. I did not believe he had ever intended to show her sport in chasing a fox across snowy hills in the twilight. He had meant to lose her, and done so handily. "I think my lord will be very wroth with me," she said, woeful as a child. As if in answer to her prediction, we rounded the shoulder of the hill and saw men on horseback bearing torches coming toward us. We heard the horn again more clearly, and in a few moments we were among them. They were the forerunners of the main search party, and a girl set out at once, galloping back to tell the king-in-waiting that his queen had been found. In the light of the torches, Verity's guards exclaimed and swore over the blood that glinted yet on Softstep's neck, but Kettrican kept her composure as she assured them that none of it was hers. She spoke quietly of the forged ones who had set upon her, and what she had done to defend herself. I saw admiration of her growing among the soldiers. I heard then for the first time that the boldest attacker had dropped out of a tree upon her. Him she had slain first.
"For she done, and not a scratch upon her," exulted one grizzled veteran, and then, "Begging your pardon, my lady queen, no disrespect meant."
"It might have been a different tale had not Fitz come to free my horse's head," Kettrican said quietly. Their respect for her grew as she did not glory in her triumph, but made sure I received my due as well. They congratulated her loudly, and spoke angrily of scouring the woods tomorrow all about Buckkeep. "It shames us all, as soldiers, that our queen cannot ride forth safely," declared one woman. She set her hand to the hilt of her blade, and swore on it to have it blooded with forged blood by the morrow. Several others followed her example. The talk grew loud, bravado and relief at the queen's safety fueling it. It became a triumphal procession home until Verity arrived. He came at a dead gallop, on a horse lathered both by distance and speed. I knew then that the search had not been a brief one, and could only guess at how many roads Verity had travelled since he had received word that his lady was missing.
"How could you be so foolish as to go so far astray?" were his first words to her.
His voice was not tender. I saw her head lose its proud lift, and heard the muttered comments of the man closest to me. From there nothing went well. He did not scold her before his men, but I saw him wince as she told him plainly what had become of her and how she had killed to defend herself. He was not pleased to have her speak so plainly of a band of forged ones brave enough to attack the queen and scarce out of Buckkeep's shadow. That which Verity had sought to keep quiet would be on everyone's lips tomorrow, with the added fillip that it had been the queen herself they dared to attack. Verity shot me a murderous glance, as if it were all my doing, and roughly commandeered fresh horses from two of his guard to take himself and his queen back to Buckkeep. He whisked her away from them, carrying her back to Buckkeep at a gallop, as if arriving there sooner would somehow make the breach of safety less real. He seemed not to realize he had denied his guard the honor of bringing her safely home. I myself rode back slowly with them, trying not to hear the disgruntled words of the soldiers. They did not quite criticize the king-in-waiting, but complimented the Queen more on her spirit, and thought it sad she'd not been welcomed back with an embrace and a kind word or two. If any gave thought to Regal's behaviour, they did not speak it aloud. Later that night in the stables, after I'd seen to Sooty, I helped Burrick and Hans put Softstep and Truth, Verity's horse, to rights. Burrick grumbled at how hard both beasts had been used. Softstep had taken a minor scratch during the attack, and her mouth was sore bruised from fighting for her head, but neither animal would take permanent hurt. Burrick sent Hans off to fix a warm mash of grain for them both. Only then did he quietly tell me how Regal had come in, given his horse over for stabling, and gone up to the keep without so much as mentioning Kettricken. Burrick himself had been alerted by a stable boy asking where Softstep was. When Burrick had set about to find out, and made so bold as to ask Regal himself, Regal had replied that he had thought she had stayed on the road and come in with her attendants. So Burrick had been the one to sound the alarm, with Regal very vague as to where he had actually left the road, and what direction the fox had led him, and presumably Kettricken.
"He's covered his tracks well," Burrick muttered to me as Hans came back with the grain. I knew he did not refer to the fox.
My feet were leaden as I made my way up to the keep that night, and my heart as well. I did not want to imagine what Kettricken was feeling, nor did I care to consider what the talk was in the guardroom. I pulled off my clothes and fell into bed and instantly into a sleep. Molly was waiting for me in my dreams, and the only peace I knew. I was awakened a short time later by someone pounding on my latched door. I arose and opened it to a sleepy page who'd been sent to fetch me to Verity's map room. I told him I knew the way and sent him back to bed. I dragged my clothes on hastily and raced down the stairs, wondering what disaster had befallen us now. Verity was waiting for me there, the hearth fire almost the only light in the room. His hair was rumpled, and he had thrown a robe on over his nightshirt. Plainly, he had just come from his bed himself, and I braced myself for whatever news he'd received. "Shut the door," he commanded me tersely. I did, and then came to stand before him. I could not tell if the glint in his eyes were anger or amusement, as he demanded, "Who is Lady Redskirts, and why do I dream of her every night?" I could not find my tongue. Desperately I wondered just how privy to my dreams he had been. Embarrassment dizzied me. Had I stood naked before the whole court, I could not have felt more exposed. Verity turned his face aside and gave a cough that might have started as a chuckle. "Come, boy, it is not as if I cannot understand. I did not wish to be privy to your secret, rather you have thrust it upon me, especially so these last few nights, and I need my sleep, not to start up in bed fevered with your admiration for this woman." He stopped speaking abruptly. My flaming blush was warmer than any hearth fire. "So," he said uncomfortably. Then, "Sit down. I am going to teach you to guard your thoughts as well as you guard your tongue." He shook his head. "Strange, Fitz, that you can block my skilling so completely from your mind at times, but spill your most private desires out like a wolf howling into the night. I suppose it springs from what Galen did to you. Would we could undo that. But as we can't, I shall teach you what I can whenever I can." I had not moved. Suddenly neither of us could look at the other. "Come here," he repeated gruffly. "Sit down here with me. Look into the flames." And in the space of an hour, he gave me an exercise to practice, one that would keep my dreams to myself, or more likely ensure that I had no dreams at all. With a sinking heart, I realized I would lose even the Molly of my imagination as surely as I'd lost the real one. He sensed my glumness. "Come, Fitz. It will pass. Keep a rein on yourself, and endure. It can be done. May come a day when you will wish your life to be as empty of women as it is now, as I do." "She didn't mean to get lost, sir,"
Verity shot me a baleful glance.
Intentions cannot be exchanged for results. She is queen-in-waiting, boy. She must always think, not once, but thrice, before she takes action.
She told me that Softstep followed Regal's horse and would not respond to the rein. You can fault Burrick and I for that. We're supposed to have trained that horse. He sighed suddenly.
I suppose so.
Consider yourself rebuked, and tell Burrick to find my lady a less spirited horse to ride until she is a better horsewoman. He sighed again, deeply.
I suppose she will consider that a punishment from me. She will look at me sadly, with those great blue eyes, but speak not a word against it. Ah, well, it cannot be helped. But did she have to kill, and then to speak of it so blithely? What will my people think of her?
She scarcely had a choice, sir. Would it have been better for her to die? As to what folk will think, well, the soldiers who first found us thought her plucky and capable. Not bad qualities for a queen, sir. The women, especially in your guard, spoke warmly of her as we returned. They see her as their queen now, much more than if she were a weeping, quailing thing. They will follow her without question. In times like these, perhaps a queen with a knife will give us more heart than a woman who drapes herself in jewels and hides behind walls.
Perhaps, Verity said quietly. I sensed he did not agree. But now all shall know, most vividly, of the forged ones who are gathering about Buckkeep.
They shall know, too, that a determined person can defend herself from them. And from the talk of your guard as we came back, I think there shall be far fewer forged ones a week hence.
I know that. Some will be slaying their own kin. Forged or not, it is 6 duchies' blood we are shedding. I had sought to avoid having my guard kill my own people.
A small silence fell between us, as we both reflected he had not scrupled to set me to that same task. Assassin, that was the word for what I was. I had no honour to preserve, I realised.
Not true, Fitz. He answered my thought. You preserve my honour. And I honour you for that, for doing what must be done, the ugly work, the hidden work. Do not be shamed that you work to preserve the 6 duchies. Do not think I do not appreciate such work, simply because it must remain secret. Tonight you saved my queen. I do not forget that either.
She needed little saving, sir. I believe that even alone she would have survived.
Well, we won't wonder about that. He paused, then said awkwardly, I must reward you, you know.
When I opened my mouth to protest, he held up a forbidding hand.
I know you require nothing. I know, too, that there is already so much between us that nothing I could give you would be sufficient for my gratitude. But most folk know nothing of that. Will you have it said in Buckkeep town that you saved the Queen's life, and the King-in-Waiting acknowledged you not at all? But I am at a loss to know what to gift you with. It should be something visible, and you must carry it about with you for a while. That much I know of statecraft, at least. A sword? Something better than the piece of iron you were carrying tonight.
It's an old blade Hod told me to take to practice with, I defended myself. It works.
Obviously. I shall have her select a better one for you, and do a bit of fancy work on the hilt and scabbard. Would that do it?
I think so, I said awkwardly.
Well, let's back to bed, shall we? And I shall be able to sleep now, won't I? There was no mistaking the amusement in his voice now. My cheeks burned anew.
Sir, I have to ask. I fumbled the hard words out. Do you know who I was dreaming about? He shook his head slowly.
Do not fear you have compromised her honour. I know only that she wears blue skirts, but you see them as red. And that you love her with an ardency that is appropriate to youth.
Do not struggle to stop loving her, only to stop skilling about it at night. I am not the only one open to such skilling. Though I believe I am the only one who could recognize your signature on the dream so plain, still, be cautious. Galen's coterie is not without skill, even if they use it clumsily and with little strength. A man can be undone when his enemies learn what is dearest to him from his skilled dreams. Keep your guard up. He gave an inadvertent chuckle. And hope your Lady Redskirts has no skill in her blood. For if she does at all, she must have heard you all these many nights. And having put that unsettling thought into my head, he dismissed me back to my chambers and bed. I did not sleep again that night. Chapter 8. The Queen Awakes. Oh, some folk ride to the wild boar hunt, or for elk they knock their arrows. But my love rode with the vixen queen, to lay to rest our sorrows. She did not dream of fame that day, nor fear what pain might find her. She rode to heal her people's hearts, and my love rode behind her. The Vixen Queen's Hunt. The whole keep was astir early the next day. There was a fevered, almost festival air in the courtyard, as Verity's personal guard and every warrior who had no scheduled duties that day massed for a hunt. Tracking hounds bayed restively, while the pull-down dogs with their massive jaws and barrel chests huffed excitedly and tested their restraints. Bets were already being set on who would hunt most successfully. Horses pawed the earth, bowstrings were checked, while pages ran helter-skelter everywhere. Inside the kitchen, half the cooking staff was busy putting up packages of food for the hunters to take with them. Soldiers young and old, male and female, strutted and laughed aloud, bragging of past confrontations, comparing weapons, building spirit for the hunt. I had seen this 100 times before a winter hunt for elk or bear, but now there was an edge to it, a rank smell of bloodlust on the air. I heard snatches of conversations, words that made me queasy. No mercy for that dung. Cowards and traitors to dare to attack the Queen shall pay dearly. They don't deserve a swift death. I ducked hastily back into the kitchen, threaded my way through an area busy as a stirred ant-hill. Here, too, I heard the same sorts of sentiments voiced, the same craving for revenge. I found Verity in his map room. I could tell he had washed and dressed himself afresh this day, but he wore last night as plainly as a dirty robe. He was attired for a day inside, amongst his papers. I tapped lightly at the door, although it stood ajar. He sat in a chair before the fire, his back to me. He nodded, but did not look up at me as I entered. For all his stillness, there was a charged air to the room, the gathering of a storm. A tray of breakfast rested on a table beside his chair, untouched. I came and stood quietly beside him, almost certain I had been skilled here. As the silence grew longer, I wondered if Verity himself knew why. At length, I decided to speak. "My prince, you do not ride with your guard today," I ventured. It was as if I had opened a floodgate. He turned to look at me. The lines in his face had been graven deeper overnight. He looked haggard, sickened. "I do not. I dare not. How could I countenance such a thing? This hunting down of our own folk and kin. And yet what is my alternative? To hide and mope within the keep walls, while others go out to avenge this insult to my queen in waiting. I dare not forbid my men to uphold their honour. So I must behave as if I am unaware of what goes on in the courtyard, as if I am a simpleton or a laggard or a coward. There will be a ballad written about this day, I doubt it not. What shall it be called? Verity's Massacre of the Witless? Or Queen Ketrican's Sacrifice of the Forged?" His voice rose on every word, and before he was half done, I had stepped to the door and shut it firmly. I looked about the room as he ranted, wondering who else besides myself was hearing these words. "Did you sleep at all, my prince?"
I asked when he had run down. He smiled with bleak amusement. Well, you know what put an end to my first attempt at rest. My second was less engaging. My lady came to my chamber. I felt my ears begin to warm. Whatever he was about to tell me, I did not want to hear it. I had no wish to know what had passed between them last night. Quarrel or amendment, I wanted to know nothing of it. Verity was merciless. Not weeping, as you might think she would. Not for comfort. Not to be held against night fears or reassured of my regard. But sword-stiff as a rebuked sergeant, to stand at the foot of the bed and beg my pardon for her transgressions. Whiter than chalk and hard as oak. His voice trailed off, as if realizing he betrayed too much of himself. She foresaw this hunting mob, not I. She came to me in the middle of the night, asking, what must we do? I had no answer for her, any more than I do now. At least she foresaw this, I ventured, hoping to bring some respite from his anger for Kettricken. And I did not, he said heavily. She did. Chivalry would have. Oh, chivalry would have known it would happen from the moment she went missing, and would have had all sorts of contingency plans, but I did not. I thought only to bring her swiftly home and hope not too many heard of it, as if such a thing could be. And so today I think to myself that if ever the crown does come to rest on my brow, it will be in a most unworthy place. This was a Prince Verity I had never seen before, a man with his confidence in tatters. I finally saw how poor a match Kettricken was for him. It was not her fault. She was strong and raised to rule. Verity often said himself he had been raised as a second son. The right sort of woman would have steadied him like a sea anchor, helping him rise to assume his kingship. A woman who had come weeping to his bed to be cuddled and reassured would have let him arise certain he was a man and fit to be a king. Kettricken's discipline and restraint made him doubt his own strength. My prince was human, I suddenly perceived. It was not reassuring. You should at least come out and speak to them, I ventured.
And say what? Good hunting? No. But you go, boy. Go and watch and bring me word of what is happening. Go now. And shut my door. I have no desire to see anyone else until you return with word of what goes on.
I turned and did as he bid me. As I left the great hall and went down the passage to the courtyard, I encountered Regal. He was seldom up and about this early, and he looked as if his arising this morning had been no choice of his. His clothing and hair were well arranged, but all the tiny primping touches were missing. No earring, no carefully folded and pinned silk at his throat, and the only jewellery was his signet ring. His hair was combed, but not scented and curled, and his eyes were networked in red. Fury rode him. As I sought to pass him, he seized me and jerked me to face him. That at least was his intention. I did not resist, but merely laxed my muscles, and found, to my delight and amazement, that he could not move me. He turned to face me, eyes blazing, and found out that he must look up ever so slightly to glare at me eye to eye. I had grown and put on weight. I had known that, but had never considered this delightful side effect. I stopped the grin before it reached my mouth, but it must have showed in my eyes. He gave me a violent shove, and I allowed it to rock me. A bit. "Where's Verity?" he snarled. "My prince?" I queried, as if not grasping what he desired. "Where is my brother? That wretched wife of his," he broke off, strangling on his anger. "Where is my brother usually at this time of day?" he finally managed. I did not lie. Some days he goes early to his tower. Or he may be breakfasting, I suppose. Or in the baths, I offered. "Useless bastard!" Regal dismissed me and whirled to hurry off in the direction of the tower. I hoped the climb would amuse him. As soon as he was out of sight, I broke into a run, not to waste the precious time I had gained. The moment I entered the courtyard, the reason for Regal's fury was made clear. Kettricken stood upon a wagon seat, and every head was turned up toward her. She wore the same clothes she had the night before. By daylight, I could see how a spray of blood had marked the sleeve of the white fur jacket, and how a heavier plume of it had soaked and stained her purple trousers. She was booted and hatted, ready to ride. A sword was buckled at her hip. Dismay rose in me. How could she? I glanced about, wondering what she had been saying. Every face was turned to her, eyes wide. I had emerged into a moment of utter silence. Every man and woman seemed to be holding their breath, awaiting her next words. When they came, they were uttered in a speaking voice, calmly. But so silent was the crowd that her clear voice carried in the cold air. "This is not a hunt, I say," Kettricken repeated gravely. "Put aside your merriment and boasts. Remove from your bodies every bit of jewelry, every sign of rank. Let your hearts be solemn, and consider what we do." Her words were accented still with the flavour of the mountains, but a cool part of my mind observed how carefully chosen was each word, how balanced each phrase. "We do not go to hunt," she repeated, "but to claim our casualties. We go to lay to rest those the red ships have stolen from us. The red ships have taken the hearts of the forged ones and left their bodies to stalk us. Nonetheless, those we put down today are of the 6 duchies, our own. My soldiers, I ask of you that no arrow be loose today, no blow struck save for a clean kill. I know you skilled enough to do this. We have all suffered enough. Let each death today be as brief and merciful as we can manage for all our sakes. Let us clench our jaws and remove that which infects us with as much resolve and regret as if we severed a maimed limb from a body. For such is what we do. Not vengeance, my people, but surgery to be followed by a healing. Do as I say now." For some few minutes she stood still and looked down at us all. As in a dream, folk began to move. Hunters removed feathers and ribbons, tokens and jewellery from their garments and handed them to pages. The mood of merriment and boasting had evaporated. She had stripped that protection away, forced all to consider truly what they were about to do. No one relished it. All were poised, waiting to hear what she would say next. Kettricken kept her absolute silence and stillness, so that each eye was perforce drawn back to her. When she saw she had the attention of all, she spoke again. "Good," she praised us quietly. "And now heed my words well. I desire horse-drawn litters or wagons, whatever you of the stable judge best. Pad them well with straw. No body of our folk will be left to feed foxes or be pecked by crows. They will be brought back here, names noted if known, and prepared for the pyre that is the honour of those fallen in battle. If families be known and be near, they shall be summoned to the mourning. To those who live far, word will be sent, and the honours due those who have lost their bloodkin as soldiers." Tears ran unchecked, untouched, down her cheeks. They glinted in the early winter sunlight like diamonds. Her voice thickened as she turned to command another group. "My cooks and serving folk, set all tables in the great hall and prepare a funeral feast. Set the lesser hall with water and herbs and clean garments, that we may prepare the bodies of our folk for burning. All others, leave your ordinary duties. Fetch wood and build a pyre. We shall return to burn our dead and mourn them
She gazed about, meeting every eye. Something in her face set. She drew the sword from her belt and pointed it aloft in an oath. "When we have done with our grieving, we shall make ready to avenge them. Those who have taken our folk shall know our wrath." Slowly she lowered her blade, sheathed it cleanly. Again her eyes commanded us. "And now we ride my folk." My flesh stood up in goosebumps. Around me, men and women were mounting horses, and a hunt was forming up. With impeccable timing, Burrick was suddenly beside the wagon, with soft steps saddled and awaiting her rider. I wondered where he had got the black and red harness, the colours of grief and vengeance. I wondered if she had ordered it, or if he had simply known. She stepped down onto her horse's back, then settled into the saddle, and soft step stood steady, despite the novel mount. She lifted her hand and it held a sword. The hunt surged forth behind her. "Stop her!" hissed Regal behind me, and I spun to find that both he and Verity stood at my back, completely unnoticed by the crowd. "No," I dared to breathe aloud. "Cannot you feel it? Do not spoil it. She's given them all something back. I don't know what it is, but they have been sore missing it for a long time."
"It is pride," Verity said, his deep voice a rumble. "What we have all been missing, and I most of all. There rides a queen," he continued in soft amazement. Was there a shade of envy there as well? He turned slowly and went quietly back into the keep. Behind us a babble of voices arose, and folk hastened to do as she had bidden them. I walked behind Verity, near stunned by what I had witnessed. Regal pushed past me to leap in front of Verity and confront him. He was quivering with outrage. My prince halted. "How can you have allowed this to happen? Have you no control over that woman at all? She makes mockery of us. Who is she to thus issue commands and take out an armed guard from the keep? Who is she to decree all this so high-handedly?" Regal's voice cracked in his fury. "My wife," Verity said mildly, "and your queen-in-waiting, the one you chose. Father assured me you would choose a woman worthy to be a queen. I think you picked better than you knew." "Your wife? Your undoing, you ass! She undermines you. She cuts your throat as you sleep. She steals their hearts. She builds her own name. Cannot you see it, you dolt? You may be content to let that mountain vixen steal the crown, but I am not." I turned aside hastily and bent to retie my shoe so I could not witness that Prince Verity struck Prince Regal. I did hear something very like the crack of an open-handed blow to a man's face and a bitten-off cry of fury. When I looked up, Verity was standing as quietly as before, while Regal hunkered forward with a hand over his nose and mouth. "King-in-waiting Verity will brook no insults to Queen-in-waiting Kettrican, or even to himself. I said my lady had reawakened pride in our soldiers. Perhaps she has stirred mine as well."
Verity looked mildly surprised as he considered this. "The king will hear of this." Regal took his hand away from his face, looked aghast at the blood on it. He held it up, shaking, to show Verity. "My father will see this blood you have shed," he quavered, and choked on the blood coursing from his nose. He leaned forward slightly and held his bloody hand away from himself, so as not to spoil his clothing with a stain.
"What? You intend to bleed all the way to this afternoon when our father arises? If you can manage that, come and show me as well." To me, "Fitz, have you nothing better to do than stand about gaping? Be off with you. See that my lady's commands are well obeyed."
Verity turned and strode off down the corridor. I made haste to obey and to take myself out of Regal's range. Behind us, he stamped and cursed like a child in the midst of a tantrum. Neither of us turned back to him, but I at least hoped that no servants had marked what had transpired. It was a long and peculiar day about the keep. Verity made a visit to King Shrewd's rooms, and then kept himself to his map room. I know not what Regal did. All folk turned out to do the Queen's bidding, working swiftly but almost silently, gossiping quietly amongst themselves as they prepared the one hall for food and the other for bodies. One great change I marked. Those women who had been most faithful to the Queen now found themselves attended, as if they were shadows of Kettrican. And these nobly born women suddenly did not scruple to come themselves to the lesser hall to supervise the preparing of the herb-scented water and the laying out of towels and linens. I myself helped with the fetching of wood for the required pyre. By late afternoon, the hunt returned. They came quietly, riding in solemn guard around the wagons they escorted. Kettrican rode at their head. She looked tired and frozen in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. I wanted to go to her, but did not steal the honour as Burrick came to take her horse's head and assist her dismount. Fresh blood spattered her boots and soft-stepped shoulders. She had not ordered her soldiers to do that which she would not do herself. With a quiet command, Kettrican dismissed the guard to wash themselves, to comb hair and beards, and to return freshly clothed to the hall. As Burrick led Softstep away, Kettrican stood briefly alone. A sadness greyer than anything I had ever felt emanated from her. She was weary, so very weary. I approached her quietly. "If you have need, my Lady Queen," I said softly. She did not turn. "I must do this myself. But be close, in case I need you." She spoke so quietly, I am sure none heard her but myself. Then she moved forward, and the waiting keep folk parted before her. Heads bobbed as she acknowledged them gravely. She walked silently through the kitchens, nodding at the food she saw prepared, and then paced through the great hall, once more nodding approval of all she saw there. In the lesser hall she paused, then removed her gaily knit cap and her jacket, to reveal underneath a simple, soft shirt of purple linen. The cap and jacket she gave over to a page who looked stunned by the honour. She stepped to the head of one of the tables and began to fold her sleeves back. All movement in the hall ceased as heads turned to watch her. She looked up to our amazed regard. "Bring in our dead," she said simply. The pitiful bodies were carried in, a heartbreaking stream of them. I did not count how many. More than I had expected, more than Verity's reports had led us to believe. I followed behind Kettrican and carried the basin of warm, scented water as she moved from body to body and gently bathed each ravaged face and closed tormented eyes forever. Behind us came others, a snaking procession as each body was undressed gently, completely bathed, hair combed, and wound in clean cloth. At some point I became aware that Verity was there, a young scribe beside him, going from body to body, taking down the names of those few who were recognized, writing briefly of every other. One name I supplied him myself, Kerry. The last Molly and I had known of this street boy, he had gone off as a puppeteer's apprentice. He'd ended his days as little more than a puppet. His laughing mouth was stilled forever. As boys, we'd run errands together to earn a penny or two. He'd been beside me the first time I got puking drunk and laughed until his own stomach betrayed him. He'd wedged the rotten fish in the trestles of the tavern-keeper's table, the one who had accused us of stealing. The days we had shared I alone would remember now. I suddenly felt less real. Part of my past forged away from me. When we were finished and stood silently looking at the tables of bodies, Verity stepped forward to read his tally aloud in the silence.
The names were few, but he did not neglect those unknown. A young man, newly bearded, dark hair, the scars of fishing on his hands, he said of one, and of another, a woman, curly-haired and comely, tattooed with the Puppeteer's Guild sign. We listened to the litany of those we had lost, and if any did not weep, they had hearts of stone. As a people, we lifted our dead and carried them to the funeral pyre, to set them carefully upon this last bed. Verity himself brought the torch for the kindling, but he handed it to the queen who waited beside the pyre. As she set flame to the pitch-laden boughs, she cried out to the dark skies, "You shall not be forgotten!" All echoed her with a shout. Blade, the old sergeant, stood beside the pyre with shears, to take from every soldier a finger's length lock of hair, a symbol of the mourning for a fallen comrade. Verity joined the queue and Kettricken stood behind him, to offer up a pale lock of her own hair. There followed a night such as I had never known. Most of Buckkeep town came to the keep that night, and were admitted without question. All followed the Queen's example, and kept a watching fast until the pyre had burned itself to ash and bone. Then the great hall and the lesser were filled, and planks laid as tables outside in the courtyard for those who could not crowd within. Kegs of drink were rolled out, and such a setting out of bread and roasted meat and other viands as I had not even imagined that Buckkeep possessed. Later I was to learn that much of it had simply come up from the town, unsought but offered freely. The king descended, as he had not for some weeks, to sit in his throne at the high table and preside over the gathering. The fool came too, to stand beside and behind his chair and accept from his plate whatever the king offered. But this night he made not merry for the king. His fool's prattle was stilled, and even the bells on his cap and sleeves had been tied in strips of fabric to mute them. Only once did our eyes meet that night, but for me the glance carried no discernible message. To the king's right was Verity, to his left Kettricken. Regal was there too, of course, in so sumptuous a costume of black that only the colour denoted any sort of mourning. He scowled and sulked and drank, and I suppose for some his surly silence passed for grieving. For me, I could sense the anger seething within him, and knew that someone somewhere would pay for what he saw as insult to himself. Even Patience was there, her appearance as rare as the king's, and I sensed the unity of purpose we displayed. The king ate but little. He waited until those at the high table were filled before he arose to speak. As he spoke, his words were repeated at the lower tables and in the lesser hall, and even outside in the courtyard by minstrels. He spoke briefly of those we had lost to the red ships. He said nothing of forging, or of the day's task of hunting down and killing the forged ones. He spoke instead as if they had but recently died in a battle against the red ships, and said only that we must remember them. Then, pleading fatigue and grief, he left the table to return to his own chambers. Then it was that Verity arose. He did little more than to repeat Kettricken's words of earlier, that we grieved now, but when the grieving was over, we must make ready our vengeance. He lacked the fire and passion of Kettricken's earlier speech, but I could see all at table responding to it. Folk nodded and began to talk amongst themselves, while Regal sat and glowered silently. Verity and Kettricken left the table late that night, she on his arm, and they made sure that all marked how they left together. Regal remained, drinking and muttering to himself. I myself slipped away shortly after Verity and Kettricken left, to seek my own bed. I made no attempt to fall asleep, but only flung myself on my bed to stare into the fire. When the concealed door opened, I rose immediately to ascend to Shade's chambers. I found him a jitter with an infectious excitement.
There was even a pinkness to his pale cheeks about his pock scars. His grey hair was wild, his green eyes glittered like gems. He was pacing about his chambers, and as I entered, he actually seized me in a rough embrace. He stepped back and laughed aloud at my shocked expression.
She was born to rule, born to it, and somehow now she has awakened to it. It could not have come at a better time. She may yet save us all.
His exultation was unholy in its glee. I know not how many folk died today, I rebuked him.
Ah, but not in vain, at least not in vain. Those were not wasted deaths, Fitzchivalry. By El and Ida, Ketrigan has the instinct and the grace. I had not suspected it in her. Now, had we still your father alive, boy, and him paired with her on the throne, we could have a pair as could cup the whole world in their hands.
He took another sip of his wine and paced again about his chambers. I had never seen him so elated. He all but capered. A covered basket rested on a table close to hand, and its contents had been set out on a cloth. Wine, cheese, sausages, pickles, and bread. So even here in his tower, Shade shared the funeral feast. Slink the weasel popped up from the other side of the table to regard me past the food with avaricious eyes. Shade's voice broke me from my thoughts.
She has an ample share of what chivalry had. The instinct for seizing the moment and turning it to advantage. She took an unavoidable, unmentionable situation and made high tragedy of what might have been simple slaughter in lesser hands. Boy, we have a queen again at Buckkeep.
I felt slightly repulsed by his joy, and for an instant cheated. Hesitantly I asked, "Do you think really that the Queen did as she did for show? That it was all a calculated political move?" He halted in his tracks, considered briefly.
No, Fitzchivalry. I believe she acted from her heart. But that does not make it any less tactically brilliant.
Ah, you think me heartless, or callous in my ignorance. The truth is, I know only too well. Know far better than you what today meant to us. I know men died today. I even know that 6 of our own force took injuries, mostly minor, in today's action. I can tell you how many forged ones fell, and within a day or so I expect to know most of their names. Names already listed by me, included in the tallies of all the red ships have done to us. It will be I, boy, who sees that the purses of blood gold are paid to surviving kin. Those families will be told the king regards their fallen as the equal of any of his soldiers who fall in battle with the red ships, and entreats their aid in taking vengeance for them. They will not be pleasant letters to pen, Fitz, but pen them I shall, in verity's own hand for shrewd signature. Or did you think I did naught but kill for my king? I beg pardon. It was just that you seemed so merry when first I entered, I began.
And merry I am, as you should be. We have been rudderless and drifted, pounded by the waves and pushed by every wind. And now comes a woman to take the tiller and cry the course. I find it a course full to my liking, as shall everyone in the kingdom who has sickened these past years from being always on our knees. We rise, boy. We rise to fight.
I saw then how his ebullience was born on the wave of his fury and his grief. I remembered the expression he had worn when first we rode into Forge Town on that black day and saw what the raiders had left of our folk. He had told me then that I would learn to care, that it was in my blood. With a rush, I felt the rightness of his sentiment and seized up a glass to join him. Together, we toasted our queen. Then Shade grew more sober and divulged the reason for his summons. The king, shrewd himself, had once more repeated his order that I watch over Ketrigan. I've been meaning to speak to you about that. That Shrewd sometimes now repeats an order already given or a comment already made.
I'm aware enough of that, Fitz. What can be done is. But the king's health is another topic for another time. For now I myself assure you that his repetition was not the rattling of a sickly mind, no. The king made this request again today, as he was preparing himself to descend to dinner. He repeats it to make sure your efforts will be redoubled. He sees, as I do, that by arousing folk to follow her, the queen puts herself more at risk, though he would not speak it so plain. Be on your guard for her safety.
Regal? I snorted. Prince Regal? Shade queried. He is who we have to fear, especially now that the Queen has taken a place of power.
I said nothing of the kind. Nor should you, Shade observed quietly. His voice was calm, but his face was severe.
Why not? I challenged him. Why may not we at least once speak plain to one another?
To one another we might, if we were entirely alone and it concerned only you and I. But such is not the case. We are king's men, sworn, and king's men do not entertain even thoughts of treason, let alone—
There was a gagging noise, and Slink disgorged himself. On the table, beside the food basket, he snorted, spraying drops of moisture.
Greedy little wretch, choked yourself, did you?
Shade rebuked him unconcernedly. I found a rag to clean up the mess, but when I got there, Slink was lying on his side, panting, while Shade poked at the vomit with a skewer. I nearly retched myself. He waved my rag aside, picking up Slink instead, and handing me the shivering creature.
Calm him, and get water down him, he directed me tersely. Go on, old man, go to Fitz, he'll see to you. This to the weasel.
I carried him over by the fire, where he promptly puked all down my shirt. At closer range, the smell was overpowering. As I set him down and pulled my shirt off, I caught an underlying scent more bitter than vomit even. Even as I opened my mouth to speak, Shade confirmed my suspicions.
Vata leaves, crushed fine. The spiciness of the sausage would conceal the taste well. Let's hope the wine wasn't poisoned as well, or we're both dead.
Every hair on my body stood up in horror. Shade looked up to see me frozen and pushed gently past me to pick Slink up. He offered him a saucer of water and looked pleased when Slink sampled it.
I think he'll live. The little pig stuffed his mouth full and got a better taste of it than a human would have. Up it came. The stuff on the table looks chewed but not digested. I think the taste made him gag, not the poison.
I hope so, I said faintly. Every one of my nerves was tuned to an inner waiting. Had I been poisoned? Did I feel sleepy, nauseous, dizzy? Was my mouth numb, dry, watering? I broke out in a sudden sweat and began to tremble. Not again.
Stop it, Shade said quietly. Sit down, drink some water. You're doing this to yourself, Fitz. That bottle was well sealed with an old cork. If the wine was poisoned, it was done years ago. I know a few men with the patience to poison a bottle of wine and then age it. I think we're fine.
I drew a shaky breath. But such was not someone's intent. Who brought your food?
Shade gave a snort. I prepared my own food, as always. But that on the table was from a gift basket left for Lady Time. From time to time folk seek to curry favour with her, as it is rumoured she has the king's ear. I did not think my masquerade woman a likely target for poison.
Regal, I said again. I told you he believes she is the king's poisoner. How could you have been so careless? You know he blames Lady Time for his mother's death. Shall we be so polite as to let him kill us all? He will not stop until the throne is his.
And I tell you again, I will hear nothing of treason.
Shade all but shouted the words. He sat down in his chair and cradled Slink in his lap. The little beast sat up, tidied his whiskers, and then curled up again to compose himself for sleep. I watched Shade's pale hand, the standing tendons, the paper skin, as he stroked his small pet. He looked only at the weasel, his face closed. After a moment, he spoke more calmly. I think our king was right. We should all redouble our caution, and not just for Ketchikan, or ourselves. He lifted tortured eyes to mine. Watch over your women, boy. Neither innocence nor ignorance is any protection against this night's work. Patience, Molly, even Lacey. Find a way, a subtle way, to give Burrick warning as well. He sighed, asked of no one, Have we not enemies enough outside our walls? Aplenty, I assured him, but I said no more of Regal to him. He shook his head. This is an ill way for me to begin a journey. A journey? You? I was incredulous. Shade almost never left the keep. Where? Where I need to go. Now I think I need almost as much to stay. He shook his head to himself. Take care of yourself while I'm gone, boy. I won't be about to watch over you. And that was as much as he would tell me. When I left him, he was still staring into the fire, his lax hands sheltering Slink. I went down the stairs on jelly legs. The attempt on Shade had shaken me more than anything ever had. Not even the secret of his existence had been enough to shield him. And there were other, easier targets just as close to my heart. I damned the bravado that had earlier let me make Regal aware of how much stronger I had grown. I had been a fool to tempt him to attack me. I should have known he would find a less obvious target. In my room, I changed hastily into fresh clothing. Then I left my chamber, climbed the stairs, and went straight to Molly's bedchamber. I tapped lightly on the door. No answer. I did not tap louder. It lacked but an hour or two until dawn. Most of the keep was exhausted, abed. Still, I had no desire to rouse the wrong person to see me at Molly's door, yet I had to know. Her door was latched, but it was a simple one. I slipped it in a matter of seconds, and made note to myself that she would have a better one before tomorrow night. Soft as shadow, I entered her room and drew the door closed behind me. A fire had burned low in the hearth. Its lingering embers cast an uncertain haze of light. I stood still a moment, letting my eyes adjust. Then I moved carefully into the room, staying away from the hearth light. I could hear the steady sleep rhythm of Molly's breath from her bed. It should have been enough for me. But I teased myself that she might be fevered and sinking even now into a death sleep from poison. I promised myself that I would do no more than touch her pillow, just to see if her skin were fevered or normal, no more than that. I drifted to the bedside. I could just make out her shape under the covers in the dim light. She smelled heathery and warm and sweet, healthy. No feverish poison victim slept here. I knew I should go. Sleep well, I breathed. Silently, she sprang up at me. The ember light ran red along the blade in her hand. "Molly!" I cried as I parried her knife hand aside with the back of my forearm. She froze, her other hand drawn back in a fist, and for an instant all in the room was silent and motionless. Then, "You boy!" she hissed furiously, and punched me in the belly with her left hand. As I doubled over, gasping for air, she rolled from the bed. "You idiot! You frightened me to death! What do you think you're about, rattling at my latch and sneaking about in my room? I should call the keep guardsmen to put you out." "No!" I begged, as she threw wood on the fire and then kindled a candle at it. "Please, I'll go. I meant no harm or offence. I just wanted to be sure you were all right." "Well, I'm not!" she stormed in a whisper. Her hair was confined for the night into 2 thick braids, reminding me sharply of the little girl I had met so long ago, a girl no longer. She caught me staring at her. She threw a heavier robe about her shoulders and belted it at her waist. "I'm a shaking wreck! I shan't sleep another wink tonight." "You've been drinking, haven't you?
Are you drunk, then? What do you want? She advanced on me with the candle as if it were a weapon. No, I assured her. I drew myself upright and tugged my shirt straight. I promise you I'm not drunk. And truly I had no bad intentions, but something happened tonight. Something that made me worry that something bad might happen to you. So I thought I had best come and make sure you were all right, but I knew Patience would not approve, and I certainly didn't want to go waking up the whole keep. So I thought I would just slip in and... "New boy, you're babbling," she informed me icily. It was true. "I'm sorry," I said again, and sat down on the corner of the bed. "Don't get comfortable," she warned me. "You were just leaving. Alone or with the keep guards, your choice." "I'll go," I promised, standing hastily. "I just wanted to be sure you were all right." "I'm fine," she said testily. "Why wouldn't I be fine? I'm as fine tonight as I was last night, as I have been for the last 30 nights. On none of them were you inspired to come and inspect my health, so why tonight?" I took a breath. Because on some nights threats are more obvious than others. Bad things happen that make me take stock of what worse things could happen. On some nights, it is not the healthiest thing to be the beloved of a bastard. The lines of her mouth went as flat as her voice as she asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" I took a breath, determined that I would be as honest with her as I was able. "I cannot tell you what happened, only that it made me believe you might be in danger. You will have to trust." "That isn't the part I meant." "What do you mean, beloved of a bastard? How do you dare to call me that?" Her eyes were bright with anger. I swear that my heart thudded to a halt in my chest. The cold of death swept through me. "It is true, I have no right," I said haltingly. "But neither is there any way I could stop caring for you. And whether or not I have the right to name you my beloved would not deter those who might seek to injure me by striking at you. How can I say I love you so much that I wish I did not love you, or at least could refrain from showing that I loved you because my love puts you in such danger and have those words be true?" Stiffly, I turned to go. "And how could I possibly dare to say I made sense of your last statement and have it be true?" Molly wondered aloud. Something in her voice made me turn around. For a moment, we just looked at one another. Then she burst out laughing. I stood, affronted and grim, as she came to me still laughing. Then she put her arms around me. "New boy, you take a most roundabout path to finally declare you love me. To break into my room and then to stand there tying your tongue in knots about the word love? Could not you simply have said it a long time ago?" I stood stupid in the circle of her arms. I looked down at her. Yes, I realized dully, I had grown that much taller than she. "Well?" she prompted, and for a moment I was puzzled. "I love you, Molly." So easy to say, after all, and such a relief. Slowly, cautiously, I put my arms around her. She smiled up at me. "And I love you." So, finally, I kissed her. In the moment of that kiss, somewhere near Buckkeep, a wolf lifted up his voice in a joyous ululation that set every hound to baying and every dog to barking in a chorus that rang against the brittle night sky. Chapter 9. Guards and Bonds. Oftentimes I understand and commend Phaedron's stated dream. Had he his way, paper would be as common as bread, and every child would learn his letters before he was 13. But even were it so, I do not think this would bring to pass all he hopes. He mourns for all the knowledge that goes into a grave each time a man dies, even the commonest of men. He speaks of a time to come when a blacksmith's way of setting a shoe, or a shipwright's knack for pulling a draw knife would be set down in letters that any who could read could learn to do as well. I do not believe it is so, or ever will be. Some things may be learned from words on a page, but some skills are learned first by a man's hand and heart, and later by his head. I have believed this ever since I saw Mastfish set the fish-shaped block of wood that he was named after into Verity's first ship. His eyes had seen that Mastfish before it existed, and he set his hands to shaping what his heart knew must be. This is not a thing that can be learned from words on a page. Perhaps it cannot be learned at all, but comes, as does the skill or the wit, from the blood of one's forebears. I returned to my own chamber, and sat watching the dying embers in my hearth, waiting for the rest of the keep to awaken. I should have been exhausted. Instead, I almost trembled with the energy rushing through me. I fancied that if I sat very still, I could still feel the warmth of Molly's arms around me. I knew precisely where her cheek had touched mine. A very faint scent of her clung to my shirt from our brief embrace, and I agonized over whether to wear the shirt that day to carry the scent with me, or to set it aside carefully in my clothing chest to preserve it. I did not think it a foolish thing at all to care so much about that. Looking back, I smile, but it is at my wisdom, not my folly. Morning brought storm winds and falling snow to Buckkeep Castle, but to me it only made all inside the cosier. Perhaps it would give us all a chance to recover ourselves from yesterday. I did not want to think about those poor ragged bodies, or bathing the still, cold faces, nor of the roaring flames and heat that had consumed Kerry's body. We could all use a quiet day inside the keep. Perhaps the evening would find all gathered about the hearths for storytelling, music, and conversation. I hoped so. I left my chambers to go to Patience and Lacey. I tormented myself, knowing well the exact moment when Molly would descend the stairs to fetch a breakfast tray for Patience, and also when she would ascend the stairs carrying it. I could be on the stairs or in the hallway as she passed. It would be a minor thing, a coincidence. But I had no question that there were those who had been set to watching me, and they would make note of such coincidences if they occurred too often. No. I had to heed the warnings that both the king and Shade had given me. I would show Molly I had a man's self-control and forbearance. If I must wait before I could court her, then I would. So I sat in my room and agonized until I was sure that she would have left Patience's chambers. Then I descended to tap upon the door. As I waited for Lacey to open it, I reflected that redoubling my watch upon Patience and Lacey was easier said than done. But I had a few ideas. I had begun last night by extracting a promise from Molly that she would bring up no food she had not prepared herself or taken fresh from the common serving pots. She had snorted at this, for it had come after a most ardent goodbye. "Now you sound just like Lacey," she had rebuked me, and gently closed the door in my face. She opened it a moment later to find me still staring at it. "Go to bed," she chided me. Blushing, she added, "and dream of me. I hope I have plagued your dreams lately as much as you have mine." Those words sent me fleeing down to my room, and every time I thought of it I blushed again. Now, as I entered Patience's room, I tried to put all such thoughts from my mind. I was here on business, even if Patience and Lacey must believe it a social call. Keep my mind on my tasks. I cast my eyes over the latch that had secured the door, and found it well to my liking. No one would be slipping that with a belt knife. As for the window, even if anyone had scaled the outer wall to it, they must burst through not only stoutly barred wooden shutters, but a tapestry, and then rank upon rank of pots of plants, soldiered in rows before the closed window. It was a route no professional would willingly choose. Lacey resettled herself with a bit of mending, while Patience greeted me. Lady Patience herself was seemingly idle, seated on the hearth before the fire as if she were but a girl. She poked at the coals a bit. "Did you know," she asked me suddenly, "that there is a substantial history of strong queens at Buckkeep? Not just those born as Farseers, either. Many a Farseer prince has married a woman whose name came to overshadow his in the telling of deeds." "Do you think Kettricken will become such a queen?" I asked politely. I had no idea where this conversation would lead. "I do not know," she said softly. She stirred the coals idly again. "I know only that I would not have been one." She sighed heavily, then lifted her eyes to say almost apologetically, "I am having one of those mornings, Fitz, when all that fills my head is what might have been and what could have been. I should never have allowed him to abdicate. I wager he'd be alive today if he had not." There seemed little reply I could make to such a statement. She sighed again and drew on the hearthstones with the ash-coated poker. "I am a woman of longings today, Fitz. While everyone else yesterday was stirred to amazement at what Kettricken did, it awakened in me the deepest discontent with myself. Had I been in her position, I would have hidden away in my chamber, just as I do now. But your grandmother would not have. Now there was a queen. Like Kettricken in some ways. Constance was a woman who spurred others to action, other women especially. When she was queen, over half our guard was female. Did you know that? Ask Hod about her sometime. I understand that Hod came with her when Constance came here to be Shrewd's queen." Patience fell silent. For a few moments she was so quiet I thought she had finished speaking. Then she added softly, "She liked me, Queen Constance did." She smiled, almost shyly. "She knew I did not care for crowds, so sometimes she would summon me, and only me, to come and attend her in her garden. And we would not even speak much, but only work quietly in the soil and the sunlight. Some of my pleasantest memories of Buckkeep are of those times." She looked up at me suddenly. "I was just a little girl then, and your father was just a boy, and we had not ever really met. My parents brought me to Buckkeep, the times they came to court, even though they knew I did not much care for all the folderol of court life. What a woman Queen Constance was! To notice a homely, quiet little girl and give her of her time. But she was like that. Buckkeep was a different place then, a much merrier court. Times were safer, and all was more stable. But then Constance died, and her infant daughter with her, of a birth fever. And Shrewd remarried a few years later, and—" She paused and sighed again suddenly. Then her lips firmed. She patted the hearth beside her. "Come and sit here. There are things we must speak of." I did as she bid me, likewise sitting on the hearthstones. I had never seen Patience so serious, nor so focused. All of this, I felt, was leading up to something. It was so different from her usual fey prattle that it almost frightened me. Once I was seated, she motioned me closer. I scooted forward until I was nearly in her lap. She leaned forward and whispered, "Some things are best not spoken of, but there comes a time when they must be raised. Fitzchivalry, my dear, do not think me mean-spirited, but I must warn you that your Uncle Regal is not as well disposed toward you as you might believe." I couldn't help it. I laughed. Patience was instantly indignant. "You must attend me," she whispered more urgently. "Oh, I know he is gay and charming and witty. I know what a flatterer he can be, and I have marked well how all the young women of the court flutter their fans at him, and how all the young men mimic his clothes and mannerisms. But underneath those fine feathers there is much ambition, and I am afraid there is suspicion there, and jealousy also. I have never told you this, but he was totally opposed to my undertaking your schooling, as well as to your learning to skill. Sometimes I think it is as well that you failed at that, for had you succeeded, his jealousy would have known no bounds. She paused, and finding that I was listening with a sober face, she went on. These are unsettled times, Fitz. Not just because of the red ships that harry our shores. It is a time when any born as you were should be careful. There are those who smile fairly at you, but may be your enemy. When your father was alive, we relied that his influence would be enough to shelter you, but after he died, I realized that as you grew, you would be more and more at risk, the closer you came to manhood. So when I decently could, I forced myself to come back to court to see if there truly was need. I found there was, and I found you worthy of my help. So I vowed to do all I could to educate and protect you. She allowed herself a brief smile of satisfaction. I would say I had done fairly well by you so far, but, and she leaned closer, comes a time when even I will not be able to protect you. You must begin to take care of yourself. You must recall your lessons from Hod and review them with her often. You must be cautious of what you eat and drink, and be wary of visiting isolated places alone. I hate to put these fears into you, Fitzchivalry, but you are almost a man now, and must begin to think of such things. Laughable, almost a farce. So I could have seen it, to have this sheltered, reclusive woman speaking to me so earnestly of the realities of the world I had survived in since I was 6. Instead, I found tears stinging the corners of my eyes. I had always been mystified as to why Patience had come back to Buckkeep, to live a hermit's life in the midst of a society she obviously did not care for. Now I knew. She had come for me, for my sake, to protect me. Burrick had sheltered me, so had Shade, and even Verity in his way, and of course Shrewd had claimed me as his own very early. But all of them, in one way or another, had stood to gain by my survival. Even Burrick would have seen it as a great loss of pride if someone had managed to murder me while I was under his protection. Only this woman, who by all rights should have abhorred me, had come to shelter me for my sake alone. She was so often foolish and meddlesome, and sometimes most annoying. But as our eyes met, I knew she had breached the final wall I had kept between us. I greatly doubted that her presence had done anything to deter bad will toward me. If anything, her interest in me must have been a constant reminder to Regal of who had fathered me. But it was not the deed, but the intention that moved me. She had given up her quiet life, her orchards and gardens and woods, to come here, to a damp castle of stone on the sea cliffs, to a court full of folk she cared nothing about, to watch over her husband's bastard. Thank you, I said quietly, and meant it with all my heart. Well, she turned aside from my look quickly. Well, you are welcome, you know. I know. But the truth was I came here this morning thinking that perhaps someone should warn you and Lacey to be careful of yourselves. Times are unstable here, and you might be seen as an obstacle. Now Patience laughed aloud. I? Funny, dowdy, foolish old Patience. Patience, who cannot keep an idea fixed in her head for more than 10 minutes. Patience, all but made mad by her husband's death, my boy. I know how they talk of me. No one perceives of me as a threat to anyone. Why, I am but another fool here at the court. A thing to be made sport of. I am quite safe, I assure you. But even if I were not, I have the habits of a lifetime to protect me, and Lacey. Lacey? I could not keep incredulity from my voice, nor a grin from my face. I turned to exchange a wink with Lacey. Lacey glared at me, as if affronted by my smile. Before I could even unfold from the hearth, she sprang up from her rocking chair. A long needle, stripped of its eternal yarn, prodded my jugular vein, while the other probed a certain space between my ribs. I very nearly wet myself. I looked up at a woman I suddenly knew not at all, and dared not make a word. "Stop teasing the child," Patience rebuked her gently. "Yes, Fitz, Lacey. The most apt pupil that Hod ever had, even if she did come to Hod as a grown woman." As Patience spoke, Lacey took her weapons away from my body. She reseated herself, and deftly rethreaded her needles into her work. I swear she didn't even drop a stitch. When she was finished, she looked up at me. She winked, and went back to her knitting. I remembered to start breathing again. A very chastened assassin left their apartment some time later. As I made my way down the hall, I reflected that Shade had warned me I was underestimating Lacey. I wondered wryly if this was his idea of humour, or of teaching me greater respect for seemingly mild folk. Thoughts of Molly pushed their way into my mind. I resolutely refused to give in to them, but could not resist lowering my face to catch that faint scent of her on the shoulder of my shirt. I took the foolish smile from my face and set off to locate Kettrican. I had duties.
"I'm hungry."
The thought intruded without warning. Shame flooded me. I had taken Cub nothing yesterday. I had all but forgotten him in the sweep of the day's events.
"A day's fast is nothing. Besides, I found a nest of mice beneath a corner of the cottage. Do you think I cannot care for myself at all? But something more substantial would be pleasing."
"Soon," I promised him. "There is a thing I must do first." In Kettrican's sitting chamber, I found only 2 young pages ostensibly tidying, but giggling as I came in. Neither of them knew anything. I next tried Mistress Hasty's weaving room, as it was a warm and friendly chamber where many of the keep women gathered. No Kettrican, but Lady Modesty was there. She told me that her mistress had said she needed to speak with Prince Verity this morning. Perhaps she was with him. But Verity was not in his chambers nor his map room. Charim was there, however, sorting through sheets of vellum and separating them by quality. Verity, he told me, had arisen very early and immediately set out for his boat shed. Yes, Kettrican had been there this morning, but it had been after Verity left, and once Charim had told her he was gone, she too had departed. Where? He was not certain. By this time I was starving, and I excused my trip to the kitchen on the grounds that gossip always grew thickest there. Perhaps someone there would know where our queen-in-waiting had gone. I was not worried, I told myself. Not yet. The kitchens of Buckkeep were at their best on a cold and blustery day. Steam from bubbling stews mingled with the nourishing aroma of baking bread and roasting meat. Chilled stable boys loitered there, chatting with the kitchen help and pilfering fresh-baked rolls and the ends of cheeses, tasting stews and disappearing like mist if Burrick appeared in the door. I cut myself a slab of cold meal pudding from the morning's cooking, and reinforced it with honey and some bacon ends that cook was rendering down for crackling. As I ate, I listened to the talk. Oddly enough, few people spoke directly of the previous day's events. I grasped it would take a while for the keep to come to terms with all that had happened. But there was something there, a feeling almost of relief. I had seen that before, in a man who had had his maimed foot removed, or the family that finally finds their drowned child's body. To confront finally the worst there is, to look it squarely in the face and say, "I know you. You have hurt me almost to death, but still I live, and I will go on living." That was the feeling I got from the folk of the keep. All had finally acknowledged the severity of our injuries from the red ships. Now there was a sense that we might begin to heal, and to fight back. I did not wish to make direct inquiries down here as to where the Queen might be. As luck would have it, one of the stable boys was speaking of Softstep. Some of the blood I had seen on the horse's shoulder the previous day had been her own, and the boys were talking of how the horse had snapped at Burrick when he tried to work on her shoulder, and how it had taken 2 of them to hold her head. I wangled my way into the conversation. Perhaps a horse of less temperament would be a better mount for the Queen, I suggested. Ah, no. Our Queen likes Softstep's pride and spirit. She said so herself to me when she was down in the stables this morning. She came herself to see the horse and to ask when she might be ridden again. She spoke directly to me, she did. So I told her no horse wanted to be ridden on a day such as this, let alone with a gashed shoulder. And Queen Kettrican nodded, and we stood talking there, and she asked how I had lost my tooth.
And you told her a horse had thrown his head back when you were exercising him, because you didn't want Burrick to know we'd been wrestling up in the hayloft and you'd fallen into the grey colt's stall.
Shut up! You're the one who pushed me, so it was your fault as much as mine. And the 2 were off, pushing and scuffling with each other, until a shout from cook sent them tumbling from the kitchen. But I had as much information as I needed. I headed out for the stables. I found it a colder and nastier day outside than I had expected. Even within the stables, the wind found every crack and came shrieking through the doors each time one was opened. The horse's breath steamed in the air, and stablemates leaned companionably close for the warmth they could share. I found Hans and asked where Burrick was. "Cutting wood," he said quietly, "for a funeral pyre. He's been drinking since dawn, too." Almost this drove my quest from my mind. I had never known such a thing to be. Burrick drank, but in the evenings, when the day's work was done. Hans read my face. "Vixen, his old bitch hound, she died in the night. Yet I have never heard of a pyre for a dog. He's out behind the exercise pen now." I turned toward the pen. "Fitz!" Hans warned me urgently. It will be all right, Hans, I know what she meant to him. The first night he had care of me, he put me in a stall beside her and told her to guard me. She had a pup beside her, Nosy. Hans shook his head. "He said he wanted to see no one, to send him no questions today, no one to talk to him. He's never given me an order like that." "All right," I sighed. Hans looked disapproving. As old as she was, he should have expected it. She couldn't even hunt with him anymore. He should have replaced her a long time ago. I looked at Hans. For all his caring for the beasts, for all his gentleness and good instincts, he couldn't really know. Once I had been shocked to discover my wit sense as a separate sense. Now to confront Hans' total lack of it was to discover his blindness. I just shook my head and dragged my mind back to my original errand. "Hans, have you seen the Queen today?" "Yes, but it was a while ago." His eyes scanned my face anxiously. "She came to me and asked if Prince Verity had taken Truth out of the stables and down to town. I told her no, that the prince had come to see him, but had left him in the stables today. I told her the streets would be all iced cobbles. Verity would not risk his favourite on a surface like that. He walks down to Buckkeep Town as often as not these days, though he comes through the stable almost every day. He told me it's an excuse to be out in the air in the open." My heart sank. With a certainty that was like a vision, I knew that Kettrican had followed Verity into Buckkeep Town. On foot, with no one accompanying her, on this foul day? While Hans berated himself for not foreseeing the Queen's intention, I took Sidekick, a well-named but sure-footed mule, from his stall. I dared not take the time to go back to my room for warmer clothes, so I borrowed Hans' cloak to supplement mine and dragged the reluctant animal out of the stables and into the wind and falling snow. "Are you coming now?" "Not now, but soon. There is something I must see to."
"May I go too?"
"No, it isn't safe. Now be quiet and stay out of my thoughts." I stopped at the gate to question the guard most bluntly. Yes, a woman on foot had come this way this morning, several of them, for there were some whose trades made this trip necessary, no matter the weather. "The Queen?" The men on watch exchanged glances. No one replied. I suggested perhaps there had been a woman heavily cloaked and hooded well, white fur trimming the hood. A young guard nodded. Embroidery on the cloak, white and purple at the hem. They exchanged uncomfortable glances. There had been a woman like that. They had not known who she was, but now that I suggested those colours they should have known. In a coldly level voice I berated them as dolts and morons. Unidentified folk passed unchallenged through our gates. They had looked on white fur and purple embroidery and never even guessed it might be the Queen. And none had seen fit to accompany her, none chose to be her guard, even after yesterday. A fine place was Buckkeep these days, when our Queen had not even a foot soldier at her heels when she went out walking in a snowstorm down to Buckkeep town. I kicked Sidekick and left them settling blame amongst themselves. The going was miserable. The wind was in a fickle mood, changing directions as often as I found a way to block it with my cloak. The snow not only fell, the wind caught up the frozen crystals from the ground and swirled it up under my cloak at every opportunity. Sidekick was not happy, but he plodded along through the thickening snow. Beneath the snow, the uneven trail to town was glazed with treacherous ice. The mule became resigned to my stubbornness and trudged disconsolately along. I blinked the clinging flakes from my eyelashes and tried to urge him to greater speed. Images of the Queen crumpled in the snow. The blowing flakes covering her over kept trying to push into my mind. Nonsense, I told myself firmly. Nonsense. I was on the outskirts of Buckkeep town before I overtook her. I knew her from behind, even if she had not been wearing her purple and white. She strode through the drifting snow with a fine indifference, her mountain-bred flesh as immune to the cold as I was to salt breeze and damp. "Queen Kettrican! Lady, please wait for me!" She turned, and as she caught sight of me, smiled and waited. I slid from Sidekick's back as I came abreast of her. I had not realized how worried I was until the relief flooded through me at seeing her unharmed. "What are you doing out here alone in this storm?" I demanded of her, and belated added, "My lady." She looked about her as if just noticing the falling snow and gusting wind, then turned back to me with a rueful grin. She was not the least bit chilled or uncomfortable. To the contrary, her cheeks were rosy with her walk, and the white fur around her face set off her yellow hair and blue eyes. Here, in this whiteness, she was not pale and colourless, but tawny and pink, blue eyes sparkling. She looked more vital than I had seen her in days. Yesterday she had been death astride a horse and grief washing the bodies of her slain. But today, here in the snow, she was a merry girl, escaped from keep and stallion to go hiking through the snow. "I go to find my husband." "Alone? Does he know you are coming? And like this, afoot?" She looked startled. Then she tucked in her chin and bridled just like my mule. "Is he not my husband? Do I need an appointment to see him? Why should not I go afoot and alone? Do I seem so incompetent to you that I might become lost on the road to Buckkeep town?" She set off walking again, and I was forced to keep pace with her. I dragged the mule along with me. Sidekick was not enthused. "Queen Kettrican," I began, but she cut me off. "I grow so weary of this." She halted abruptly and turned to face me. "Yesterday, for the first time in many days, I felt as if I were alive and had a will of my own. I do not intend to let that slip away from me. If I wish to visit my husband at his work, I shall. Well do I know that not one of my ladies would care for this outing, in this weather and afoot or otherwise. So I am alone. And my horse was injured yesterday, and the footing here is not kind to a beast anyway, so I do not ride. All of this makes sense. Why have you followed me, and why do you question me?" She had chosen bluntness as the weapon, so I took it up as well. But I took a breath and turned my voice to courtesy before I began. "My Lady Queen, I followed to be sure you had not come to any harm. Here, with only a mule's ears to hear us, I will speak plainly. Have you so swiftly forgotten who tried to topple Verity from the throne in your own mountain kingdom? Would he hesitate to plot here as well? I think not. Do you believe it an accident you were lost and astray in the woods 2 nights ago? I do not. And do you think that your actions yesterday were pleasing to him? Quite the contrary. What you do for the sake of your people he sees as your ploy to take power to yourself. So he sulks and mutters and decides you are a greater threat than before. You must know all this. So why do you set yourself out as a target? Here, where an arrow or a knife could find you with such ease and no witnesses. I am not so easy a target as that, she defied me. 'Twould take an excellent archer indeed to make an arrow fly true in these shifting winds. As for a knife, well, I've a knife too. To strike me, one must come where I can strike back. She turned and strode off again. I followed relentlessly. And where would that lead? To your killing a man, and all the keep in an uproar, and Verity chastising his guard that you could be so endangered. And what if the killer were better with a knife than you? What consequence for the 6 duchies if I were now pulling your body out of a drift? I swallowed and added, my queen. Her pace slowed, but her chin was still up as she asked softly, what consequence for me if I sit day after day in the keep growing soft and blind as a grub? Fitzchivalry, I am not a game piece. To sit my space on the board until some player sets me in motion. I am... There's a wolf watching us. Where? She pointed, but he had vanished like a swirl of snow, leaving only a ghostly laughter in my mind. A moment later, a trick of the wind brought his scent to sidestep. The mule snorted and tugged at his lead rope. I did not know we had wolves so near, Ketrigan marvelled. Just a town dog, my lady. Probably some mangy, homeless beast out to sniff and paw through the village midden heap. He is nothing to fear.
You think not? I'm hungry enough to eat that mule.
Go back and wait. I shall come soon.
The midden heap is nowhere near here. Besides, it's full of seagulls and stinks of their droppings, and other dungs. The mule would be fresh and sweet.
Go back, I tell you. I'll bring you meat later.
Fitzchivalry?
This from Ketrigan, warily. I snapped my eyes back to her face. I beg pardon, my lady, my mind wandered.
Then that anger in your face is not for me?
No, another has crossed my will this day. For you I have concern, not anger. Will not you mount, sidekick, and let me take you back to the keep? I wish to see Verity. My queen, it will not please him to see you come so. She sighed and grew a bit smaller inside her cloak. She looked aside from me as she asked more quietly, Have you never wished to pass your time in someone's presence, Fitz, whether they welcomed you or not? Cannot you understand my loneliness?
I do.
To be his queen in waiting, to be sacrificed for Buckkeep, this I know I must do well. But there is another part of me. I am woman to his man and wife to his husbanding. To that I am sworn as well, and am more willing than dutiful to it. But he comes seldom to me, and when he does he speaks little and leaves soon. She turned back to me. Tears sparkled suddenly on her eyelashes. She dashed them away, and a note of anger crept into her voice. You spoke once of my duty, of doing what only a queen can do for Buckkeep. Well, I shall not get with child lying alone in my bed night after night. My queen, my lady, please, I begged her. Heat rose in my face. She was merciless. Last night I did not wait. I went to his door, but the guard claimed he was not there, that he had gone to his tower. She looked aside from me. Even that work is preferable to how he must labour in my bed. Not even that bitterness could cover the hurt under her words. I reeled with the things I did not want to know. The cold of Ketrigan alone in her bed, Verity drawn to skill at night. I did not know which was worse.
My voice shook as I said, "You must not tell me these things, my queen. To speak of this to me is not right. Then let me go and speak to him. He is the one who needs to hear this, I know, and I am going to speak it. If he will not come to me for his heart's sake, then he must come for his duty."
"This makes sense. She is the one who must bear if the pack is to increase."
"Stay out of this. Go home."
"Home!"
A derisive bark of laughter in my mind.
"Home is a pack, not a cold, empty place. Listen to the female, she speaks well. We should all go to be with him who leads. You fear foolishly for this bitch. She hunts well, with a keen tooth, and her kills are clean. I watched her yesterday. She is worthy of he who leads."
"We are not pack. Be silent."
"I am."
At the corner of my eye, I caught a flash of movement. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. I turned back to find Ketchikan standing silent before me still. But I sensed the spark of anger that had spirited her was now damped in pain. It bled her resolve from her. I spoke quietly through the wind.
"Please, lady, let me take you back to Buckkeep."
She did not reply, but pulled her hood up around her face and tightened it to hide most of her face. Then she walked to the mule and mounted and suffered me to lead the beast back to the keep. It seemed a longer, colder walk in her subdued silence. I was not proud of the change I had wrought in her. To take my mind from it, I quested out about me carefully. It did not take me long to find Cub. He stalked and shadowed us, drifting like smoke through the tree cover, using the wind-blown drifts and falling snow to hide himself. I could never once actually swear that I saw him. I caught motion from the corner of my eye, a tiny bit of his scent on the wind. His instincts served him well.
"Think you I am ready to hunt?"
"Not until you are ready to obey." I made my reply severe.
"What then shall I do when I hunt alone? Packless one?"
He was stung and angry. We were drawing near to the outer wall of Buckkeep. I wondered how he had got outside the keep without passing through a gate.
"Shall I show you?"
A peace offering. "Perhaps later, when I come with meat." I felt his assent. He was no longer pacing us, but had raced off ahead, and would be at the cottage when I got there. The guards at the gate abashedly challenged me. I identified myself formally, and the sergeant had the wit not to insist that I identify the lady with me. In the courtyard I halted Sidekick that she might dismount and offered her my hand. As she climbed down, I all but felt eyes on me. I turned and saw Molly. She carried 2 buckets of water fresh drawn from the well. She stood still looking at me, poised like a deer before flight. Her eyes were deep, her face very still. When she turned aside, there was a stiffness to her carriage. She did not glance at us again as she crossed the courtyard and went toward the kitchen entrance. I felt a cold foreboding inside me. Then Ketchikan let go of my hand and gathered her cloak more closely about herself. She did not look at me either, but only said softly, "Thank you, Fitz." She walked slowly toward the door. I returned Sidekick to the stable and saw to him. Hans came by and raised an eyebrow at me. I nodded, and he went on about his work. Sometimes I think that was what I liked best about Hans, his ability to leave alone that which was not his concern. I made bold my heart for that which I did next. I went out behind the exercise pens. There was a thin trail of smoke rising and a nasty scent of scorching meat and hair. I walked toward it. Burrick stood next to the fire, watching it burn. The wind and snow kept trying to put it out, but Burrick was determined it would burn well. He glanced at me as I came up, but would not look at me or speak to me. His eyes were black hollows full of dumb pain. It would turn to anger if I dared speak to him. But I had not come for him. I took my knife from my belt and cut from my head a finger's length lock of hair. I added it to the pyre and watched as it burned. Vixen. A most excellent bitch. A memory came to me and I spoke it aloud. She was there the first time Regal ever looked at me. She lay beside me and snarled up at him. After a moment, Barrick nodded to my words. He too had been there. I turned and slowly walked away. My next stop was the kitchen, to filch a number of meat bones left over from yesterday's wake. They were not fresh meat, but they'd have to do. Cub was right. He'd have to be put out on his own soon to hunt for himself. Seeing Barrick's pain had renewed my resolve. Vixen had lived a long life for a hound, but still too short for Barrick's heart. To bond to any animal was to promise oneself that future pain. My heart had been broken sufficient times already. I was still pondering the best way to do this as I approached the cottage. I lifted my head suddenly, getting only the briefest precognition, and then his full weight hit me. He had come, swift as an arrow, speeding over the snow to fling his weight against the backs of my knees, shouldering me down as he passed. The force of his momentum threw me onto my face in the snow. I lifted my head and got my arms under me as he wheeled tightly and raced up to me again. I flung up an arm, but he ploughed over me again, sharp claws digging into my flesh for purchase as he ran. "Got you! Got you! Got you!" Glorious exuberance. Halfway to my feet, and he hit me again, full in my chest. I flung up a forearm to shield my throat and face, and he seized it in his jaws. He growled deeply as he mock-worried it. I lost my balance under his attack and went down in the snow. This time I kept a grip on him, hugging him to me, and we rolled over and over and over. He nipped me in a dozen places, some painful, and all the time, "Fun! Fun! Fun! Got you! Got you! And got you again! Here, you're dead. Here, I broke your forepaw. There, your blood runs out. Got you! Got you! Got you!" "Enough! Enough!" And finally, "Enough!" I roared, and he let go of me and leaped away. He fled over the snow, bounding ridiculously, to fling himself in a circle and come racing back at me. I flung my arms up to shelter my face, but he only seized my bag of bones and raced off with it, daring me to follow. I could not let him win so easily. So I leaped after him, tackling him, seizing the bag of bones, and it degenerated into a tugging match, at which he cheated by letting go suddenly, nipping me on the forearm hard enough to numb my hand, and then grabbing the bag again. I gave chase again. "Got you," a tug on the tail. "Got you." I kneed his shoulder, pushing him off balance. "Got the bones." And for an instant I had them and was running. He hit me full square in the back, all four paws, and drove me face down in the snow, seized the trove, and was off again. I do not know how long we played. We had flung ourselves finally down in the snow to rest, and lay panting together in thoughtless simplicity. The sacking of the bag was torn in places, the bones peeking through, and Cub seized one, to shake and drag it from the clinging folds. He set upon it, scissoring the meat and then pinning the bone down with his paws as his jaws cracked the knuckly cartilage on the end. I reached for the sack and tugged at a bone, a good meaty one, a thick marrow bone, and drew it forth. And abruptly was a man again. Like a waking from a dream, like the popping of a soap bubble, and Cub's ears twitched, and he turned to me as if I had spoken, but I had not. I had only separated myself from his. Abruptly I was cold. Snow had got inside the tops of my boots and at my waist and collar. There were standing welts on my forearms and hands where his teeth had dragged over my flesh. My cloak was torn in two places, and I felt as groggy as if I were just coming out of a drugged sleep. "What's wrong?" Real concern. "Why did you go away?" "I can't do this. I can't be like this with you. This is wrong." Puzzlement. "Wrong? If you can do it, how can it be wrong?" "I am a man, not a wolf." "Sometimes," he agreed. "But you don't have to be all the time." "Yes, I must. I don't want to be bonded with you like this. We cannot have this closeness. I have to set you free, to live the life you were meant to live. I must live the life I was meant for." A derisive snort, a sneer of fangs.
"This is it, brother. We are as we are. How can you claim to know what life I was meant to lead, let alone threaten to force me into it? You cannot even accept what you are meant to be. You deny it, even as you are it. All your quibbling is nonsense. As well forbid your nose to snuff or your ears to hear. We are as we do, brother."
I did not drop my guard. I did not give him leave. But he swept through my mind like a wind sweeps through an unshuttered window and fills a room. The night and the snow meet in our jaws. Listen, snuff. The world is alive tonight, and so are we. We can hunt until dawn. We are alive, and the night and the forest are ours. Our eyes are keen, our jaws are strong, and we can run down a buck and feast before morning. Come back to what you were born to be." A moment later, I came to myself. I was on my feet, standing, and I was trembling from head to foot. I lifted my hands and looked at them, and suddenly my own flesh seemed foreign and confining, as unnatural as the clothes I wore. I could go. I could go now, tonight, and travel far to find our own kind, and no one would ever be able to follow us, let alone find us. He offered me a moonlit world of blacks and whites, of food and rest, so simple, so complete. Our eyes were locked, and his were lambent green and beckoning to me.
Come with me. What have the likes of us to do with men, and all their petty plotting? There is not one mouthful of meat to be had in all their wrangling, no clean joys in their scheming, and never a simple pleasure taken unthinkingly. Why do you choose it? Come away.
I blinked. Snowflakes clung to my eyelashes, and I was standing in the dark, chilled and shaking. A short distance from me, a wolf stood up and shook himself all over. Tail out flat, ears up, he came to me, and rubbed his head along my leg, and with his nose gave my cold hand a flip. I went down on one knee and hugged him, felt the warmth of his ruff against my hands, the solidity of his muscle and bone. He smelled good, clean, and wild. We are what we are, brother. Eat well, I told him. I rubbed his ears briefly and then stood. As he picked up the sack of bones to drag them into the den he'd scuffed out under the cottage, I turned away. The lights of Buckkeep were almost blinding, but I went toward them anyway. I could not have said why just then, but I did it. Chapter 10. Fool's Errand. In times of peace, the teaching of the skill was restricted to those of royal blood, to keep the magic more exclusive and reduce the chance of it being turned against the king. Thus, when Galen became apprentice to Skillmaster Solicity, his duties consisted of assisting in completing the training of chivalry and verity. No others were receiving instruction at that time. Regal, a delicate child, was judged by his mother to be too sickly to withstand the rigours of the skill training. Thus, after Solicity's untimely death, Galen came to the title of Skillmaster but had few duties. Some at least felt that the time he had served as apprentice to Solicity was insufficient to be the full training of a skillmaster. Others have averred that he never possessed the skill strength necessary to be a true skillmaster. In any case, during those years he had no opportunity to prove himself and disprove his critics. There were no young princes or princesses to train during the years that Galen was skillmaster. It was only with the Red Ship raids that it was decided that the circle of those trained in the skill must be expanded. A proper coterie had not existed for years. Tradition tells us that in previous troubles with the Out Islanders, it was not unusual for 3 or even 4 coteries to exist. These usually consisted of 6 to 8 members mutually chosen, well suited to be bonded among themselves, and with at least one member possessing a strong affinity with the reigning monarch. This key member reported directly to the monarch all that his coterie members relayed to him, if they were a messaging or information-gathering coterie. Other coteries existed to pool strength and extend to the monarch their skilling resources as he might need them. The key members in these coteries were often referred to as a king's or queen's man or woman. Very rarely, such a one existed independent of any coterie or training, but simply as one who had such an affinity for the monarch that strength could be tapped, usually by a physical touch. From this key member, the monarch could draw endurance as needed to sustain a skilling effort. By custom, a coterie was named after its key member. Thus we have legendary examples, such as Crossfire's coterie. Galen chose to ignore all tradition in the creation of his first and only coterie. Galen's coterie came to be named after the skill master who fashioned it, and retained that name even after his death. Rather than creating a pool of skilled ones and letting a coterie emerge from it, Galen himself selected those who would be members of it. The coterie lacked the internal bonding of the legendary groups, and their truest affinity was to the skill master rather than to the king. Thus, the key member, initially August, reported to Galen fully as often as he reported to King Shrewd or King-in-Waiting Verity. With the death of Galen and the blasting of August's skill sense, Serene rose to be key member of Galen's coterie. The other surviving members of the group were Justin, Will, Carod, and Burl. By night I ran as a wolf. The first time I thought it a singularly vivid dream. The wide stretch of white snow with the inky tree shadows spilled on it, the elusive scents on the cold wind, the ridiculous fun of bounding and digging after shrews that ventured out of their winter burrows. I awoke clear-minded and good-tempered. But the next night I dreamed again as vividly. I awoke knowing that when I blocked from Verity and hence myself my dreams of Molly, I left myself wide to the wolf's night thoughts. Here was a whole realm where neither Verity nor any skilled one could follow me. It was a world bereft of court intrigues or plotting, of worries and plans. My wolf lived in the present. I found his mind clean of the cluttering detail of memories. From day to day, he carried only that necessary to his survival. He did not remember how many shrews he had killed 2 nights ago, but only larger things, such as which game yielded the most rabbits to chase, or where the spring ran swift enough that it never iced over. This, then, was when and how I first showed him how to hunt. We did not do so well at first. I still arose very early each morning to take him food as needed. I told myself that it was but a small corner of my life that I kept for myself. It was, as the wolf had said, not a thing I did, but something I was. Besides, I promised myself, I would not let this joining become a full bond. Soon, very soon, he would be able to hunt for himself, and I would send him away to be free. Sometimes I told myself that I permitted him into my dreams only that I might teach him to hunt, the sooner to set him free. I refused to consider what Burrick would think of such a thing. I returned from one of my early morning expeditions to find 2 soldiers sparring with one another in the kitchen yard. They had staves and were good-naturedly insulting one another as they huffed and shifted and traded whacks in the cold, clear air. The man I did not know at all, and for a moment I thought both were strangers. Then the woman of the pair caught sight of me. "Oh, Fitz Chivalry! A word with you!" she called, but without retiring her stave. I stared at her, trying to place her.
Her opponent missed a parry, and she clipped him sharply with her stave. As he hopped, she danced back and laughed aloud, an unmistakable high-pitched whinny. "Whistle?" I asked incredulously. The woman I had just addressed flashed her famous gap-toothed smile, caught her partner's stave a ringing blow, and danced back again. "Yes?" she asked breathlessly. Her sparring partner, seeing her occupied, courteously lowered his stave. Whistle immediately darted hers at him. With so much skill he almost looked lazy, his stave leaped up to counter hers. Again she laughed, and held up her hand to ask a truce. "Yes," she repeated, this time turning to me. "I've come. That is, I've been chosen to come and ask a favour of you." I gestured at the clothes she wore. "I don't understand. You've left Verity's guard?" She gave a tiny shrug, but I could see the question delighted her. "But not to go far. Queen's Guard. Vixen badge. See?" She tugged the front of the short, white jacket she wore to hold the fabric taut. Good, sensible woolen homespun, I saw, and saw too the embroidered snarling white fox on a purple background. The purple matched the purple of her heavy woolen trousers. The loose cuff had been tucked into knee boots. Her partner's garb matched hers. Queen's Guard. In light of Kettrican's adventure, the uniform made sense. "Verity decided she needed a guard of her own?" I asked delightedly. The smile faded a bit from Whistle's face. "Not exactly," she hedged, and then straightened as if reporting to me. "We decided she needed a Queen's Guard. Me and some of the others that rode with her the other day. We got to talking about everything later. About how she handled herself out there, and back here, and how she came here all alone. We talked about it then, that someone should get permission to form a guard up for her. But none of us really knew how to approach it. We knew it was needed, but no one else seemed to be paying much attention. But then last week at the gate I heard you got pretty hot about how she'd gone out on foot and alone and no one at her back. Well, you did. I was in the other room and I heard." I bit back my protest, nodded curtly, and Whistle went on. "So, well, we just did. Those of us who felt we wanted to wear the purple and white just said so. It was a pretty even split. It was time to take in some new blood anyway. Most of Verity's guard was getting a bit long in the tooth, and soft from too much time in the keep. So we reformed, giving rank to some who should have made it long ago, if there'd been any openings to fill, and taking in some recruits to fill in where needed. It all worked out perfectly. These newcomers will give us something to hone our skills on while we teach them. The Queen will have her own guard when she wants one, or needs one." I see. I was beginning to get an uneasy feeling. "And what was the favour you wanted of me?" "Explain it to Verity. Tell the Queen she has a guard." She said the words simply and quietly. "This walks close to disloyalty," I said just as simply. "Soldiers of Verity's own guard, setting aside his colours to take on his Queen's. Some might see it that way. Some might speak it that way." Her eyes met mine squarely, and the smile was gone from her face. "But you know it is not. It's a needed thing. Your chivalry would have seen it, would have had a guard for her before she even arrived here. But King-in-Waiting Verity, well, this is no disloyalty to him. We've served him well because we love him, still do. This is those who've always watched his back, falling back and reforming to watch his back even better. That's all. He's got a good queen is what we think. We don't want to see him lose her, that was all. We don't think any the less of our King-in-Waiting, you know that." I did. But still I looked away from her plea, shook my head and tried to think. Why me? A part of me demanded angrily. Then I knew that in that moment I'd lost my temper and berated the guard for not protecting their queen. I'd volunteered for this. Burrick had warned me about not remembering my place. "I will speak to King-in-Waiting Verity, and to the Queen if he approves this." Whistle flashed her smile again. "We knew you'd do it for us. Thanks, Fitz." As quickly she was spinning away from me, stave at the ready, as she danced threateningly toward her partner, who gave ground grudgingly. With a sigh, I turned away from the courtyard. I had thought Molly would be fetching water at this time. I'd hoped for a glimpse of her.
But she was not, and I left, feeling disappointed. I knew I should not play at such games, but some days I could not resist the temptation. I left the courtyard. The last few days had become a special sort of self-torture for me. I refused to allow myself to see Molly again, but could not resist shadowing her. So I was in the kitchen but a moment after she had left, fancying I could still catch the trace of her perfume in the air. Or I stationed myself in the great hall of an evening, and tried to be where I could watch her without being noticed. No matter what amusement was offered, minstrel or poet or puppeteer, or just folk talking and working on their handicrafts, my eyes would be drawn always to wherever Molly might be. She looked so sober and demure in her dark blue skirts and blouse, and she had never a glance for me. Always she spoke with the other keep women, or on the rare evenings when Patience chose to descend, she sat beside her and attended to her with a focus of attention that denied I even existed. Sometimes I thought my brief encounter with her had been a dream. But at night I could go back to my room and take out the shirt I had hidden in the bottom of my clothes chest, and if I held it close to my face, I fancied I could still smell the faint trace of her perfume upon it. And so I endured. A number of days had passed since we had burned the forged ones on their funeral pyre. In addition to the formation of the Queen's Guard, other changes were afoot within and without the keep. 2 other master boat builders, unsummoned, had come to volunteer their skills for the building of the ships. Verity had been delighted. But even more so had Queen Kettrican been moved. For it was to her that they presented themselves, saying that they desired to be of service. Their apprentices came with them, to swell the ranks of those working in the shipyards. Now the lamps burned both before dawn and after the sun's setting, and work proceeded at a breakneck pace. So Verity was away all the more, and Kettrican, when I called on her, was more subdued than ever. I tempted her with books or outings to no avail. She spent most of her time sitting near idle at her loom, growing more pale and listless with every passing day. Her dark mood infected those ladies who attended her, so that to visit her room was as cheery as keeping a death watch. I had not expected to find Verity in his study, and was not disappointed. He was down at the boat sheds, as always. I left word with Charon to ask that I be summoned whenever Verity might have the time to see me. Then, with a resolve to keep myself busy, and to do as Shade suggested, I returned to my room. I took both dice and tally sticks with me, and headed for the Queen's chambers. I had resolved to teach her some of the games of chance that the lords and ladies were fond of, in the hopes that she might expand her circle of entertainments. I also hoped, with less expectation, that such games might draw her to socialize more widely and to depend less on my companionship. Her bleak mood was beginning to burden me with its oppressiveness, so that I often heartily wished to be away from her.
Teach her to cheat first. Only just tell her that's how the game is played. Tell her the rules permit deception. A bit of sleight of hand easily taught, and she could clean Regal's pockets for him a time or two before he dared suspect her. And then what could he do? Accuse Buckkeep's lady of cheating at dice?
The fool, of course, at my elbow, companionably pacing alongside me, his rat sceptre jouncing lightly on his shoulder. I did not startle physically, but he knew that once more he had taken me by surprise. His amusement shone in his eyes. I think our Queen-in-Waiting might take it amiss if I so misinformed her. Why do not you come with me instead? To brighten her spirits a bit. I shall set aside the dice, and you can juggle for her, I suggested.
Juggle for her? Why, Fitz, that is all I do all day long, and you see it as but my foolery. You see my work and deem it play, while I see you work so earnestly at playing games you have not yourself devised. Take a fool's advice on this. Teach the lady not dice, but riddles, and you will both be the wiser.
Riddles? That's a Bingtown game, is it not?
'Twere one played well at Buckkeep these days. Answer me this one, if you can. How does one call a thing when one does not know how to call it?
I have never been any good at this game, fool.
nor any other of your bloodline from what I have heard. So answer this. What has wings in Shrewd's scroll, a tongue of flame in Verity's book, silver eyes in the Reltown vellums, and gold-scaled skin in your room?
That's a riddle? He looked at me pityingly.
No, a riddle is what I just asked you. That's an elderling. And the first riddle was, how do you summon one?
My stride slowed. I looked at him more directly, but his eyes were always difficult to meet.
A riddle? Or a serious question?
Is that a riddle or a serious question?
Yes.
The fool was grave. I stopped in mid-stride, completely bemuddled. I glared at him. In answer, he went nose to nose with his rat scepter. They simpered at one another.
You see, Ratsy, he knows no more than his uncle or his grandfather. None of them knows how to summon an elderling.
By the skill, I said impetuously. The fool looked at me strangely.
You know this?
I suspect it is so.
Why?
I don't know. Now that I consider it, I do not think it likely. King Wisdom made a long journey to find the elderlings. If he could simply have skilled to them, why didn't he?
Indeed. But sometimes there is truth in impetuosity. So riddle me this, boy. A king is alive, likewise a prince, and both are skilled. But where are those who trained alongside the king, or those who trained before him? How come we to this paucity of skilled ones at a time when they are so grievously needed?
Few are trained in times of peace. Galen didn't see fit to train any up until his last year. And the coterie he created... I paused suddenly, and though the corridor was empty, I suddenly did not want to speak any more about it. I had always kept whatever Verity told me about the skill in confidence. The fool pranced in a sudden circle about me.
If the shoe does not fit, one cannot wear it, no matter who made it for you, he declared.
I nodded grudgingly. Exactly.
And he who made it is gone. Sad, so sad. Sadder than hot meat on the table and red wine in your glass. But he who is gone was made by someone in turn.
Felicity. But she is also gone.
Ah, but Shrewd is not, nor Verity. It seems to me that if there are two she created still breathing, there ought to be others. Where are they?
I shrugged. Gone. Old. Dead. I don't know. I forced my impatience down, tried to consider his question. King Shrewd's sister, Mary, August's mother. She would have been trained, perhaps, but she is long dead. Shrewd's father, King Bounty, was the last to have a coterie, I believe. But very few folk of that generation are still alive. I halted my tongue. Verity had once told me that Felicity had trained as many in the skill as she could find the talent in. Surely there must be some of them left alive. They would be no more than a decade or so older than Verity.
Dead. Too many of them, if you ask me. I do know.
The fool interjected an answer to my unspoken question. I looked at him blankly. He stuck his tongue out at me, waltzed away from me a bit. He considered his scepter, chucked the rat lovingly under the chin.
You see, Ratsy, it is as I told you. None of them know. None of them are smart enough to ask.
Fool, cannot you ever speak plain? I cried out in frustration. He halted as suddenly as if struck. In mid-pirouette, he lowered his heels to the floor and stood like a statue.
Would it help at all? He asked soberly. Would you listen to me if I came to you and did not speak in riddles? Would that make you pause and think and hang upon every word and ponder those words later in your chamber? Very well, then, I shall try. Do you know the rhyme, 6 wise men went to Jampay town?
I nodded, as confused as ever.
Recite it for me.
6 wise men went to Jampay town, climbed a hill and never came down, turned to stone and flew away. The old nursery rhyme eluded me suddenly. I don't recall it at all. It's nonsense, anyway. One of those rhyming things that sticks in your head but means nothing.
That, of course, is why it is enscrolled with the knowledge verses, the fool concluded.
I don't know, I retorted. I suddenly felt irritated beyond endurance. Fool, you were doing it again.
all you speak is riddles, ever. You claim to speak plain, but your truth eludes me. Riddles, dear Fitzy Fitz, are supposed to make folk think, to find new truth in old sores, but, be that as it may, your brain eludes me. How shall I reach it? Perhaps if I came to you by dark of night, and sang under your window, Bastard princeling Fitz, my sweet, you waste your hours to your own defeat. You work to stop, you strive to refrain, when all your effort should go to a gain. He had flung himself to one knee, and plucked non-existent strings on his sceptre. He sang quite lustily, and even well. The tune belonged to a popular love ballad. He looked at me, sighed theatrically, wet his lips, and continued mournfully, Why does a farseer look never afar? Why dwells he completely in things as they are? Your coasts are besieged, your people beset. I warn and I urge, but they all say not yet. O bastard princeling, gentle Fitz, will you delay until chopped to bits? A passing servant girl paused to stand bemused and listen. A page came to the door of one chamber and peeped out at us, grinning widely. A slow flush began to heat my cheeks, for the fool's expression was both tender and ardent as he looked up at me. I tried to walk casually away from him, but he followed me on his knees, clutching at my sleeve. I was forced to stand or engage in a ridiculous struggle to free myself. I stood, feeling foolish. He simpered a smile up at me. The page giggled, and down the hall I heard two voices conferring in amusement. I refused to lift my eyes to see who was so enjoying my discomfort. The fool mouthed a kiss up at me. He let his voice sink to a confidential whisper as he sang on. Will fate seduce you to her will? Not if you struggle with all your skill. Summon your allies, locate the trained, consummate all from which you've refrained. There's a future not yet fashioned, founded by your fiery passions. If you use your wits to win, you'll save the duchies for your kin. Thus begs a fool on bended knee, let not a darkness come to be. Let not our peoples go to dust, when life in you has placed this trust. He paused, then sang loudly and jovially, And if you choose to let this pass like so much farting from your arse, behold my reverence for thee. Feast eyes on what men seldom see. He suddenly released my cuff to tumble away from me in a somersault that somehow reached a finish with his presentation of his bare buttocks to me. They were shockingly pale, and I could conceal neither my amazement nor affront. The fool vaulted to his feet, suitably clothed again, and Ratsey on his sceptre bowed most humbly to all who had paused to watch my humiliation. There was general laughter and a scattering of applause. His performance had left me speechless. I looked aside and tried to walk past him, but with a bound the fool blocked my passage once again. The fool abruptly assumed a stern stance and addressed all who still grinned. Fie and shame upon you all to be so merry, to giggle and point at a boy's broken heart. Do not you know the Fitz has lost one most dear to him? Ah, he hides his grief beneath his blushes, but she has gone to her grave and left his passion unslaked. That most stubbornly chaste and virulently flatulent of maidens, dear Lady Time, has perished. Of her own stench, I doubt it not, though some say it came of eating spoiled meat. But spoiled meat, you say, has a most foul odour, to warn off any from consuming it. Such we can say of Lady Time also, and so perhaps she smelled it not, or deemed it but the perfume of her fingers. Mourn not, poor Fitz, another shall be found for you. To this I shall devote myself this very day. I swear it by Sir Ratsey's skull. And now I bid you hasten on your tasks, for in truth I have delayed mine much too long. Farewell, poor Fitz, brave, sad heart, to put so bold a face on your desolation. Poor disconsolate youth. Ah, Fitz, poor, poor Fitz. And he wandered off down the hall from me, shaking his head woefully and conferring with Ratsey as to which elderly dowager he should court on my behalf. I stared in disbelief after him. I felt betrayed that he could make so public a spectacle of me. Sharp-tongued and flighty as the fool could be, I had never expected to be the public butt of one of his jokes. I kept waiting for him to turn around and say some last thing that would make me understand what had just happened. He did not. When he turned a corner, I perceived that my ordeal was finally at an end. I proceeded down the hallway, fuming with embarrassment and dazed with puzzlement at the same time. The doggerel of his rhymes had stored his words in my head, and I knew that I would ponder his love song much in days to come, to try and worry out the meanings hidden there. But Lady Time, surely he would not say such a thing were it not true. But why would Shade allow his public personage to die in such a way? What poor woman's body would be carried out as Lady Time, no doubt to be carted off to distant relatives for burial? Was this his method of beginning his journey, a way to leave the keep unseen? But again, why let her be dead? So that Regal might believe he had succeeded in his poisoning? To what end? Thus bemused, I finally came to the doors of Ketrican's chamber. I stood in the hall a moment to recover my aplomb and compose my face. Suddenly, the door across the hall flung open and Regal strode into me. His momentum jostled me aside, and before I could recover myself, he grandly offered, "It's all right, Fitz. I scarcely expect an apology from one so bereaved as yourself." He stood in the hallway, straightening his jerkin, as the young men following him emerged from his chamber, tittering in amusement. He smiled round at them, and then leaned close to me to ask in a quietly venomous voice, "Where will you suckle up now that the old whore Time is dead? Oh well, I am sure you will find some other old woman to coddle you. Or are you come to wheedle up to a younger one now?" He dared to smile at me before he spun on his heel and strode off in a fine flutter of sleeves, trailed by his 3 sycophants. The insult to the Queen poisoned me into rage. It came with a suddenness such as I had never experienced. I felt my chest and throat swell with it. A terrible strength rushed through me. I know my upper lip lifted in a snarl. From afar I sensed, "What? What is it? Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!" I took a step. The next would have been a spring, and I know my teeth would have sunk into the place where throat meets shoulder. But "Fitzchivalry," said a voice full of surprise. Molly's voice. I turned to her, my emotions wrenching from rage to delight at seeing her. But as swiftly she was turning aside, saying, "Beg pardon, my lord," and brushing past me. Her eyes were down, her manner that of a servant. "Molly," I called, stepping after her. She paused. When she looked back at me, her face was empty of emotion, her voice neutral. "Sir, had you an errand for me?" "An errand?" Of course. I glanced about us, but the corridor was empty. I took a step toward her, pitched my voice low for her ears only. "No. I've just missed you so, Molly. This is not seemly, sir. I beg you to excuse me." She turned, proudly, calmly, and walked away from me. "What did I do?" I demanded, in angry consternation. I did not really expect an answer, but she paused. Her blue-clothed back was straight, her head erect under her tattered haircloth. She did not turn back to me, but said quietly to the corridor, "Nothing. You did nothing at all, my lord. Absolutely nothing." "Molly!" I protested, but she turned the corner and was gone. I stood staring after her. After a moment, I realized I was making a sound somewhere between a whine and a growl. "Let us go hunting instead." Perhaps, I found myself agreeing. That would be the best thing. To go hunting, to kill, to eat, to sleep, and to do no more than that. Why not now? I don't really know. I composed myself and knocked at Ketrican's door. It was opened by little Rosemary, who dimpled a smile at me as she invited me in. Once within, Molly's errand here was evident. Ketrican was holding a fat green candle under her nose. On the table were several others. Bayberry, I observed. Kettricken looked up with a smile. Fitzchivalry, welcome. Come in and be seated. May I offer you food? Wine? I stood looking at her, a sea change. I felt her strength, knew she stood in the centre of herself. She was dressed in a soft grey tunic and leggings. Her hair was dressed in her customary way. Her jewellery was simple, a single necklace of green and blue stone beads. But this was not the woman I had brought back to the keep a few days ago. That woman had been distressed, angry, hurt, and confused. This Kettricken welled serenity. My queen, I began hesitantly. Kettricken, she corrected me calmly. She moved about the room, setting some of the candles on shelves. It was almost a challenge in that she did not say more. I came further into her sitting room. She and Rosemary were the only occupants. Verity had once complained to me that her chambers had the precision of a military encampment. It had not been an exaggeration. The simple furnishings were spotlessly clean. The heavy tapestries and rugs that furnished most of Buckkeep were missing here. Simple mats of straw were on the floor, and frames supported parchment screens painted with delicate sprays of flowers and trees. There was no clutter at all. In this room, all was finished and put away, or not yet begun. That is the only way I can describe the stillness I felt there. I had come in a royal of conflicting emotions. Now I stood still and silent, my breathing steadying and my heart calming. One corner of the chamber had been turned into an alcove, walled with the parchment screens. Here there was a rug of green wool on the floor, and low, padded benches, such as I had seen in the mountains. Kettricken placed the green bayberry candle behind one of the screens. She kindled it with a flame from the hearth. The dancing candlelight behind the screen gave the life and warmth of a sunrise to the painted scene. Kettricken walked around to sit on one of the low benches within the alcove. She indicated the bench opposite hers. Would you join me? I did. The gently lit screen, the illusion of a small private room, and the sweet scent of bayberry surrounded me. The low bench was oddly comfortable. It took me a moment to recall the purpose of my visit. My queen, I thought you might like to learn some of the games of chance we play at Buckkeep, so you could join in when the other folk are amusing themselves. Perhaps another time, she said kindly. If you and I wish to amuse ourselves, and it would please you to teach me the game. But for those reasons only, I have found the old adages to be true. One can only walk so far from one's true self before the bond either snaps or pulls one back. I am fortunate I have been pulled back. I walk once more in trueness to myself, Fitzchivalry. That is what you sense today. I don't understand. She smiled. You don't need to. She fell silent again. Little Rosemary had gone to sit by the hearth. She took up her slate and chalk as if to amuse herself. Even that child's normal merriment seemed placid today. I turned back to Kettricken and waited, but she only sat looking at me, a bemused smile on her face. After a moment or two, I asked, What are we doing? Nothing, Kettricken said. I copied her silence. After a long time, she observed, Our own ambitions and tasks that we set for ourselves. The framework we attempt to impose upon the world is no more than a shadow of a tree cast across the snow. It will change as the sun moves, be swallowed in the night, sway with the wind, and when the smooth snow vanishes, it will lie distorted upon the uneven earth. But the tree continues to be. Do you understand that? She leaned forward slightly to look into my face. Her eyes were kind. I think so, I said uneasily. She gave me a look almost of pity. You would if you stopped trying to understand it, if you gave up worrying about why this is important to me, and simply tried to see if it is an idea that has worth in your own life. But I do not bid you to do that. I bid no one do anything here. She sat back again, a gentle loosening that made her straight spine seem effortless and restful. Again, she did nothing. She simply sat across from me and unfurled herself. I felt her life brush up against me and flow around me. It was but the faintest touching, and had I not experienced both the skill and the wit, I do not think I would have sensed it. Cautiously, as softly as if I essayed a bridge made of cobweb, I overlay my senses on hers. She quested, not as I did toward a specific beast or to read what might be close by. I discarded the word I had always given to my sensing. Kettricken did not seek after anything with her wit. It was, as she said, simply a being, but it was being a part of the whole. She composed herself and considered all the ways the great web touched her and was content. It was a delicate and tenuous thing, and I marvelled at it. For an instant, I too relaxed. I breathed out. I opened myself, wit wide to all. I discarded all caution, all worry that Burrick would sense me. I had never done anything to compare it to before. Kettricken's reaching was as delicate as droplets of dew sliding down a strand of spiderweb. I was like a dammed flood, suddenly released to rush out to fill old channels to overflowing, and to send fingers of water investigating the lowlands. "Let us hunt," the wolf joyfully. In the stables, Burrick straightened from cleaning a hoof to frown at no one. Sooty stamped in her stall. Molly shrugged away and shook out her hair. Across from me, Kettricken started and looked at me as if I had spoken aloud. A moment more I was held, seized from 1,000 sides, stretched and expanded, illuminated pitilessly. I felt it all, not just the human folk with their comings and goings, but every pigeon that fluttered in the eaves, every mouse that crept unnoticed behind the wine kegs, every speck of life that was not and never had been a speck, but had always been a node on the web of life. Nothing alone, nothing forsaken, nothing without meaning, nothing of no significance, and nothing of importance. Somewhere, someone sang and then fell silent. A chorus filled in after that solo, other voices, distant and dim, saying, "What? Beg pardon? Did you call? Are you here? Do I dream?" They plucked at me, as beggars pluck at a stranger's sleeves, and I suddenly felt that if I did not draw away, I could come unravelled like a piece of fabric. I blinked my eyes, seeing myself inside myself again. I breathed in. No time had passed. A single breath, a wink of an eye. Kettricken looked askance at me. I appeared not to notice. I reached up to scratch my nose. I shifted my weight. I resettled myself firmly. I let a few more minutes pass before I sighed and shrugged apologetically. "I do not understand the game, I am afraid," I offered. I had succeeded in annoying her. "It is not a game. You don't have to understand it or do it. Simply stop all else and be." I made a show of making another effort. I sat still for several moments, then fidgeted absently with my cuff until she looked at me doing it. Then I cast my eyes down as if ashamed. "The candle smells very sweet," I complimented her. Kettricken sighed and gave up on me. "The girl who makes them has a very keen awareness of scents. She can almost bring me my gardens and surround me with their fragrances. Regal brought me one of her honeysuckle tapers, and after that I sought out her wares myself. She is a serving girl here, and does not have the time or resources to make too many. So I count myself fortunate when she brings them to offer to me." "Regal," I repeated. Regal speaking to Molly. Regal knowing her well enough to know of her candle-making. Everything inside me clenched with foreboding. "My queen, I think I distract you from what you wish to be doing. That is not my desire. May I leave you now, to return again when you wish to have company?" This exercise does not exclude company, Fitz. She looked at me sadly. Will not you try again to let go? For a moment I thought, no? Ah, then, I let you go. I heard regret and loneliness in her voice. Then she straightened herself. She took a breath, breathed it out slowly. I felt again her consciousness thrumming in the web. She has the wit, I thought to myself. Not strong, but she has it. I left her room quietly. There was a tiny bit of amusement to wondering what Burrick would think if he knew. Much less amusing to recall how she had been alerted to me when I quested out with the wit. I thought of my night hunts with the wolf. Would soon the queen begin to complain of strange dreams? A cold certainty welled up in me. I would be discovered. I had been too careless, too long. I knew that Burrick could sense when I used the wit. What if there were others? I could be accused of beast magic. I found my resolve and hardened myself to it. Tomorrow I would act. Chapter 11. Lone Wolves. The fool will always remain one of Buckkeep's great mysteries. It is almost possible to say that nothing definite is known of him. His origin, age, sex, and race have all been the subject of conjecture. Most amazing is how such a public person maintains such an aura of privacy. The questions about the fool will always outnumber the answers. Did he ever truly possess any mystical powers, any prescience, any magic at all? Or was it merely that his quick wits and razor tongue made it seem as if he knew all before it came to pass? If he did not know the future, he appeared to, and by his calm assumption of foreknowledge, he swayed many of us to help him shape the future as he saw fit. White on white. An ear twitched, and that minute movement betrayed all. You see? I prompted him. I scent. I see. I flicked my eyes toward the prey. No more a movement than that. It was sufficient. I see. He leapt. The rabbit started, and Cub went floundering after it. The rabbit ran lightly over the unpacked snow, while Cub had to surge and bound and leap through it. The rabbit darted elusively, this way, that way, around the tree, around the clump of bushes, into the brambles. Had he stayed in there? Cub snuffed hopefully, but the density of the thorns turned his sensitive nose back. It's gone, I told him. Are you sure? Why didn't you help? I can't run down game in loose snow. I must stalk and spring only when one spring is sufficient. Ah! Enlightenment, consideration. There are two of us. We should hunt as a pair. I could start game and drive it toward you. You could be ready to leap out and snap its neck. I shook my head slowly. You must learn to hunt alone, Cub. I will not always be with you in mind or in flesh. A wolf is not meant to hunt alone. Perhaps not, but many do, as you will. But I did not intend that you should start with rabbits. Come on. He fell in at my heels, content to let me lead. We had left the keep before winter light had even greyed the skies. Now they were blue and open, clear and cold above us. The trail we were following was no more than a soft-shouldered groove in the deep snow. I sank calf-deep at every step. About us, the forest was a winter stillness, broken only by the occasional dart of a small bird or the far-off cawing of a crow. It was open forest, mostly saplings, with the occasional giant which had survived the fire that had cleared this hillside. It was good pasturage for goats in summer. Their sharp little hooves had cut the trail we were now following. It led to a simple stone hut and a tumble-down corral and shelter for the goats. It was used only in summer. Cub had been delighted when I went to get him this morning. He had shown me his roundabout path for slipping past the guards. An old cattle gate, long bricked up, was his egress. Some shift of the earth had unsettled the stone and mortar blocking it, creating a crack wide enough for him to slip through. The beaten-down snow showed me that he had used it often. Once outside the walls, we had ghosted away from the keep, moving like shadows in the not light of stars and moon on white snow. Once safely away from the keep, Cub had turned the expedition into stalking practice. He raced ahead to lie in wait, to spring out and tag me with a splayed paw or a sharp nip, and then race away in a great circle to attack me from behind. I had let him play, welcoming the exertion that warmed me, as well as the sheer joy of the mindless romping. Always I kept us moving, so that by the time the sun and light found us we were miles from Buckkeep, in an area seldom visited during the winter. My spotting of the white rabbit against the white snow had been pure happenstance. I had even humbler game in mind for his first solo hunt.
"Why do we come here?"
Cub demanded as soon as we came in sight of the hut. "To hunt," I said simply. I halted some distance away. The wolf sank down beside me, waiting. "Well, go ahead," I told him. "Go and check the game sign."
"Oh, this is worthy hunting, this. Sniffing about some man den for scraps."
Disdainful. "Not scraps, go and look." He surged forward and then angled toward the hut. I watched him go. Our dream hunts together had taught him much, but now I wished him to hunt entirely independently of me. I did not doubt that he could do it. I chided myself that demanding this proof was just one more procrastination. He stayed in the snowy brush as much as he could. He approached the hut cautiously, ears alert and nose working.
"Old scents, humans, goats, cold and gone."
He froze an instant, then took a careful step forward. His motions now were calculated and precise. Ears forward, tail straight, he was totally intent and focused.
"Mouse!"
He sprang and had it. He shook his head, a quick snap, and then let the little animal go flying. He caught it again as it came down.
"Mouse!"
he announced gleefully. He flipped his kill up into the air and danced up after it on his hind legs. He caught it again, delicately in his small front teeth, and tossed it up again. I radiated pride and approval at him. By the time he had finished playing with his kill, the mouse was little more than a sodden rag of fur. He gulped it down finally in a single snap and came bounding back to me.
"Mice! The place is riddled with them. Their smell and sign are everywhere, all about the hut."
I thought there would be plenty here. The shepherds complain about them, that the mice overrun this place and spoil their provisions in the summer. I guessed they would winter here too.
"Surprisingly fat for this time of year,"
Cub opined, and was off again with a bound. He hunted with frantic enthusiasm, but only until his hunger was sated. Then it was my turn to approach the hut. Snow had drifted up against the rickety wooden door, but I shouldered it open. The interior was dismal. Snow had sifted in through the thatched roof and lay in streaks and stripes on the frozen dirt floor. There was a rudimentary hearth and chimney with a kettle hook. A stool and a wooden bench were the only furnishings. There was still a bit of firewood left beside the hearth, and I used it to build a careful fire on the blackened stones. I kept it small, just enough to warm myself and to thaw the bread and meat I had packed with me. Cub came for a taste of that, more for the sharing than for any hunger. He made a leisurely exploration of the hut's interior, then lifted his nose abruptly from the corner he'd been sniffing. He advanced a few steps toward me, then stopped, standing stiff-legged. His eyes met mine and held. The wilds were in their darkness.
"You're abandoning me here."
"Yes. There is food in plenty here. In a while I will come back to be sure you are all right. I think you will be fine here. You will teach yourself to hunt. Mice at first, and then larger game."
"You betray me. You betray Pack.
No, we are not Pack. I am setting you free, cub. We are becoming too close. That is not good for either of us. I warned you long ago that I would not bond. We can have no part of each other's lives. It is better for you to go off alone, to become what you were meant to be.
I was meant to be a member of a pack.
He levelled his stare at me.
Will you tell me that there are wolves near here, ones who will accept an intruder into their territory and make me part of their pack?
I was forced to look aside from him. No, there are no wolves here. One would have to travel many days to come to a place wild enough for wolves to run freely.
Then what is there here for me?
Food, freedom, your own life, independent of mine.
Isolation.
He bared his teeth at me and then abruptly turned aside. He circled past me, a wide circle as he went to the door.
Men, he sneered. Truly, you are not pack, but man.
He paused in the open door to look back at me.